Seconds. Hello and welcome into the live for everybody tuning in on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. As per usual, we're going to go ahead and hop into the debates, as well as there's probably a few things outside of the debates that we'll want to cover today, such as Asmongold's propagandistic misinformation hit piece. We'll probably talk about that one later. You're going to hear anyways. Yeah, we already have our very first two Trump supporters loaded into the live, so let's go ahead and hop into the conversation. It looks like one of the two Trump supporters actually just left before the debate even started, and we're just left with you, User. User, why don't you take it away and tell us why you support who is, in my mind, the worst president of either of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
That's a mouthful. My main reason for supporting Trump is that he has radical ideologies that are not commonplace, and they open our eyes to new concepts and new platforms.
Okay. Well, usually radical ideologies in politics are a bad thing. Just saying. But what are Trump's radical ideologies that have really opened your eyes and made you support him as the commander-in-chief?
Well, I'm really against the far left movement of supporting transgender mutilation among children. That's a big point for me.
Okay, you know, some lady came up yesterday and said the same thing. Said that there was a sex change operation on a 5-year-old in Washington. I asked her to provide me, evidence of that happening, and she never did. I think that for the most part, that's just going to be like propaganda and misinformation.
Could be true.
Right. Can you give me a handful of examples here of like children that have had sex change operations?
I didn't specify that the fact that children are actually getting sex change operations.
You said mutilation. Obviously, when you say mutilation, you're going to be referring to some medical procedure.
I mean, having open dialogue with children about these types of behaviors is not healthy.
Okay. Well, we've now really shifted your claim. So you shifted your claim from mutilating the bodies of children to telling children that trans people exist?
Yeah.
Okay.
I meant to say the latter.
Is Donald Trump preventing people from telling children that trans people exist?
No.
So then why would this be a reason why you support him as president? Because obviously, like when I'm asking you, one moment, user, when I'm asking you the question, why do you support Trump as president? We're going to be talking about some like actionable change that he's going to do sitting in the Oval Office to hopefully make this country better. And now your response is to say like some ideology is just condemning, telling kids that trans people exist. Well, I don't think I've seen him go on stage and say, we can't tell kids trans people exist. And I mean, there's obviously no actionable change that would prevent Americans from telling other Americans that trans people exist. So this seems like a very like weak rhetorical reason to support this guy that's passing policy to strip healthcare away from 17 million Americans and playing judge, jury, and executioner with the lives of immigrants without due process.
Well, let me rephrase that then. So under Democratic leadership, we had a strong push to endorse these types of actions and encourage these types of behaviors and communication about these types of things with our kids. And that in itself is what I'm against.
Talk about what specifically?
Was there not under Obama's law?
I have a question. Are you Canadian?
Biden. Sorry?
Are you Canadian?
No, I'm from North Dakota.
Okay. All right. We'll let you continue real quick before we do. Madeline, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone is having a good day. I appreciate you for that love, Madeline. I could use a little positivity in the live right now. I appreciate you so much. Go show some love to Madeline down below. Now, I'm going to re-ask you a very direct question. I'd like a very direct response. Under the Biden-Harris administration, what specifically was being endorsed? Like, what specific topics were being endorsed to talk to children about that have made you so upset that you've decided to support a fascist in the Oval Office? Be very specific with your response here.
They supported the movement.
That is probably the most vague, least specific response you could have given to my question.
It was a very applauded answer. I mean, the answer is very clean and clear.
Are you trying to argue that was a good answer to my question? No, because I asked you to name the very specific things that the Biden-Harris administration endorsed telling children that you think are so bad that in your mind it's justified putting a fascist in the Oval Office? I want you to give me very specific things here.
In encouraging this behavior not only to children but to all likes of people,
this is still
is
not
healthy.
specific. Okay, there's strike two. I'm gonna give you one last chance here.
I'm not going to be able to cite examples like yourself.
What claims, what endorsements of what specific things are specifically being taught to children that you don't like so much that it's justified putting a fascist in the Oval Office?
I support Trump because there's a lack of endorsement with these ideologies.
Okay. You've still not been able to describe what this boogeyman of these ideologies are. That was your third strike. I'm going to be nice and I'm going to give you a fourth strike. But now you officially struck out.
I can't reiterate the same thing. Thanks for your time.
So you're not going to be able to give me any specific information of what these ideologies are?
There's a pride. Pride is celebrated more than our veterans.
Well, I didn't see the Biden-Harris administration passing a bill to fund Pride $800 million like they did the PACT Act, which included an additional 1 million new veterans as being serviced or serviceable by the VA. So I don't know that claim is true. Now, when you say Pride, when I hear Pride, what I think is just advocating for the acceptance of gay, queer, and trans people. Do you not think that we should advocate for like the acceptance of gay people, for instance?
I think we should advocate for the acceptance of all people. I don't care.
Then you don't have an issue with Pride.
I do when it's swallowed and pushed down my throat.
Okay, how has the acceptance of gay people been pushed down your throat?
You ever walk into a business and see a big fancy pride flag saying all are welcome?
Okay, so you've seen a flag that says all people are welcome, and that's just pushing it down your throat so hard. So absolutely ridiculous. You know, honestly, they push. I would you obviously like disagree with people flying the Confederate flag because those people are like literally trying to push white supremacy down our throats?
It is a very dated flag. It had a time and a place, and that time and a place is long gone.
But would you agree? Like nobody should fly. Like, would you agree if somebody flies that flag? Like they are literally pushing white supremacy down your throat.
Nobody should fly a Nazi flag or a you name it, right?
Can you answer my question? If somebody's flying a Confederate flag, are they literally pushing white supremacy down their throat?
I was agreeing with you.
Okay. If somebody flies an American flag, are they pushing America down your throat?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So flying a flag that symbolizes something doesn't push what it's symbolizing down your throat. So when I asked you to describe how pride is being pushed down your throat, and you just said you saw a flag in a business, obviously that was an insufficient example to demonstrate that your point here is true.
I guess seeing the media endorsing things and behaviors like pride marches, when there's a lot of other stuff going on. That should be covered and deserves
why shouldn't peaceful and safe pride marches be endorsed? I mean, I feel like the media and the news, they're supposed to talk about things happening in the country. Okay, every so often, like pride marches and these peaceful, safe celebrations of our variation and our sexual orientation to advocate for inclusion of everybody. That's something that happens in the country. Obviously, the media is going to cover it. Now, like when the media is going to cover this thing that is obviously happening in the country, they have like two potential takes here: to agree or to disagree. And I guess if you don't want the media to agree when reporting on these things that are happening in the country, are you saying that you want the media to disagree when reporting on these things that are happening in the country? Or are you just saying that you don't want them to report on these things at all?
No, I think the media should have an unbiased opinion about events. I don't disagree that.
Okay, what does an unbiased opinion on pride look like to you?
Well, removing personal feelings out of an article, really.
So could you give me an example of what an unbiased opinion on pride looks like?
That's I'd have to email that to you.
So you can't give me an example of what an unbiased opinion on pride looks like, because I'll tell you what an unbiased opinion on pride looks like in my eyes. An unbiased opinion on pride is saying, hey, these people are celebrating the inclusion of people. I feel like an unbiased rational actor would be okay in accepting of the inclusion of all people. So in other words, an unbiased position on pride would be pro-pride.
Okay, so here, have you ever checked out the website pridestance.com?
No, I haven't. Now, how does this relate to the last question I asked you?
Thousands of articles in there promoting the fact of pride, strong support of pride, and how it's happening across our country.
Yeah. Okay. So this organization has a special interest where they've dedicated their focus for the inclusion of members of the LGBTQ plus community in America today. A well-functioning a system of a society would include special interests in various niches, regardless of that's business oriented or like social justice oriented. So obviously we will see companies with a special interest in which is social justice oriented for the inclusion of gay, queer, and trans people in America. Why do you disagree with this? When I see this, I have no issue.
Do you feel that that celebrating pride and DEI within a newspaper is taking away from more fashionable articles that are more relevant to what people should be reading? Because
see, this is a slippery slope. You could always say that there's something more relevant from your subjective position. I mean, take an example of any take an example of any reporting ever. Okay, somebody will always be able to make a subjective argument that there is something more relevant, right? It's a slippery slope. Now,
I understand.
I feel like the antithesis of your argument here is basically that you don't want people talking about the inclusion of gay people in the society. Because when you ask the question, well, Dean, isn't there more relevant things we could be talking about? The implication there is that you don't think people should be talking about pride. What is pride? The acceptance of gay people in society. So why do you think it is wrong for people to talk about the acceptance of gay people in society?
Do you think that based on the 1% of population that represents pride, that they deserve 99% of the newspaper fold?
Okay, so what you said wasn't true. It's not 1%, it's closer to 20. And then you told me that they represent 99% of the newspaper fold. I have never opened up a single newspaper in which was 99% about gay people. So that was also wrong. And you were also not responding to my question. I reduced your argument down to you saying that you basically don't want people to talk about the inclusion of gay people in society. So once again, why don't you want people talking about the inclusion of gay people in society?
Because they should be talking about what is influence to more people. What's affecting those 80% of people more so than the 20% of people?
Okay, so if there's an issue in which disproportionately targets a minority group of people, you don't think that we should be talking about it because it doesn't pertain to the majority group of people. That is your logic, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So if there's an issue that disproportionately targets the lowest 20% of income earners in this country and makes them significantly worse off, maybe it's getting rid of minimum wage, and this is only an issue in which harms the bottom 20% of income earners in this country and does not harm the other 80%, would you argue that we should not talk about that issue? Instead, we should be more focused on things that are relevant to the 80%?
In a lot of ways, yes.
Okay, and could you see how that's an obviously absurd view? Could you just agree that that's obviously absurd? Like, if we eradicated minimum wage and the bottom 20% of income earners in this country were getting paid like a dollar per day, even if that only impacted those 20% of income earners, that's still something that society as a whole should talk about, correct?
Well, this is something radically different, but sure, yes,
it's not different as it pertains to your logic, because now you've conceded that if there is issues that disproportionately target 20% of any given populace, that it's still something we should talk about, even if it doesn't target the other 80% of the populace. Now that you've conceded on this logic, you're basically conceding that the justification that you gave me 3 minutes ago to demonstrate why we shouldn't be talking about the inclusion of gay people in society is inadequate. So now that we've demonstrated that your logic to justify that we shouldn't be talking about gay people in society was inadequate, do you want to try to give me a new argument for that claim, or do you just want to concede that the claim that we shouldn't be talking about, like the discrimination of gay people in society is just abundantly misled and most likely rooted in homophobia?
Hold on. Is there a month celebrated for veterans?
Yeah, I think there's 2.
No, you mean 2 days?
No, like 2 months. And then also a juxtaposition of a comparison of gay people to veterans ultimately won't prove your point either, because like imagine that we didn't have any months or time where we celebrate veterans. No, 1 second. So even if your claim was true, a juxtaposition of how we celebrate veterans in society is not going to inform us anything about how we should celebrate like pride in society. Because like imagine that what you're saying here is true, that we had no months or no societal celebrations of veterans. Well, the implication there wouldn't be that therefore we shouldn't celebrate pride. It would just be that we should celebrate veterans more.
Why can't we have a month to celebrate heterosexuality?
Yeah, because heterosexuality is the norm in society. That's what a heteronormative society is, and that's held up by homophobia. That's held up by stigmatization. Typically, like the reason that motivates individuals celebrating pride is going to be the exclusion of gay people from society or a difference of treatment. Mostly like the fact that our society is heteronormative and discriminatory towards gay people. Like those are going to be the motivations why we would celebrate the inclusion of gay people. Now, if those same like motivations applied to straight people, like maybe like heterosexual people, straight people were excluded from society, they were oppressed, etc., then I would agree for a month to celebrate heterosexuality. However, we don't have that in America. Okay, heterosexual people are not oppressed. Heterosexual people are not excluded. Heterosexual people are not stigmatized. So obviously none of these same motivations would apply to straight people. So we probably wouldn't need to celebrate like the pride in being straight.
Sure. I mean, you're celebrating a month about sexuality, right? So why can't we celebrate a month about heterosexuality?
Well, I mean, I think that you are just now re-asking me the question that I just answered. So I don't know why you didn't just listen to my last response. Now, and so far as your like most recent diversion of saying that, no, stop talking. And so far as your most recent diversion saying that we're celebrating a month of sexuality as it applies to gay people, that's not even true. We're not celebrating sexuality. We're celebrating like the inclusion of everybody, regardless of what your sexual orientation is. The pride flag doesn't represent sex. The pride flag represents the inclusion of all people, regardless of where your sexual attractions lie. That's what it means. Now, at the end of that statement, you just re-asked the question, why don't we have a month to celebrate straight people? I already did answer that question. Would you like me to repeat my answer?
Yeah, sure, Dean.
Okay. Well, we're not just celebrating gay people to celebrate gay people. That's not true. That's a red herring of reality. We're celebrating the inclusion of gay people in society to advocate for a destigmatization of the sexual orientation of being gay, since that sexual orientation is scrutinized, stigmatized, and oppressed. Those are the motivating factors for pride. Those same motivating factors just simply don't exist in society for straight people.
Okay. I'll leave it at that, Dean. It appears a lot of people want to get on to the next person, so thank you for your time.
You don't want to try to respond to that? I don't really care what everybody watching wants. No, I don't care that everybody wants me to kick you and move on. I would love for you to try to respond to what I just said.
I would love to give you the time to respond, and I will definitely be back on here, but bathroom calls, so.
He has to go to the body. Okay. All right. We appreciate you for coming up, man. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute here to get that next Trump supporter loaded into the box. We got Ethan Kennedy loading up everybody. He needs to go use the body. I get it, man. I got to do that too sometimes. Sniffles, thank you for the $20 super chat on YouTube. Say keep up the good work for your local American manufacturer. Appreciate you for that love, Sniffles. Let's get 200 Sniffle W's down below, as well as 120 Michael W's. Michael says, I'm not going to read that, but appreciate you for the $12. Then Lovey with a $10 says that there's 5 months in total this year dedicated to the military in some way according to the RNDA. 2 months, November and May, are dedicated to veterans. Also, hey chat. Good info, and hey Lovey. Welcome in, Ethan. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, well, we're just looking for Trump supporters. Guys, we are just looking to debate Trump supporters. Please follow the rules, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you do indeed support Trump. Somebody in the TikTok live comments section just said he cooked him so hard he made him shit his pants. You're all some funny motherfuckers, let me tell you. All right, we're going to go to load up that next guy, so everybody just do be patient. As well as Alicia, thank you for the $4 donation over at PayPal saying, am I first? You were the first donation. As well as Jocelyn with a $5 saying, hi, Dean, I love you so much. I love you too, Jocelyn. Thank you for the $5 donation. Then Terrence with a 5 and Amelia with a 7. I appreciate you guys for the love. And then we just got Anthony Monin on live. I don't know what he's doing here. Obviously, he's not here to debate, so we're going to go kick him out and move on to the next guest. Awesome Kitty. Here we go, everybody. This was 15 minutes ago, but Christy, thank you for the $15 donation over on Venmo. They say you are wonderfully...
I support Donald Trump.
Age, please.
I support Donald Trump.
That is a child. Okay, everybody, no children, not Dean's Daycare. This is the debate live for adults. So everybody, let's go to move on to that next guest, Blackout. Christy with a $15 donation says, you are a wonderfully spoken young man. Keep on doing what you're doing. I appreciate you for that love. As well as April with the $10 saying that May is National Military Appreciation Month. Going over the same thing that Lovey said. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of months to celebrate our veterans, okay? And like, I agree, we should celebrate our veterans, obviously. Right? And I just think it's like so weird when people like contort that idea and say that we don't celebrate our veterans. Okay, all right. For the 9.5 thousand people in the TikTok stream, I would really appreciate it if you guys could help me out here by double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Right now, we're just looking for one person to have a conversation with us. They seem like they're running away a little bit. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 17.
17. All right, and you sound British. So, all right, you are breaking 2 of the rules, so I got to kick you. Okay, everybody, here's the rules if you're in the queue. Make sure you are listening very closely to what I'm about to say. If you're in the queue, got to be at least 18. Wha-bam, got to be an adult. Got to be from America, okay, so you can't be British. Okay, and you have to support Trump and be ready and willing for a debate. Those are the 3 rules. Now, because there's a lot of people in the queue that aren't following the rules, if you do come up here breaking the rules, I am going to go ahead and ban you. I hate to do that, but those red lines are necessary sometimes just to try to ensure like some productivity. And also Austin with the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Austin. And then Abigail with the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Austin and Abigail. Welcome in, Don. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 23 years old.
23 years old. Do you have any type of Bluetooth device that you're talking to me through, like a headset or some AirPods?
No, it's just my phone, but I just had the AC going, so that's probably why you heard.
No, all right, man. Chris, thank you for the $10 over at Super Chat saying give him hell, Dean. I appreciate you for that love, Chris. Okay, all right. Go for it, Dom. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I was a big supporter when he first did his first term. Obviously, everything he pushed, his agenda, all of that, I supported a lot. This second term, obviously, there's things I still disagree with, but I mean, no matter who you have as a president, there's going to be things you agree with and things you don't agree with. Like at the end of the day.
Is there anywhere else that you could talk to me besides a bathroom? If not, no worries. We could still have a conversation. But the acoustics are really bad.
Yeah, I could try to step out here in the living room. I just got the AC going. Let me just turn it off, actually.
You know what? Like 10 times better. Already. You step out of the bathroom and your mic is like 10 times better. That is sweet. Awesome.
Okay, so you good now?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's go over it. What is Trump doing that makes you support him? I'll hear you out. Take it away.
I was just saying, as far as taxes, employment, his supportment, as far as veterans, the military. Okay. I've had friends and family that have been in the military. His support alone, as far as
I don't think that his support for the veterans or the military as a whole really extends far beyond virtue signaling.
What do you mean?
Like he just kind of says that he supports the veterans and the military. He doesn't really do much with that. Like the last administration, the Biden-Harris admin, they were actually passing policy for the veterans. Like for instance, they passed a PACT Act. There was an $800 million investment into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits that materially helped over 1 million veterans that weren't covered by the VA be covered by the VA. That's what real support for veterans looks like. And what is Trump done?
Sorry, my bad. What were you saying?
Well, I mean, I just said that's what real support for our veterans looks like. Advocating and enacting a material change that increases the quality of their life, that drastically increase the quality of the life for 1 million veterans that did not have prior service from the VA that do now just because of the last admin. And like, what are the same like material things that Donald Trump has done for veterans? Can you name anything he's ever done for them that has actually helped them, not just a virtue signal or a statement?
Well, I mean, his support alone, but you're defending a side that pulled out of Afghanistan and left soldiers to die.
How do those soldiers die?
I that's a What do you mean? How did they?
How did they die? Seriously, that's a pretty upfront, a straight shooting question. What killed them?
The fact that they pulled out support. I don't know.
No. So what killed them was a bomber, a self-unaliver bomber from the Taliban. Did you know that?
Because they decided to pull out.
So you're not following what I'm saying here. Okay, just let me speak for a second. So there was a bomber, a self-unaliver bomber from the Taliban. And fun fact, that bomber and 4,999 other Taliban terrorists were actually kept in a prison in Camp David in Afghanistan. Do you know why they were let out of that prison?
Feel free to tell me. Go ahead.
Because Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban, and his side of things was to release those terrorists from Camp David. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And do you know what started the pullout of Afghanistan?
Let's hear it.
Trump, 2 months before he left, he said that the ball is already rolling. Nobody can stop me. We are going to pull out of Afghanistan. He boasted about not having a plan and just doing it as it came, and then ultimately held off till the very last second to inform the Biden-Harris administration on what their plan were. Yeah. So then ultimately when that pullout was executed under the Biden-Harris administration, one of those Taliban terrorists that would have been in jail if it wasn't for Trump, self-unalived bombed those 13 service members. Now, if you want to talk about the deaths of service members, of course, you'll know about the 13 that died under the Biden-Harris administration because Trump loves to talk about it. But you know what Donald Trump has never talked about? The 63 service members that died under his first administration, or the 7 service members that died in a training exercise in Europe 2 months ago. And when they had their funeral here in the States, you know where Donald Trump was? Not at their funeral, but golfing.
So your biggest debate is always that Biden never has done anything wrong.
I think that Biden's done a lot of really bad things. Biden wasn't my favorite. Democrats, I guess it'd be true that they're my favorite. But I definitely don't think they're perfect. I think they have a lot of issues. Now, maybe something else relating to the treatment of veterans or military. I actually think that all veterans and all military service members have the most reason out of any demographic in this country to not support Trump. Could I tell you why?
No, honestly, you could probably influence me otherwise, but yeah.
Okay, well, because everybody that has lost their life for this country has been fighting for what? Fighting to uphold the American democracy or constitutional rights, liberties, and freedoms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, how disrespectful was it when, the ex-commander-in-chief Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution in December of 2022? Not only was that an active threat to our democracy and the constitutional rule of law, but that was a massive slap in the face to every person that has lost their life fighting for this country, everybody that has fought for this country, and everybody that is fighting for this country.
I'm going to agree with you 100% on the constitutional rights and all of that, but I'm also going to throw this in. How can you defend one side over the other as far as what is right and what isn't right as far as the Constitution and the people's rights in America when you guys are bashing Trump for the illegal immigrants? And I'm going to get to a point, okay? I know you probably think I'm just saying this because they're illegals. I'm not. I'm just saying because everyone's bashing ICE for what Trump has been doing, and I get that there have been people that have been here long enough to where they got, how do you know what it's called? It's something you stay here 10 years and you get and you've lived here for 10 years or something like that.
You're thinking of the term amnesty, but no, they don't get that.
No, not that. I'm saying, well, I just have a friend whose grandma has it, but
naturalization?
No, not that. But anyways,
but
I'm just saying I don't understand how you guys are going to bash Trump when Barack, Bush, and Biden have all done the exact same thing as far as pushing immigrants out.
Okay, all right. Well, we are now completely changing the topic of conversation.
Not really, because I'm still
absolutely. We were talking about how Trump, compared to the last administration, had treated veterans, and now we're talking about mass deportation. Let's have a conversation.
Constitutional rights.
No, we're talking about mass deportation. You referenced the number of people deported by Obama.
I didn't reference any number, actually. No, I did not. I
You
absolutely
said
did not.
how can you shit on Trump's deportations when Bush and Obama both also deported people?
No, I
Keep in
said
mind,
how can
Bush
you,
is a Republican.
I said how can you defend constitutional rights, but try to sit here and bash Trump for doing this, saying he's violating constitutional rights and all that.
Because he is. Because Curtis is real
But
bad.
Barack Obama, Bush, and all them have done the exact same thing. So what has he done any different when it was all illegal immigrants is what I'm asking.
Okay, well, first and foremost, Bush is a Republican, so that's not a good example. Now, about Obama, can you give me an example?
What does being left or right have to do with that? I don't understand.
Because you're trying to make an argument from hypocrisy, right? And hypocrisy would be because you're saying, how can you shit on like Trump for doing this when Obama and Bush did the same thing? So like, unless your argument is just a very estranged straw man where you're trying to say it's okay for him to do it since everybody else also did it.
No, I'm saying
I'd assume it would be. Did you let me talk?
Others.
Well, exactly. So see,
I'm not
what
saying he's
you
okay
just said,
to do it.
what you just said proved my point. Because obviously I'm a liberal. Bush was a Republican. I wouldn't have backed Bush. So Bush wouldn't have been a good example for your argument.
This isn't me trying to say support Trump for doing it. I'm just saying, in your viewpoint, how can you not? How can you not?
Like from my viewpoint, how could I back Bush and Obama but not Trump, even though they're all doing the same thing?
No, I'm not
that's
saying
what I'm saying. That Bush was a Republican. Obviously, I want to support Bush. So that's why I said that's a bad example. Dude, all I was trying to say is like you said Bush did. No, we'll talk about Biden and Barack. That's what I want to do with you. I'm just simply pointing out that in your original argument, you're like, but Bush also did it. Okay, so screw them both.
Bush, Barack, and Biden, and all you keep going back to is Bush.
I know because you can't give it up on Bush. I happily talk to you about Obama and Biden.
You were the one that brought up Bush. It wasn't even me.
Yes, you were the one that brought up Bush. You said, how can you like shit on Trump for doing this when Obama and Bush did the same thing?
You're constantly saying his name. I literally brought up 4 different candidates for you.
I'm trying to point out,
Bush.
I know, because I'm trying to point out that specific name that you brought up was like obviously a bad name to bring up because he's a Republican just like Trump. So obviously I wouldn't have backed him. And obviously he probably got a lot of pushback from liberals for the same reason that Donald Trump is getting pushback from liberals now. So see how that wasn't a good example for your argument from hypocrisy, right? Like the better examples, if you want to create an argument from hypocrisy, would be Biden and Obama. So let's talk about Biden and Obama, but not Bush, who's also on your side of the aisle. And now, before we do that, there's a handful of people that I want to thank you real quick. Veteran, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate you for that love, Veteran. It is so good to have you in here with us for the day. Seriously, thank you so much for the love. That is insane. Veteran says, this veteran celebrates you. Dean and Parker are doing more for the future of our democracy than our elected representatives. Keep fighting the good fight, sir. Dude, Veteran, it is so good to have you in here with us today. We all love you here. You are an absolute G of this stream. We all love you so much. Can we please get at least 1,000 Veteran W's in those live chats? Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as us, Azalea, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Azalea, thank you so much. That is Azalea. Thank you so much. That is so incredibly kind of you. Let's get 500 Azalea W's. And feel free to DM me over on IG, Azalea. I'll happily read that DM. Thank you so much for the $50. That is incredibly kind. That is seriously incredibly kind. As well as Zara with the $15 over on PayPal saying, I love you, Dean. I love you too, Zara. Show some love to Azalea and Zara down below in that chat. And then Braylon with the $15 just saying hi. Hi, Braylon. Thank you so much for being here with us. Show some love to Braylon in that chat. And then one more here from Kayla with the $20 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 200 Kayla W's. They say, watching your debates keeps me informed and I love watching during my day. Keep up the good fight and thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for your kind words as well as thank you for the kind donation. And in fact, we have one more here from Molly with a $50 donation over on Venmo. Molly, that is insane. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 500 Molly W's down below. Molly says, hi, Dean. I'm a woman married to a woman. You have helped me so much with being able to communicate with my Republican Christian family and help me organize my thoughts when my family tells me they're afraid I'm going to hell. I watch every day. Thank you for doing what you do. Molly, you actually don't know how much I appreciate you for that donation message. That means the world to me. Like, you are literally why I do what I do. Like the fact that what I do can have such a direct impact on like somebody's very personal life is very meaningful to me. So I really appreciate you, Molly. And I'm also really sorry that you have to experience that. Now, anyways, Dom, back to you. So you were telling me how can I shit on Donald Trump's deportations, but not Obama's? Well, I mean, obviously there's going to be some deportations under Obama that I disagreed with. However, I still do think that there's some very clear and distinct differences between Obama's deportation and Trump's deportations. The biggest one would be the fact that Trump wants to deport every undocumented immigrant. Obama just wanted to deport undocumented immigrants with prior criminal or violent offenses. My evidence of this wouldn't just be Obama's like statements and sentiments, but also the fact that he literally created DACA, which is a work program for undocumented immigrants without prior violent offenses. So let's think about it here, buddy. And then also, I think the original premise of your argument here was about like constitutional rights and violations of constitutional rights. So I'd be able to point you to like very specific circumstances where Donald Trump's deportations have violated the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants, and he's not cared. Can you point me towards any specific circumstance of Obama deporting individuals violating their constitutional rights?
I'm just confused what you mean by criminal offenses, because at the end of the day, when you enter a country illegally, you're committing a crime. So
yeah, prior violent.
Like you just mean violent, like you have to wait for them
That's also a
to.
misdemeanor. So
You just want to sit around and wait for an illegal to genuinely commit a crime before you decide.
I don't know why you're answering my question with an irrelevant question. What was the question that I asked you?
How am I answering you? I was literally going back to literally what you had just said.
No, you were not. Okay, because your original argument.
Bringing up Barack Obama, and you said he didn't do anything because they were just illegal.
Okay. So I'll repeat my question. So the original premise of your argument was that Trump has been deporting people, violating their constitutional rights, and then you were like, well, how can you condemn him for that when that's also something Obama did? Can you give me an example of Obama deporting somebody violating their constitutional rights?
Jesus Christ, Dean.
Can you? I mean, seriously, that's your argument.
How long do you keep How long do you keep this up?
How long do I keep what up?
Is this your day job? I'm just confused.
It is my day job. Yep.
Jesus Christ, I couldn't imagine just sitting in a fucking room with a mic.
I'm sitting in a room with a mic.
The funniest part is we literally are from the same town. That's what's
You're also from Junction?
I am 100. Yeah, I'm in Grand Junction as we speak.
Damn, that's crazy. Small world.
I know. You literally went to fucking school with my girlfriend.
Yeah. Well, it's probably not. It's probably best to not give out specifics about that, because then people could like find you, find me, find your girlfriend, etc.
Okay. Damn.
Anyways, the question stands. Can you give me an example of Obama deporting somebody violating their constitutional rights?
I wasn't talking about Obama.
Okay.
Breaking
all right. I'll pass the mic back to you. What's your argument?
I didn't say anything about Obama breaking constitutional rights.
Okay. All right. Well, just do you want to reframe your argument?
I was just saying, all I said was, how are you going to sit here and defend constitutional rights, bash Trump, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For the illegal immigrants. And then I said, other than the ones that shouldn't have left, like I agreed with you with, aside from you going to Obama, Bush, and Biden doing the same thing.
Okay. Well, I don't think that they did the same thing.
And then what did you say? You said he deported illegals. He was like, but you said, but they didn't commit a crime, or he only did the ones that committed a crime. Obama or Trump wants to do it to every single illegal immigrant. An illegal immigrant is committing a crime. So I don't know what you mean by.
Sure, I
don't understand what you mean by Obama had to.
Sure, I could clarify. So Obama focused on deporting individuals with prior violent criminal offenses, or even like some more notable criminal offenses outside of the misdemeanor of undocumented entry.
I just don't understand how that is like your biggest focus. At the end of the day, a crime is a crime.
I don't think that all crimes should be treated the same.
How?
Like I'll give you a good example. You know, like during racial segregation, it was a crime for a black person to go into a white-owned business. Should we treat that crime the same as like murder? You know?
I mean, you can.
Well, obviously we shouldn't, though, right?
But who is that truly up to us? Is what I'm telling you.
This is truly up to us to interpret how, like what our takeaway is of like the wrongness of crimes. Yeah, it absolutely is up to us.
How is it up to us as people to figure out what punishment they get due to their crime?
Okay, well, I didn't ask you about the punishment. I didn't ask you about the punishment. I asked you if like you look at the crimes the same.
Would I look at the crimes the same?
Yeah, or like I'll even give you another example. I think that like, jaywalking is illegal. That might not be a criminal offense, though. I think you know, like what are some crimes that aren't enforced? What are some crazy crimes that aren't enforced in the U.S.? Let's see. Dumb laws list. So, in Alabama, it is a crime to wear blue jeans down Noble Street.
There's no fucking way. Dude,
Yeah.
that's gotta be a fucking lie.
In Alabama, dominoes may not be played on a Sunday. In Alaska, it's considered an offense to push a live moose out of a moving airplane. Okay, all right. Well,
What the fuck?
it's also a crime to view moose from an airplane. In Arizona, donkeys cannot sleep in bathtubs. So would you say owning a donkey and having it sleep in your bathtub in Arizona is just as bad as, I don't know, committing tax evasion for 10 years?
Okay, well,
Like-
I'm obviously gonna say no, but I'm just honestly confused how that would even be brought up. No, I'm sorry. That was actually the craziest thing I've ever heard. Those laws, yeah. I mean, there's a lot more questions that get brought up, but yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. I do not think they should be treated equally.
Okay.
Especially those ones for sure.
Okay, how about this, Tom? I have a video on my page. Like, if you're genuinely curious, I have a video on my page. It's 5.5 minutes long. It kind of goes over the reasons why I disagree with mass deportation. I think it's valuable. At this point, I'm going to move on to the next guest. But that's crazy that somebody else from Junction tuned into the live. I hope that you feel inspiration to go out there and learn a thing or two. I apologize if I was hard on you or anything. Just I was looking for a good conversation. But I appreciate you for your time, Dom, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
No, I appreciate you too. Thank you. And I appreciate you for actually giving me a chance to talk and being able to educate me a little more. Thank you.
Of course, bro. Take care. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. If you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump, y'all. Let's go ahead and load up that next guest. Libby, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying I will never allow my non-existent donkey to sleep in a bathtub. Yeah, you can't do that in Arizona, dude. You'll be fucked. What's going on, Flyers? Do you support Trump?
Yup.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. What year were you born in?
06.
06? What month?
January.
January? Let's see here. 20 to 21, 04, 19
Either way.
to 20.
Why do you hit a
05,
Nick stick at all times and say it's an
18 to
anxiety?
19 and 06. So you'd be 19. You're lying about your age. You're underage. And I got to kick
Mm-hmm.
you off. And it's not a Nick stick. It's an anxiety bin. All right, here we go, guys. Go to put a MAGA down. Put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to come up and have a conversation with me. Everybody, just be patient here while we're working on getting that next guest loaded into the stream. We got Anja loading up. Here we go, y'all. Also, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Y'all get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. They go straight to me, as well as you can attach your name and a message, and I can read it off on live. I get a notification with every donation at the top of this phone, I'll be able to read it off. And thank you. Welcome in, Anja. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you say Anya is how you say my name.
Sorry, Anya.
Okay.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh,
I have a question though for
Anya.
you.
Take it away.
I've been wanting to know this. So, is there some sort of books that you read, or how have you gotten your vocabulary so good? Is there ways?
I don't know. Good question. I don't know.
Really,
yeah.
I've noticed it a lot.
Well,
do you read books, or like how do I get that?
I appreciate you, dude. Andre, I literally don't know, because I'm not gonna lie, I don't really read books. I'm not a fan of reading.
Wow.
I've like a little bit of dyslexia, and like it's hard for me to pay attention too. So like reading has always been just a really crazy task for me. It's just so I don't really read too much. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I hear from a lot of people that like I'm intentionally like using big words to be misleading. I'm really not. And I don't really know like where like my vocabulary came from, but I mean I'll take that as a compliment. That's very kind of you. Now, if you want to go over maybe some of the reasons why you support Trump, that'd be a whole lot of fun. So what are your reasons here?
So I really liked Trump at first, and I don't know about now because I kind of don't like all the things he's doing. But from what I liked at first was just that he didn't really have to do the job, and he kind of just did it. So I thought that maybe it was kind of a different scenario, like he didn't want the money type of stuff, like he just wanted to help us.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's definitely capitalized and made a lot of money off of the presidency. I'd say that he's probably like the biggest grifter we've seen in the Oval Office. Like the whole like Trump meme coin deal. He like made like $25 billion simply because of his like power and position in American politics. Same thing with like the NFT cards, the shoes, the watch, the guitars, the Bibles. What was his most recent grift? The Trump phone too. I mean, I think that he's like really capitalized and made a lot of money off of his position in politics.
Okay. And I don't know. Maybe just because of my parents, kind of like if your parents like, what are your parents like? Do you kind of follow what your parents like, or do you go against the grain?
No, they're big Trump guys. So, I mean, obviously when I was younger, I kind of just followed what they said, but after expanding my knowledge a little bit, sure. I'm, big time, big lib now. Real big lib now. And maybe if, like the only motivation here, behind why you support Trump is like, maybe it's more of like a social thing. Well, at this point, I wouldn't recommend a debate, because I can't like debate you saying that you support Trump because your parents do. Maybe like I could recommend that you just recognize that that's insufficient reason, and that it's probably more likely to go out there, do some exploring of knowledge, and come to your own truths and conclusions.
And my boyfriend's very into like the news and stuff, and he's kind of told me like he's very upset with Trump. So I'm kind of caught in the middle here because I watch the stuff that he says, and like I agree with some of it, but I don't know who could do it better. I feel like everyone kind of sucks. Like we're going downhill regardless of who's helping us. Like, and people kind of put it on.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Like I said, I think that you're probably in a position where, a lot of independent research on your own accord is like the right decision for you right now compared to like a debate with me. Like, I don't want to like just come up here and like try to like grill you and be mean to you and like scare you away from the left. So I think like a better place for you to be is probably just watching the stream. But I really do appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you stick around and listen to a handful of these convos.
Thank you.
Of course, Andre. Have the rest of your day. Oh, fuck. Andre, I'm so sorry for kicking you when you were in the middle of a sentence. I kicked you after you said thank you because I thought that was a natural into the conversation. I didn't know that you're going to continue speaking. My apologies. My apologies for kicking you when you were still speaking, Andre. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. We got JG Nicholson loading up into the box. Here we go. Nicholson? No, Nicholson. All right, they're like driving with music going. So unfortunately, we got to kick him out and move on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, everybody, make sure that you're at least 18 years old. You support Trump and you're ready and willing to come up here and have a debate with me. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box right now, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest, Cody, loaded into the stream. Here we go, y'all. All right, here we go, guys. Also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
No, I just came on.
No worries. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got James Vaughn loading up into the box. James Vaughn. That's still crazy. I'm still thinking about that. The guest who came up here that's from Junction. That's crazy. What a small world, truly. What a small world. And they left too. Okay, how about this? Go to put a MAGA down below in that chat with your age if you want to come up. Honestly, I'm finding the queue to be a little bit unreliable. I think I'd rather pull from the comment section. So put a MAGA down below if you want to come up and have a conversation with me compared to just hopping in the queue. What's up, Mark? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, howdy, man.
Me, 40.
40. Okay, all right. Yeah, man, take it away. Tell us why you support who's, in my mind, the worst president of either of our lifetimes, who would be Donald J. Trump.
That's 100% fair for you to think. You could have your own opinions. I think that since day one, he's gotten a raw deal from both sides, to be honest with you. I support Trump because he's doing what I want to be done. I don't want families separated, but if you commit a crime in this country, you're going to get taken away from your family, right? If you drunk drive, say you got a kid in the car, you get separated. Immigrants, illegal immigrants, not legal.
I don't think that drunk driving is comparable to undocumented entry. One is obviously
undocumented entry.
Very
what do you mean?
Now
let me ask you a question. What do you mean by undocumented entry? Do you mean like somebody who overstays their visa, or somebody who illegally enters the country? Because everybody says that that's not a crime.
I guess undocumented entry would specifically refer to illegal entry.
Well, then that's a crime.
Yeah, it's a misdemeanor.
No, it's a crime.
Can't you have misdemeanor crimes?
Yes, you can have misdemeanor. Well, drunk driving is also a misdemeanor crime.
Well, the difference between drunk driving and undocumented entry is I think that undocumented entry is generally a victimless crime that is incentivized by our own government.
Can you say that? Can you say that 100% that it's a victimless crime?
Undocumented entry.
Undocumented people come here and commit crimes?
Okay, well, I mean, that would be a separate crime from the undocumented entry. So if somebody comes into the country and like commits a crime here by like killing somebody, okay,
But they're
like,
already committing a crime
The
by coming
undocumented
into the
entry
country.
would be still yet a victimless crime, but the crime with a victim would be the murder offense.
Okay, so you say you're drinking and driving, nobody gets hurt. That's a victimless crime.
Are you sure that a DUI is a misdemeanor? I don't think that's true. I think a DUI is always a felony.
It's not always a felony. You don't always. You go to jail. You get your license stripped. To be 100% honest, I don't know, but it is a victimless crime if you don't get into an accident.
No, I'm pretty sure that it's never going to be a victimless crime. The reason why I'd say that is because the reason why we criminalize drunk driving is the additional risk that other individuals on the roadways would be placed
Okay,
at.
so there's an additional risk of people sneaking into this country doing illegal stuff.
So actually, no. So undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes.
Do they commit crimes?
Yes, but you
It
said
doesn't matter.
But you said
Do they
additional.
commit crimes?
Yeah, but you said additional risk, which would be a risk more than that, in which we'd expect.
Okay,
citizens.
So then getting into an accident is an additional risk, but it's not the risk. The crime is drunk driving, and if you don't get into an accident, you just get pulled over.
Okay,
it's a
So
victimless
I just
crime.
want to clarify: you support Trump because you think that drunk driving is like coming into America.
No, don't twist what I said.
Okay, well,
I
I'm
said
just not clear on what you said. Do you want to rehash the
I
argument
want-
for us here?
Yes, I want illegal immigrants who are undocumented. He gave them the option to leave, get money, get taken out of the country, and then come back in legally. Did he not?
I don't think he gave them money.
100% did.
Are you talking about like self-deportation?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if there's any money offered for that. Now
there is money. There was money.
Okay, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, can you name a single positive outcome of mass deportation on America?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, what is that positive outcome?
Positive outcome is the people that do not currently belong in this country. Because I think my family are immigrants.
Okay,
they came here legally.
Okay, your family being immigrants doesn't answer my question. What is a very specific positive outcome of mass deportation?
Did I finish?
No, you didn't. I cut you off.
They came legally, and they helped the country out. Now, when you come illegally, some people get Social Security, some people get benefits, some people get stuff that they're not allowed to get because they're not legal in this country. And that's a drain on our money and our natural stuff that we earned that we should not be giving out to people who don't deserve it.
Okay.
That is my opinion.
So I think that mass deportation is one of the worst policies in American history just because there's no pros of it. And like typically I categorize the people that support it.
How are there no pros?
Well, let me
How
finish.
are there no pros?
So with all due respect, sir, I mean, you obviously just got upset with me for cutting you off, and I acknowledge that I did, and I stopped talking. I would appreciate it if you do the same thing.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think that mass deportation is one of the worst policies in American history just because I don't think that there's any articulatable benefits of it. And I typically like categorize people that support mass deportation in like one of 3 categories. The first category is just going to be like willfully ignorant, supporting it even though you know the facts just because you're a larger supporter of a political party. Just being like explicitly like racist or xenophobic would be the second category. And I think that you fall into the third category, which is going to be misinformed. Now, the reason why I say that you're misinformed here is because I just asked you to name the detriment of undocumented immigrants on America, and you said, well, they drain our public resources, such as Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. The reason that this is misinformation is because no, undocumented immigrants do not and cannot and have never been and will never able to be eligible for federal systems of benefit, such as Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, Section 8, federal food stamps, etc.
Okay, you're aware that they do get Social Security numbers. They do indeed get on unemployment, SNAP, other things. Not unemployment, I'm sorry. SNAP, they get on. I know personally.
So that is
I
just
know
going
an
to be
illegal immigrant who is
wild
on welfare.
Conspiracy
I
theory.
personally know.
So what you
And I
are
know that
probably
means nothing to
referring
you.
to is going to be state systems of benefit. So in some states, we see like California has Medi-Cal, which is going to be a system for healthcare for low-income undocumented immigrants. I think that Colorado offers some systems of food stamps to low-income undocumented immigrants. Those are all going to be managed and paid for by the state. Your claim was about federal systems of benefit, like Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. So before we equivocate our claims here, I think that you need to be able to agree and concede that no undocumented immigrants do not qualify for any federal system of benefit.
Not legally.
Okay, so they don't legally qualify for these things. So
You're very young. Okay, so I know you say, "Oh, I'm just misinformed." I believe you're misinformed because plenty of illegal immigrants get social security cards illegally, get documents illegally.
So they're committing identity fraud.
Correct.
Okay, if they commit identity fraud, they're not going to get deported
but
because
then
they'll just be able to
Social
supply their
Security.
fake identity.
But then they're getting these benefits with the fake. What is that? Does that not make sense?
Did you know that citizens also can commit identity fraud?
Of course.
And then also, even in this sense,
Of course, but
this is still separate than your first claim that undocumented immigrants like qualify for these things, because like now you're affirming that undocumented immigrants do not qualify for these things, and undocumented immigrants have to commit the crime of identity fraud in order to get these things.
I never said qualify. I said they get.
Okay, so how much money does our federal government expense on an annual basis for undocumented immigrants that commit identity fraud? I would assume that the level or rate of undocumented immigrants that do identity fraud and collect these benefits is incredibly low, disproportionately lower than citizens, because we already know that they're less likely to commit all other crimes. So there's probably a very insignificantly small portion of undocumented immigrants that do commit identity fraud to get these benefits, meaning the amount of money that our government expenses is insignificantly small to give benefits to the undocumented immigrants committing identity fraud. And when we juxtapose that, one moment, well, no, because when we juxtapose that with the fact that undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes, they're going to be paying more into the system than they take out of the system with this insignificant small amount of money that is expensed on undocumented immigrants literally committing identity fraud.
I disagree. I don't think that any illegal immigrant should get. I don't think they should get state. I don't think they should. Okay, so maybe
now you're changing the topic of conversation.
I was just about
because remember your original argument here is that undocumented immigrants drain resources, and then your argument that they do drain resources is by committing identity fraud. My counter argument was to point out the level of undocumented immigrants that do that is likely insignificantly small, meaning that they are insignificantly expense a very small amount of money from the government, meaning that the $100 billion per year that they pay in taxes through ITINs, sales tax, etc., is going to be much larger than the money that they would take through identity fraud, meaning that ultimately speaking, they're not a net drain, they're a net provider.
First of all, to me, that doesn't matter. To me, they should not get anything. And it has nothing to do with race.
Jesus.
I don't think.
Okay, well now you're completely just conceding your first argument. Your argument was no. Your argument was that they're a drain on the economy.
You're doing it again.
You're doing it again. Your argument was that they are a drain on the economy. I've now proven that they are not a drain on the economy, and then you're just saying that now you don't care that they're not a drain on the economy. You want to drain the economy by deporting them.
I did not say it. I don't care that they're not a drain on the economy. I don't agree with you that they're not a drain on the economy at all. I don't agree with that. However,
give me your data and numbers and stats. Okay, we need evidence here.
Okay.
Because I could give you evidence that they aren't, right? So the Center on American Progress would tell us that they actually add 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars to the American GDP per year. 500 billion of that is coming from their direct contributions, and then the remaining portion of that is going to be the contributions to the GDP through the profit, which is extracted from their labor by the employer, as well as the overall productivity that they generate on the demand and supply side of the economy. Not to mention the $100 billion per year that they pay in taxes. So, I mean, what this would ultimately amount to is undocumented immigrants that are a net provider into the economy, when we also consider the fact that they don't qualify for these federal benefits, and that the only way that they could get these federal benefits is by committing identity fraud, but they're like very unlikely to commit identity fraud. PNAS would tell us that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 3.5 times less likely to commit all other crimes, meaning that a citizen is 3.5 times more likely to commit identity fraud than an undocumented immigrant. So the amount of money that our federal government would expense through these systems of benefits to undocumented immigrants committing identity fraud is obviously going to be less than their $100 billion per year tax contribution and 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollar per year contribution to the GDP. See, that is a cogent argument that has data provided inside of it, and that data is backed by reputable sources. And now, obviously, from your perspective, you're not giving me any data. You're just giving me your feelings and your thoughts. Okay, but if we want to have like a cogent intellectual conversation about these things, we need to be able to back up what we say with reason, fact, and logic. And so far in our conversation, I just don't think that's something you have put an emphasis on.
Okay, logically, more people that come into this country illegally drain resources, stuff, money, financially, is what I understand what you're saying. And I hear you loud and clear, $100 million, all that stuff.
Do you have an argument for that claim that they drain the economy? Do you have data to support that claim?
I do.
Okay.
I believe that. I honestly, I'm not sitting in front of a computer looking stuff up like you can and all that stuff. But it's.
So
I'll concede that point to you because I can't dispute it other than right. What I know, what I hear, what goes on. I understand that.
Okay.
The actual, can we because you doubt that you just stopped at one thing. You asked me why I support Trump. That's one part of it. All right, whatever. The main part why I support Trump. Yes, I want illegal immigrants out, of course. But why is that funny?
It's just such an idiotic policy. Mass amnesty would be much better. We'd be able to identify all the undocumented immigrants in the country faster because they'd be more willing to comply with the plan because it would help them. It would significantly increase the amount of money that they pay in taxes since they'd be more incentivized to work over the table because they'd be able to claim federal benefits and file for a tax return. And they'd also get paid higher wages on average because they'd have more bargaining power against their employer, meaning that real median wages would increase not only for them but also for citizens because the marketplace for labor would be less competitive. Yeah. Isn't that just like a significantly better plan? It's faster. It adds more to the economy. It's better for them. It's better for us.
Do you know that the last president?
It's just a significantly better plan to deal with undocumented immigrants and mass.
Do you know the last president to do mass amnesty?
Yeah, Reagan,
and it was terrible.
Why was it terrible?
Why wasn't it terrible?
Okay, well, no, you have the burden of proof because you made the claim that it was bad.
Well, I'm a Republican. It completely turned California blue. Completely. Correct?
I don't know if we have any data to tell us that's what turned California blue.
You're aware that California was a red state, right?
Well, you're the one making the claim that it is mass.
I'm not making the claim. It's a fact.
Okay. What's the evidence to back this fact?
The timeline.
The timeline is just not enough evidence. That would be a correlation causation fallacy. You know that we actually have like a bunch of data to demonstrate
when did California turn blue?
Dude, your question here is completely irrelevant to your claim that mass amnesty turned it blue.
100% did.
Okay, what is now what is the data to demonstrate that this claim is true?
I know you're going to say causation, correlation, but previous to Reagan's mass amnesty, it was a red state. And then after, over a couple years, when was the last Republican to win in California?
Okay, you are still not giving me evidence for the claim.
It turned, the state went from red to blue.
Okay, but because the state went from red to blue, this doesn't mean that mass amnesty turned the state from red to blue.
Okay, it 100% did.
Okay, well, okay, great. Another claim without evidence.
It's just a fact. It's known. It's a known fact. You don't have to.
Well, known facts have evidence to support them, silly.
I'm supporting them. Did you just call me silly?
I did.
I haven't called you a name.
Okay, silly is like a very light name.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
it's disrespectful.
Okay, all right, buddy. I'm sorry for calling you silly.
No, go ahead, laugh and smirk. That's your problem,
dude.
That's your problem.
I feel like I'm not even being that bad to you.
No, it doesn't matter what you feel. You say you want to have a civil conversation with Republicans and this and that, and you call names. I haven't called you one name. I haven't been disrespectful to you. You asked me to quiet down and stop talking when you were, and I did.
I feel like I'm not even being that bad. Like, sure, I called you silly, but that was like a one-off comment after like you tried to make the same equivocation of just assuming things to be fact with no evidence for 15 minutes.
So say I disagree. Now you're
wrong. Now like you're doing the same thing with your argument that it's a fact that mass amnesty turned California blue, as you argued that it's a fact that that undocumented immigrants drain the economy. In both of these circumstances, I asked for your data to support your claim, and you don't have any data to support your claim. And after like 15, 25, 35 minutes of you like making like very bold claims with no evidence,
I lived through it.
Like obviously, like I'm gonna call you silly. You know, it's pretty.
Life
silly.
Experience is a fact. I lived through it.
Life experience does not give you the data required to yield these conclusions.
Yes. What year were you born?
I was born in 2004.
Okay. I lived through the 80s. I understand. Mass amnesty turned the state blue.
Okay, well, once again, that's likely a claim with no evidence supported. So what are your lived experience? Because maybe your lived experiences can give us evidence for this. But I feel like your lived experiences will just be, when I was alive and this happened, the state turned blue. Okay, that's not enough evidence, because that's what we call correlation causation fallacy.
I understand. I know what correlation causation is.
Right.
The correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation. I get it. I know. And causation doesn't necessarily mean causation.
Right.
I get it.
That's my point here. But you've just been giving me the same correlation causation fallacy the whole time you've been up here.
Because, okay. Yes. In my opinion, it turned the state blue. Okay? Is that better?
Okay. I'll say this so we can progress the conversation. Your opinion has no factual evidence to support it. But even if your opinion is true, in my mind, this isn't going to be a bad outcome. This is going to be a good outcome of mass amnesty. So what is the bad outcome of mass amnesty?
I know it. That's why I said, didn't I start that conversation by saying you wouldn't agree with this? I know you wouldn't. But you're asking why I think because you brought up mass amnesty. I didn't.
Right.
You're asking why I think that's bad.
You said that mass amnesty was
that is
terrible.
why.
Reagan did it. Okay, why is it bad?
And also, another reason that undocumented... I'm sorry, what did you say?
I think there's a little bit of lag there.
I didn't hear your question.
So you said that mass amnesty was terrible when Reagan did it. Okay, what was the terrible outcome of mass amnesty when Reagan did it?
100%. What it did... Oh, you know what? Here's what I think is a fact. You'll probably say no, because that's what you do. When you do that, all right, you get these people in the country, right? You get more people legally in here. It turns the state, because immigrants usually vote Democratic, correct? And it also changes the makeup of the state. So you get more delegates, you get more people in the state. The census changes, and now it goes to blue, which to me is not a good thing. To you, it's a good thing.
All right. Well, the reason this is not a good thing for you, the reason that this is not a good thing for you is because you don't because it's like against your party, right? Because they don't want to vote for Republicans. It
Correct.
Increases the amount of Democrats and our representatives, etc. Well, maybe instead of blaming them for voting blue, you should be asking the question, why don't they vote red? Okay, and maybe the reason why they don't vote red is the GOP is incredibly xenophobic, is incredibly terrible as it relates to their treatment of immigrants. I mean, right now, Donald Trump has been rounding up immigrants and illegally deporting them to Venezuela without due process. Illegally deported Abrego Garcia to CCOT.
He's not illegally.
How much do you want to bet? He absolutely did illegally deport Abrego Garcia.
What's wrong with that?
To CCOT. Oh, so now you ask the question, what's wrong with breaking the law? Silly Mark.
No.
Oh,
No.
wow.
That's not what I asked the question to. I said, what's wrong with him sending him to CCOT?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was told by the judge.
I'll absolutely answer that question. No, don't worry. Let me answer that question. So very specifically, what was wrong with him illegally deporting Abrego Garcia to CCOT is because he played judge, jury, and executioner with the life of a man without due process, without a day in court, which had him beaten and tortured for 3 weeks, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And if he fell out of exhaustion,
he wasn't beaten or tortured.
This is what he said, and this is what we know the treatment of inmates at CCOT is like. There's been hundreds. There's been hundreds. There's been hundreds of people that have gone to CCOT that have testified about these things happening to them. CCOT is on multiple international human rights watch. Are you seriously defending the treatment of inmates at CCOT in El Salvador?
No, I have no idea of any other inmates at CCOT. I know that Abrego Garcia was twice adjudicated to be a gang member twice.
Oh, really?
Twice.
Okay, so then where's that criminal record? I'd love to see it.
What are you talking about? You don't know that he was twice? You don't? Are you serious? 2 separate judges. And then the second judge, that it wouldn't be safe to deport him back.
Apparently SCOTUS doesn't even know about this because SCOTUS
100% they do.
No, because in their ruling,
what are you talking about?
In their ruling on April 10th about his deportation, not only did they rule it illegal and tell Trump that they had to facilitate his return, which Trump responded to by saying that he doesn't care and he's never coming home. If you care so much about undocumented immigrants breaking the law, why don't you care about Trump breaking the law? But I digress. They also said there was a mere allegation from the State's Department that he was a member of MS-13.
No,
and back that. Do you want to read it together?
No.
You just said no. You just said no to the claim. You just said no to the claim.
Twice adjudicated. You just said to be a gang member.
You just said no to the claim that SCOTUS called it an allegation. Do you want to read their ruling together?
Do you not know? Honestly, do you not know that there were 2 judges?
I'm gonna read you the SCOTUS ruling. I'm gonna read you the SCOTUS ruling. The United States acknowledges that Abrigo Garcia was subject to withholding order forbidding his removal to El Salvador. Listen. The United States acknowledges that Abrigo Garcia was subject to withholding order forbidding. Dude, stop talking. Forbidding his removal to El Salvador, and that their removal to El Salvador was therefore illegal. The United States represents.
I haven't said a word.
There's 3 words. The United States represents that his removal to El Salvador was the result of an administrative error. The United States alleges, however, that Abrigo Garcia is a member of the gang MS-13, a designated foreign terrorist organization, and that his return to America would pose a threat to public. Abrigo Garcia responded that he's not a member of MS-13 and that he's lived safely in the United States with his family for a decade and has never been charged with a crime. So, not only does SCOTUS reference that him being a member of MS-13 was a mere allegation, but obviously the Trump administration lost their plea that his return would pose a threat to the public because of that, as that lower federal court did rule that they must oversee his return. So your claim that 2 courts have adjudicated that he's a member of MS-13 is false. Even SCOTUS disagrees. Alexander, thank you so much for the $20 over in Super Chat. They say California obviously turned blue after the release of Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. It had nothing to do with Reagan's amnesty. Duh, Alexander. It happened at the same time. That's obviously what caused it. This guy Alexander over here has a massive fucking brain. Hell yeah. And then also Danielle, thank you for the $25 donation over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Danielle. They say, hope you get some rest this weekend. We truly care about you, Q. Have you ever tackled Rachmaninoff? Yes, I have done a little bit of Rachmaninoff. I forget the name of the piece, but it's the one that goes like dun 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 dun. You know that one? I don't know. Maybe some piano savants in here know what I'm talking about. I learned that one. That one's pretty fun. And also, Maria, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. Hope with the $1. Elsa with a 5. Rachel with a 5. And Kim with a 2. I appreciate you guys for the love. Anyways, do you want to respond to the fact that I pointed out that SCOTUS literally agreed that it was a mere allegation?
Yeah, if you actually listen and actually do some research about this, he was, a couple years ago, I'm not sure exactly how many, 4 or 5, he was adjudicated twice.
Okay, the conversation's going nowhere, Mark. Bye-bye. We're going to move on to the next guest. You just literally repeated it. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, we're going to move on. The reason why we're moving on is because I just repeated what he said. He said that he was adjudicated twice to be a member of MS-13. I'm like, no, that's not true. Even SCOTUS disagrees with you because SCOTUS explicitly called it a mere allegation in their ruling. and then his response was to ignore that, just to repeat that he was adjudicated twice. Oh my goodness gracious, guys. Save me the brain cells. Go to put a MAGA down below in that chat with your age if you do want to come up here and have a conversation. Y'all go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you do want to come up here and have a conversation. We're gonna go ahead and get that next guest loaded into the live right now, quite frankly, right now. Here we go, everybody. Also, did you guys see that God, I forget his name. I forget his name. I truly do forget his name. Fucking hell, what was his name, everybody? Wait, what was his name? Asmongold made a video. It has 2 million views. It's just spewing propaganda about me. It's only 2 minutes long, but it's literally just spewing propaganda about me. In this clip that Asmongold posted, he's literally referencing a claim made by the Times of India, which is literally just an AI-generated hit piece fake news organization that doesn't align with fact or truth. They just literally, it's AI generated for fun. They're not even a real news organization. He was referencing their reporting in this propagandistic hit piece. You know, I really hope that he just doesn't know that was a fake news outlet. I really hope that he just doesn't know the full context of what happened, and that wasn't like intentional. He was just simply like reacting to something on his stream that he saw.
Hello.
But like, geez, guys, oh my God, that the Republican spin cycle is spinning. What's going on, man? Oh, you've been up here before.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, what's going on? Dude? You support
No,
Trump?
I lagged out last time. The other day I lagged out. I didn't leave.
No worries, Brandon. No worries, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, Brandon. Why do you support Trump?
Because he said that he would make America better, and you know what? You know what? Do you honestly think Kamala Harris would do half of the work that he has done in the world already?
Well, I mean, I think that Donald Trump doesn't work a whole lot. You know, so far in his term, he's shown up to a quarter of the national security meetings that Biden did during his 4 years, as well as Kamala Harris definitely helped pass more policy in her 4 years compared to what Donald Trump has passed in his 5.
There was like a lot of wars going on, and he helped cause peace in the Middle East. Do you think Biden or Kamala Harris could do that?
I actually think if Harris was president, that Israel wouldn't have bombed Iran. My reasons why I think that is because she's a little less pro-Israel than Trump, and they needed our bunker blasters to hit their Fordo facility in the mountains. And I just don't think that they would have thought they could get those bunker blasters and our military resources from Kamala Harris. My evidence to believe that would just be the fact that they didn't bomb Iran during the 4 years that Biden and Harris were serving. So I don't even think that the conflict would have begun in the first place.
Okay. So do you think? Wait, should I turn on my camera or no?
Yeah, man. I mean, if you want to, I know that TikTok just like shuts them off sometimes.
So like, no, I literally think that I mean, obviously Biden couldn't handle whatever's going on in the Middle East in the state of his condition, and that's obvious. And you know, so I feel like Trump's like 80 around there, and he's in better condition. So I feel like, I mean, well, the thing is, before, like Trump did what he did now, like made alligator Alcatraz and all that nonsense. Before he did that, I was like 100% a Trump supporter. But now that he's doing alligator Alcatraz and deporting all these illegals, and like, you know, I mean, I don't know, like he's doing a lot. Like, what do you see that he's doing nowadays that you don't like think that's cool?
Yeah, for sure, man. Well, I mean, I think that he has definitely violated a lot of rights. He violated the rights of a man by the name of Abrigo Garcia when he basically sentenced him to be beaten and tortured in prison in another country without due process illegally. I think that was very bad. I mean, I think like the inhumane treatment of immigrants in alligator Alcatraz is also worth talking about. They're served one meal a day. Some of those meals have had maggots in them. They don't really get to go outside. Bright fluorescent lights on 24/7. There hasn't been water for some of them to shower or bathe for 4 days. I don't think that's that cool either. Like violating the Constitution with his EO to ban birthright citizenship, also not cool. I mean, I think that there's a lot of examples of things that the Trump administration have like done that are not cool. Like to even like further talk about alligator Alcatraz there for a second, even the way that the facility was built. The Republicans claim it was built to withstand a Category 2 hurricane, but in the last 5 years, there's been 3 Category 3, 4, or 5 hurricanes that have, like struck the region of Florida. I think that also proposes a massive threat to the safety of people in the facility. And he's gone. He said when he joined that he lagged out. I have a feeling that maybe he's like accidentally scrolling out or something like that. It's really easy to do when you're on the phone. Sorry, Brandon. I mean, hopefully that last part of what I said was something that you were able to hear. Let's go to move on to the next guest, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you are MAGA and you support Trump. I'd love to have a conversation, y'all. Everybody just, let's go to get that next guest up here right now. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Okay, this guy's not here. Going to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. We're going to get you loaded into the live, everybody. We're going to get you loaded into the live. So everybody just do be patient here while we are working on getting the next guest loaded up. Everyone just, be patient, be patient. And then also Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal.
Why do you keep booting me?
Stephanie says, are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
I hear you in a moving car. Are you a passenger?
Yeah, well, I'm the passenger.
Okay, can you have your driver say hi real quick?
Hello?
Hi, can I have your driver say hi real quick?
You want to hear my driver say hi?
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Damn, okay. All right. Stephanie, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Stephanie says, I literally love you so much. You slay every debate. I appreciate you for that love, Stephanie. You are awesome. Can we show some love to Stephanie down below in that comment section for the $20 donation, as well as Braylon with the $20 donation. Stephanie and Braylon, thank you both. Braylon says, this is my last time I could donate for a while. Keep doing you. By the way, I really want to be your friend. Dude, Braylon, I appreciate you for being in here, and thank you for your kindness. And thank you for your support. Everybody, show some love to Braylon and Stephanie down below. Now back to you, Darian. Do you support Trump? That was him. Was that the same voice? Maybe he fooled me. Okay, it doesn't look like he's here anyways. Are you telling me that was the same person? I didn't sound like it to me. Maybe I'm just like not paying close enough attention, but he wasn't here anyways. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Mason. Here we go, y'all. If you're one of the 11.2 thousand people on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Helps the live shoot out more. Kimber, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying I'm so sorry about the hate that you're getting. Just know that people are out here like me loving you. I appreciate you for that, Kimber. Show some love to Kimber down below. And what's up, Mason? Do you support Trump?
Oh, I do. Sorry.
Age, please.
Sorry. I just got up here. I'm not really on here. I'm not really on here to debate, but I do want to say that I do support what you're doing on here, coming in here and debating with people.
Mason,
I find it really cool.
I appreciate you for that. I do have to cut you off here. How old are you?
I am 18. February 12th, 2007.
Okay. All right. So you do want to debate, or you don't want to debate?
I don't want to debate. I just wanted to say that to you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for your kindness, Mason. Hopefully one day, if you ever find yourself in a position where you do want to have a chat, feel free to request. I'd love to chat with you. Kiki, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. YouTube Super Chat saying, thank you for what you do, Dean. Thank you for the love, as well as Tara with the $5 over on Venmo, and Lena with the $9 over on Venmo saying, been here since the beginning. You've changed so many opinions. Thank you so much. Thank you for the love, Lena. What's up, Tanner? You support Trump? Your name's Tanner. You got to be MAGA, right?
Yeah, I am. I would be MAGA.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 18. I turned 2006, November 30th. I turned 19 this year.
Cool. All right. Why do you support Trump, dude?
I do believe that what he's done this so far, his second term's been pretty good. I loved his first term. Second term so far, I'm a big supporter of the big, beautiful bill. I think all those people on Medicaid getting taken off when they don't deserve it is really good. Those people who are able-bodied, of course. No, listen. Those able-bodied Americans. The laziness of those able-bodied Americans, it really irks me because I have a father who's not able-bodied and he's still out there working every day. The no tax on overtime and tips.
Can we stop there? Can we talk about that? So you think it's good that we're kicking people off of 17 million Americans off of Medicaid? I have two, and I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're talking about that work requirement, right?
Yes.
Okay, I have two really compelling reasons that I disagree with the work requirement. Maybe three.
Okay, I'm willing to listen.
Okay, my first compelling reason is because of the administrative burden. There's a lot of people that will meet this new work requirement that will not be able to get service from Medicaid because they cannot meet all the taxing paperwork they have to fill out because of that new burden of that new administrative burden. When Arkansas imposed a statewide work requirement, 18,000 people were kicked off of their health insurance statewide, not because they didn't meet the work requirement. They did meet the work requirement, but because they couldn't meet that administrative burden. So it's going to be kicking people off that are in that low income bracket, that are working 80 hours a month. Now, the second and main reason why I disagree with the work requirement is because I agree that we should have policy to incentivize employment. I just don't think that policy should be healthcare policy. I think that healthcare policy should give people healthcare that need it and nothing but.
No, I agree what you're saying. No, I understand that, and I see how that is more difficult for people at those lower brackets to get that healthcare, and I understand how that sucks for them. But if I'm being so honest personally, I feel like those people have put themselves in spots where it's not necessarily their fault. They need to. I don't want it to sound like I'm saying that they're doing it to themselves. It's more so that there's an issue with the amount of money we've left to give to these lazy Americans who, like, I've seen many people who
lazy Americans.
No,
Wow.
These people,
you know that some people may not be able to meet that work requirement, not because they're lazy, but because they just got laid off. Maybe some people can't work that work requirement because they're actually a really hard worker and they're going to school for 45 hours a week. Maybe somebody can't work that work requirement because they just had a child and they're a single mother that has to raise that child. Maybe somebody can't meet that work requirement for various other reasons, or maybe they do meet the work requirement and they just don't have, they can't deal with that administrative burden of filling out all the paperwork. Maybe they have a disability that isn't covered by Social Security. Or even, let's just assume that there truly is somebody that's lazy that isn't meeting this work requirement, but has a 15-year-old child. Well, guess what? If that 15-year-old child was covered under the Medicaid offer to them, they're going to be kicked off too.
See, I understand that. I feel
also, I don't really think that you have too much of a big issue with stupid people, because I'm hearing that your pin post is glorifying Kyle Rittenhouse, D1 idiot.
I'm sorry.
Your pin post is like glorifying a D1 idiot.
Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was like,
totally.
When I made that post, I was like, what, 22 when that happened? I probably, what was I, 15?
Dude, he's like, listen, I'll leave all the other arguments to everybody else. I'm just gonna say, like, dude, Kyle Rittenhouse is like actually an idiot.
I'm not one to know about his smartness. I just thought, at the time, I thought it was interesting. It was just an interesting thing that 15-year-old me thought was cool at the time, and I didn't take the post down because it got a lot of views, and I thought it was funny. I don't see why. I mean, I stood by it then. I don't know why I would take it down now.
I don't even know what it's about. What is it saying?
It's just a thing about, it's Mr. Bruno when he was saying how he hates the country or whatever, and it was the famous Dex Post Mad audio.
It's literally a Kyle Rittenhouse edit. Man, that's wild. You definitely are a Trump supporter. I mean, hey, this is like the group of people I'm looking to talk to. Jeez.
No, I know.
Christ.
And I'm glad you're willing to debate me here, and I just want to say.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, do you want to respond to my claim about Medicaid there?
Yeah, I would like to respond. The idea that you're saying how these people, this 15-year-old who needs this Medicaid, and since her mom's going to get jobs, they won't qualify. There are processes in which you can apply with the disability reason as such. If you have a child or a person you're taking after who can't work for themselves or can't do anything, whether they're
until they're 14.
Whether they're old and they're unable to work for themselves, or they are 15 to 18, I guess, and
15,
they have some
15 through 18 dependents are not covered. So if you're not working 8 hours a month and you have a kid that's 15 through 18, guess what? You're going to lose your coverage.
And where is this coming from? What sources? Not the source necessarily. Where is this? How do you know this is true?
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I know that this is true because my librarian friend that I trust wholeheartedly told me. let me ask him. Let me ask him for his source. Everyone just give us a minute here while I shoot Matt a text here. Everyone just do be patient here, y'all. Give me a minute to shoot Matt a text asking for the source. Matt's actually watching right now. He just said it's in the fucking bill. Matt, are you driving? If not, feel free to request that. Matt just said it's in the fucking bill.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I know. I trust Matt full-heartedly. Honestly, if Matt says something, I just believe it. Now, I won't fault you for not just treating whatever Matt says as fact, because obviously you don't know him.
No.
But Matt just says, quote unquote, it's in the fucking bill.
Okay. Well, I haven't read the bill fully I haven't like read through every single line of the bill, so I don't know for sure. Let's talk past the bill. I'm not trying to like throw a jab or anything. You interrupted me there in the beginning when I started giving my reasons for why I.
Yeah, because I wanted to talk about that work requirement. Maybe like one more thing that we could talk about real quick before we move on. Do you agree that like policy to incentivize employment should be decoupled and separate from policy to give low-income Americans healthcare?
I'm gonna need you to. I'm sorry. I have an issue when people talk fast. I need you to slow it down again.
I'm sorry. I am talking fast. Do you agree that policy to incentivize employment should be separate from policy to give really poor people healthcare?
That's a good question, actually. I like that. I feel like it can go both ways. I feel like there's definitely an area where people, it's the issue with the people who are purposely taking advantage of the system that we give them now.
I don't think anybody's doing that. I don't think that purposely working a low amount of hours and the impacts that would have on your quality of life existing as an incredibly low-income American is worth getting Medicaid. Like economically speaking, that doesn't make sense.
well, the issue I'm seeing is I've seen, I live somewhere where there's a lot of I wouldn't say poverty, but a lot of people who don't make a lot of income, and I live around neighborhoods of people who abuse the system of Medicaid that they had, and they're now complaining about how they're getting their Medicaid taken away from them because.
Well, what did that abuse look like? I want you to give me a specific example. I just don't think that happened because Medicaid, it's not money. It's not something that like actually materially like benefits your day-to-day life. It's just kind of like the backbone that you could rely on if you get into like a freak accident or need to go to the doctor, right?
It's the people. It's the same thing. It's in the bill with the Medicaid, and it's the partial. It's whatever's right next to EBT. It's similar to that, not exactly EBT, but it's the two things. There's the things in there that help pay for Americans' groceries and stuff.
Okay, well, those are two separate things because we're talking about Medicaid here.
I know, but that's in the bill with the Medicaid stuff. They tie together.
But we're just talking about the Medicaid portion. You said that you specifically support kicking those 17 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid.
I wouldn't say I support all the low income. I didn't say low income people. I said the people who are able-bodied.
It is only kicking low income people off.
It's also kicking the people off who are sitting on their ass right now, collecting our tax dollars to live off for themselves.
How do they live off of Medicaid? You can't live off of Medicaid.
I'm not.
Medicaid doesn't pay the rent.
No, I know. That's where it got twisted a little bit. I didn't necessarily mean Medicaid as a whole is paying their stand. It's the stuff tied in with Medicaid, not the EBT.
But it's not. But it's not the Medicaid part. It's not. It's not the Medicaid part, right? I mean, obviously, like everybody watching this live is probably like well acquainted with arguments that social safety nets are just abused by lazy low-income Americans that live off of other people's taxpayer dollars. Now, I can respond to that argument. But that's not even necessary for this conversation about the 17 million low-income Americans that are going to lose Medicaid, because Medicaid's not something that you can live off of. Medicaid doesn't put dinner on the table. Medicaid doesn't pay the utilities bill or cover your rent for the month. Medicaid doesn't give you like any transactable like dollar amount. Maybe if we just want to play like make believe, like maybe somebody could like intentionally work less when they are experiencing some type of like really expensive medical issue with really high doctor bills so they can qualify for it. And that would make like economically like more sense to them because they would rather lose the additional income that they'd get from working more compared to lose like the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they'd have to pay for the medical bills because they have cancer. And then like even at that point, like I'd say that person would just be a victim of like a terrible system. You know, like they shouldn't have to be cutting their own hours just to be covered by state healthcare programs. You know, in order to reap the benefit of not having like generational debt. Like, you know, like I don't even think that we classify them as like some lazy low-income American living off the taxpayers' like money. That we'd classify them as like as a victim of an inappropriate, inefficient, and malice system.
No, I know what you're saying. I understand, and I can see that argument where it is affecting the people who don't necessarily need to be affected by it. My main argument for that was just simply that I feel like it was necessary for those. You're gonna laugh at this again, but those lazy Americans who simply just aren't. No. I was waiting for that. If we want to get into a stronger debate on something I know a little bit more, we can just skip past this whole Medicaid thing.
Goodness gracious! Do you mind if I ask you a question?
I'm listening.
How do you feel about law and order?
It's necessary.
Oh, okay. If there was somebody trying to legally immigrate into this country and Border Patrol determined that they'd been held civilly liable for rape in another country, do you think that they should be allowed to come into America, or should they be turned around at the gate?
You said they were illegal? Like they were legally trying to enter the country?
They're legally trying to enter the country. Now, Border Patrol figured out they were legally trying to enter the country. Border Patrol figures out that they've been held civilly liable for rape in another country. Should Border Patrol let them in or deny them and tell them to turn around?
Because, well, there's a difference between civilly liable and liable.
No.
But there is, because civilly liable basically says that there wasn't enough conclusive evidence to really...
What you meant to say is there's a difference between a civil liability claim and a criminal conviction. But you said civilly liable and liable.
Civilly liable and whether or not they actually did it or not, whether there's proof or whether or not they did it. Civilly liable is the essential idea that there was not enough conclusive evidence to convict the person for that crime.
No. Where are you getting that from?
That's what it is.
Okay.
What is your definition of
where are you getting that from?
That's what civilly liable means.
According to whom?
I don't know what you want me to say here. Like,
I want to know where you're getting that idea from because it's just outrageously false. Did you just make it up?
And
on
how
the spot?
so? I'm not making it up.
Okay, well, then where's it coming from?
I couldn't tell you. I would like to know how it's very outrageously false.
Okay. Apparently you actually wouldn't like to know how it's obviously false because you just left. Okay, bye. Could have said bye first, like I don't know, like yeah, don't ask a question and leave. Beats me, man. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute for the 11,000 people hanging out with us. I appreciate y'all for being here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. We got Lane connecting right now, everybody. We got Lane connecting right now, y'all. And then also, quickly, Alessandra, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Alessandra down below in the chat. Alessandra, it's good to see you again. As well as Giovanna with the $7 and Yasmin with the $5. Thank you guys for the love. You guys are awesome. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal down below in the comment section. Oh, down below in the link tree in my bio. As well as Lewis with the $25 donation over on Venmo, saying, so Skavoch or Sadie, so happy you are here, by the way, keep going. I'm not going to lie, I'm not familiar with either of those two names. If I had a guess, you're probably referencing some composers. I just don't know them. Thank you for the motorcycle as well, Love Light, and then Arizona Megan. Thank you both for the $5 donations over on Venmo. Welcome in, Lane. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Okay. Well, we were just looking for Trump supporters. While we're working on getting that next Trump supporter up here, I would also like to show a huge thank you to Libby for the $50 donation over on YouTube. Libby says, my dad, a mechanical engineer, has to literally sell his business to take care of disability when I was 15. Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ. Jesus, Libby. Yeah, that's why we need state-funded healthcare. I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you and your father. Really happy to hear that you're doing better now. And thank you for the $50 donation, Libby. Let's show some love to Libby in all the comment sections. That's really, seriously, incredibly sad. As well as Cheyenne with the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat as well, saying, last I heard, red states are the majority of people on government assistance. Am I wrong? No, you are actually not wrong at all, Cheyenne. Yeah. Blue states subsidize red states. Low-income Americans, for whatever reason, lean right. Appreciate you for the love. Both Cheyenne and Libby with the $50 donation each. That is incredibly kind of both of you guys. Thank you both so much for the love. Welcome in. What is going on, MAGA lover? Do you support Trump?
What flavor is your vape? Mine's Tropical Kush.
You should not have a vape. You sound like you're 11, okay? Seriously, don't do that. I'm telling you, you will regret it when you grow up. Like you'll be like 18, 19, 20, and you'll have been addicted to to that for like seriously like 5, 6, or 7 years because you sound like you're 11, and you will just think back and you'll be like, damn, I wish I never started doing that when I was younger. I wish that there was somebody like in my life to like tell me that that's a bad thing, that I don't like, etc. So if you're being serious, please just take my advice. Like just stop doing that. Like you like if you put it down right now, in like another 5 or 10 years. You will literally thank yourself so much. I'm telling you with certainty that if you put it down right now, you'll have that reflection in 5 or 10 years from now where you're just like, man, I made that great decision. Welcome in, Tim. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
Oh, Tim, dude, come on. Don't do that.
Let's do it.
Don't support Trump.
Dean, I want to say we're going to have fun, but I've had fun watching you, and I've had fun listening to you with my wife, who doesn't support Trump. Oh, house divided. But I've had a lot of fun, so let's do this, young man.
You should be more like your wife.
Well, let's see. Let's see if you can turn me.
Okay, all right. Why do you support Trump?
Why do you not support Trump?
Where do you want me to start? I think that he has an
Okay, let's start with this.
Okay.
I see you have a globe behind you. Does that globe actually, do you have that centered on America? Like before you sit down every time to do this talk, do you look at something and say, how can I make America better?
Funny enough, actually, America is centered on the globe.
Show us.
For sure. I think it's just a coincidence. It just happens to be, though.
Prove it.
Wait for it to focus. That's America.
Okay. Thank you.
I think it's just a coincidence that it is, though.
Well, no, there's no coincidence. This is divinely picked. So here we go, Dean. So I really like you, and I like how you bring, the people to debate and stuff. But where are we going to go from this? You know, Trump's going to be president for the next 3 years. Where did we lose your vote? Where did Trump lose your vote?
Yeah, man. Trump lost my vote when he was like adjudicated to have raped a woman. He lost my vote when he tried to coup rig and steal the federal election for the presidency in 2020. He lost my vote when he explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution. He lost my vote when he ran on tax policy that takes money from poor people to give it to rich people while costing our government $4 trillion. As well as Alexandria, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And Annette, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Show some love to Alexandria and Annette down below. Annette says, keep up the good work. Thank you, Annette. He also lost my vote when he ran on mass deportation, which is just an economy destroyer, ripping trillions of dollars off the GDP per year, costing trillions of dollars in 10 years. He lost my vote when he boasted about perving on naked teenage girls while they were undressed in their changing rooms. He lost my vote when he violated the Constitution by passing an EO banning birthright citizenship for the kids of undocumented immigrants. He lost my vote when he played judge, jury, and executioner with the life of Abrigo Garcia, illegally deported him to be tortured and beat in a center for terrorists in another country. And then when SCOTUS checked him, he's like, I don't care. He's never coming back. There's about a billion things that he has done that has just like completely lost my support indefinitely forever. I think that he is the worst president of my life. I think he's the worst president of your life. And right now he's kind of contending for one of the worst presidents in American history.
Okay. So first off, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, so I'm not saying that give me a plug, but I feel so fortunate that you and I live in a country where we can call our U.S. president or our leader a piece of shit and not get killed and stuff, because there's countries that we couldn't even talk like this.
Yeah, because of the First Amendment. And wouldn't you hate if we had a president that wanted to run on policy to violate that amendment? Well, guess what? Trump did that too. Yeah, he ran on a policy to imprison people for burning the American flag for a year, which is a strict violation of the First Amendment as ruled in 1978 by SCOTUS. So it's funny that you make this draconian talking point because it is unironically something that Donald Trump has already fulfilled.
It's funny you call it a talking point and you haven't even slowed down to let me talk. So just go ahead for a minute. Stop. Yeah, Trump's done a lot of bad things. I mean, I'm a husband. I love my wife. I have daughters, so I don't condone any of the crazy creeper shit he does. So let's just steer away from that because that's going to take away from a lot of stuff we talk about. Now, with that said, we both know, Trump's trying to fuck up a lot of stuff with the Constitution and everything. And everyone's like, oh, God, the roofs are falling. There's a chance he might be president for the rest of the world and stuff. And the same thing, my wife watches your show. She says stuff like that. Like, Trump's gonna fuck it up where he's president a lot longer than 3 years. And the next thing I'm saying is like, hey, baby, every time there's a president, more than 50% of the country is going to hate that president. And they're going to say the roof's falling. The country's falling apart. This president's the worst guy in the world. Everyone hated Barack Obama because they thought he was going to take everyone's guns away and stuff. Everyone hated fucking George Bush because they thought he was going to put us in a recession. You know what I'm saying? Like, the roof has fallen, and the president, who's the president at that time, has been the shittiest president of that 4 years or 8 years that he's been president. I agree with you. But with that said, we're still in the best country in the world. Yeah, there's some shitty, terrible stuff going on in our country right now. But Dean, brother, have you ever been to a third world country and seen how those people are living? Have you yet? How many third world countries have you been to? Because my talking point wasn't that I'm a soldier and I believe in the Constitution that your president and my president agree upon is raping. My talking point is, I love you, Dean, but you don't have the life experiences needed to, Trump's the worst president, but in 3 years from now, you're going to be unemployed if all you're doing every single day is debating on how bad Trump is. I can start a podcast right now and say, everyone call me and tell me why the Easter Bunny's not true. And guess what? I'm going to win every fucking argument because the Easter Bunny's not true. You get out here and you say every day, hey, call me, tell me why Trump's a piece of shit. Yeah, Trump's a piece of shit. How about tomorrow you get on here and you say open-ended debate, Republican or Democrat, let's talk through the pews. How can we fix this immigration? You are just as much a piece of shit. Now, I don't want to call you that, but you are not helping the problem by just putting salt on it.
Okay. Well, I think I can put salt on it at times. Sometimes I lose my cool. Maybe I should do some professional media training. That happens every so often. But I'd say around 95% of the time that I'm live, we truly are trying to have productive conversation to advocate for more intelligence.
Where's the progress?
In America?
Where's the progress, Dean?
And you're interrupting.
Describe-
Obviously, this
describe to
conversation
me-
will not
describe- okay,
progress
what-
if you continue to interrupt me, sir.
What's mass amnesty look like? I don't know what it means. Describe it to me, because that's what you said the fix all is.
Can I
describe
respond
mass
to
amnesty?
everything else that you said first?
Yeah, describe that right now.
I'll describe what mass
Right
amnesty
now.
is after I respond to everything else that you just said.
No, right now. You like to put people on the spot. I'm putting you on the spot. Mass amnesty.
You're giving me a mic
That's
to
your
preach about
claim
something
to
I've been
fame.
preaching
The
about
last
for
4
months.
days, mass amnesty. Explain it to me.
Yeah.
Tell me how that's going to work, and then I'll put it in small terms how it's not going to work. Or you want me to go first? I'm not scared.
No,
you want to go
buddy,
first?
but tell me how this won't work. I think that a solution.
Okay, you want me to go first?
No, I don't. I don't want you to keep talking. I think the last thing I want you to do right now is to keep talking. I want you to shut up. Now, I'll answer your question. I'll tell you what mass amnesty is. So, mass amnesty is a process of naturalizing undocumented immigrants by offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship. Now, an effective way of employing policy of mass amnesty would be to offer undocumented immigrants without prior violent offenses, outstanding criminal warrants from other countries, or pretty harsh criminal offenses, a pathway to residency or citizenship to be naturalized in the American society and American economy. Now, the reason why mass amnesty is a really good idea is it will have very positive effects on the economy without any material change in the employment of undocumented immigrants. So they're going to be paying more in taxes because they'll be more incentivized to, file their taxes, since they'll have a claim to federal systems of benefit, as well as they'll be able to file for a tax return. So our government will just make more money magically, as well as they'll have more bargaining power due to the fact that they're a resident or a citizen. So they'll be able to garner and collect higher wages from their employer. This will function similar to unionizing laborers that already exist, meaning that real median wages will go up, competition in the labor force driving down average wages will diminish, meaning that we'd see higher wages for everybody and more contributions into the GDP on the demand side because of that. And there's a cohort of reasons why mass amnesty is a good thing. However, these reasons are just made clear when we juxtapose it and draw a comparison to mass deportation, because mass amnesty saves us money, generates us more money, increases our GDP, and increases real median wages, as well as a bunch of other great effects on the American economy and society, like reducing crime rates.
I'm yawning.
Mass deportation, on the other hand, has the opposite effects of all those things. It cuts our GDP by trillions. It costs trillions of dollars over 10 years. It reduces wages. It weakens our producers. It rips 12 million consumers out of our consumer base. It reduces our manufacturers' productive capacities. It's completely terrible.
Okay, my turn.
Yeah, man, tell me why I'm wrong. I don't think that you'll be able to.
Okay, have you ever shopped at a Walmart before?
I have shopped at a Walmart, yeah.
Okay, so when you walk into Walmart, let's say I have to do a return. I go into Walmart, I got my bag of apples that I want to return. There's a guy at the door, and he says, "Hey, show me your receipt." I show him my receipt, or he says, "Hey, show me your receipt." I'm like, I don't have a receipt, but you can see I'm coming in the front door with these apples. I'm not stealing them. I came in with them. So he marks it. I go and get my refund. Now, that guy does that. The problem, every time someone comes in the front door to do a refund, whether they got the receipt or not, there's plans in place. That guy's getting paid to watch the front door, and checking stuff. Same thing when people walk out. That same guy makes sure they got the receipt when they walk out. Now, if that guy said, "Hey, I want to take a break," and he calls the manager and he says, "Hey, I want to take a 30-minute break," and the manager's like, "Okay, take your 30-minute break," and no one goes to that front door to check the receipts for the next 30 minutes, there's going to be chaos. And at the end of that 30 minutes, it doesn't matter how good of a manager you are, there's going to be people out there flipping apples, not having receipts, that kind of stuff, right? Do you see that analogy, right?
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Yeah, it was tiring. So what's your response to my claim that mass deportation...
Do you see that? Do you see that? Can you picture that?
No, I don't, because I don't see how this
You
responds
don't picture
to any
that.
of
Okay,
the...
let me say it again.
No,
You
Tim.
bought a
Now you're muted. The analogy that you're drawing here absolutely doesn't respond at all to the positive outcomes I was able to denote of mass amnesty, and the negative outcomes I was able to denote of mass deportation. You asked me for my argument, then you completely ignored my argument after making the bold claim that you'd be able to refute my argument. Turns out you can't refute my argument, so you're choosing to ignore it. Once again, in a nutshell, my argument was mass amnesty has a bunch of positive outcomes and mass deportation has a bunch of negative outcomes. And my second claim, my new claim, is that you're not going to respond to that at all, and you're just going to keep on talking about apples and Walmart.
Okay. Am I muted still? Here's my response. Am I muted?
Oh,
Am I unmuted?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So here's the thing, and here's why I'm questioning you. You always complain that the system is broken, and I agree the system is broken. You know, just like Walmart, if someone took that break in 30 minutes, it's going to be broken. But Dean, I have never heard you, young man, look at this camera and say, hey guys, I'm a member of my city council. I'm going to be the mayor in a few years. In a decade, I'm going to run for congressman. Like, what are you going to do to fix the system other than keep having Trump supporters come on and tell you they believe in the Easter Bunny, son?
Okay.
You're doing exactly what I said at the beginning.
All right. Well, what a way to pivot. What a way to pivot.
When Trump's not president in 3 years, you might as well say, hey guys, why don't you believe in the Easter Bunny? Call me. Because you're never going to win. You know what I'm saying? You're not part of the solution. You're just part of the burning the salt.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just think that's incredibly wrong. I think that a part of a solution would require galvanizing an electoral base around. Okay. Well, I'm speaking. You're going to listen a little more. Can I have you listen to me while I speak?
What are you a member of right now?
I mean, you just preached for a while, and now you're not allowing me to respond. So you claim that I'm not a part of the solution. I do believe that a part of the solution requires a galvanization of a larger and stronger electoral base to be able to vote for the right candidates in the right positions at the right time. And that would require incentivizing individuals.
Are you going to run for office? Are you part of a city?
That would require incentivizing individuals to put more of a higher level of importance on reason, fact, and logic. I'd say that the culmination of the work that I do here on TikTok is debunking the lies, debunking the misinformation, debunking the willfully ignorant, and advocating for a better future and a brighter future, metaphorically referring to brighter, more intelligent, well-versed, knowledgeable people by teaching how to build a foundation of critical thought, describing how to collect true, adequate, and objective resources and knowledge to further your critical thought, to deploy in a political system, and to subvert attempts of widespread propaganda, misinformation, etc. I'd say what we do here is incredibly important. Incredibly important. I'd actually say that you are a part of the problem, sir, because instead of engaging in a conversation with me about why we disagree, you instead just want to come up here, bully, berate, and scream. And I mean, I think that, this is a persisting problem we see not just in American politics, but in global politics. You asked me a question. You asked me why I disagree with mass deportation and agree with mass amnesty. I tell you, I give you the reasons, I give you the data, the facts, and the numbers. You completely ignore it, and then you just go back to calling me the problem. Well, maybe the reason why you think I'm the problem is because you just straight up don't see that I'm trying to have an intellectual conversation with other people on the live and you right now about why we disagree politically speaking to hopefully subvert the hindrance of seeking greater objective truths. Feel free to unmute that mic.
If you think that what I'm doing, respectfully, if you think that what I'm doing right now is bullying you, then I know that you're not an activist. You're never going to go out to a protest, because if you think a guy a million miles away on YouTube or whatever platform we are is bullying you, then I know that you're not part of the solution. You know why I like Martin Luther King?
I never said that it infected me.
And he marched.
Wait, 1 second.
He fought the good fight.
I never said that it affected me.
You just say that I don't fight the good fight, son. I was in the army, and then when I got out of the army, I fought in my local community to be part of the fucking help women crimes and stuff. So I mean, I'm still questioning you. What do you do other than make fun of people for supporting Trump? Because again, in 3 years from now, you're gonna have to be like, hey, why do you guys believe in the Easter Bunny when Trump's not president?
Do you see that picture on the phone screen right now?
What?
Do you see this picture on your phone screen right now? This is a picture of me. I don't know if you could see it too well. This is a picture of me standing in front of a crowd of a couple hundred people speaking to them.
Well, why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say that a minute ago? Why did you mute me and just say I'm bullying you? Why don't you
standing in front of a campus as well? There's me on stage. I mean, you could even probably just look up Dean Withers, GJC, No Kings. You'll find some pictures that other individuals posted, posing with me for No Kings protest.
No King's protest. What else have you done other than no King's protest? That's nothing.
Right.
Like
No,
that's not for me. For me, I'm sorry, that's nothing.
You
okay?
told me to
'Cause
get
I'm-
out there and protest, and now when I give you examples of me not only protesting but standing in front of a stage of like a real group of a couple hundred people, that's just something that you ignore. See, yeah, you're just a whiny baby, Tim. I'm gonna keep it straight with you, bro. I'm trying to be nice today. But
Let's
like,
go. We can go as hard as you want. You called me a bully.
I'm trying to be
man.
I'm
You
trying to
called
be
me a
nice today,
bully,
but
and
I'm just gonna be honest, Tim. You're like a whiny fucky child.
I'm a whiny fucky child, and you called me a bully. You're an idiot. You're weak.
Think about it, Tim. You're just coming
You're
up
weak.
here. Listen. I'll let you speak. I'll let you respond. Don't worry. I'll give you your time. Think about it, Tim.
You're-
Okay, but now you're doing.
You're weak.
You're interrupting me, Tim. Hold on.
I can talk. Son, you can get talked over on your own platform. If I had a debate with you one-on-one, you'd probably be crying right now. And I'm just one guy.
I don't
I'm
know if
just one
that's
guy.
true. Hey, wait,
And
are
you
we
have
not
a
having
good
a one-on-one
message.
debate
Listen,
right now?
Just listen to me. You have a good.
I'm not going to allow you to talk until I'm done speaking, Tim. That's how conversational flow works. Yeah, I called you a whiny baby because you're just kind of complaining. You don't want to talk to me about policy. You just want to complain. You don't want to talk to me about why I'm wrong to support mass amnesty. You just want to complain. And then like your complaining is now like shifting because you're complaining about me not doing in-person events. I give you evidence. I've done 2 in-person events in like the last like couple of months, and then you responded by saying that's nothing, and you need to complain more. Complain. My name is Tim, and all I do is complain.
Fill your pockets. How many donations do you make with all this money you take from people?
Well, actually,
Answer me that.
don't mind if we talk about those donations because Aledia just donated me $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you for that love, Aledia, as well as McLaren with the $10 donation over on. No, I don't donate that. It goes to me. McLaren, thank you for the $10 donation over on PayPal. Annette, thank you for the $15 donation on PayPal. Giovanna with the $8 donation on PayPal that goes to my bank account. Now, I'm not going to tell you what I do with my bank account. Maybe I do donate some of my bank account, but no, this money is not intended for a donation to a charity. This is going to pay my fucking bills. Abigail, thank you for the $3 over on PayPal. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love. Then Jarvis, thank you so much for the love as well. Then Ashley, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And then Kalia with the $5 as well. Then Aubrey with the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Can you thank them for their donations to me and my bank account?
Hey guys, thanks for your donations. I don't think he donates shit. He would probably get punked down at a riot. A cop would probably tell him to shut up and go home. And
Olivia, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you, Olivia. Sorry, Tim.
I'm not like, I'm having fun. But seriously, like, am I gut checking you because like you're not giving money to charity? You're just filling your pockets?
Okay.
Do you even have a college degree? Do you have a college degree?
So
do you
first
have
and
a
foremost,
college degree?
I have absolutely no obligation to tell you about where I spend my money.
Do you have a college degree?
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to respond to both of
Do
those
you
things.
have a college degree?
Okay, you made a claim, then you asked a question.
Community college what? Do you have a college degree?
Dude,
I know you didn't get a sports scholarship because you're weenie, but did you go to college?
I'm 20. Unless I went to college at 16, I couldn't possibly have a college degree.
See, you're 20, son. There's no way a 20-year-old knows. Like, bro, how old is your mom and dad? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, they're older than
do your mom and dad like the stuff you're doing? I bet your dad is like, get a job, get a real job.
Oh,
What
wait,
are you gonna do in 3 years?
you don't think that this is a real job?
Honestly, be honest. Does your mom and dad like what you're doing?
Dude, yeah,
Be
my
honest. Do they
dad's like,
support you?
yeah, they're really fucking proud of me, and they're Trump supporters.
Are they?
And they're Trump supporters, and they're really fucking proud of me. It's crazy.
Are they helping you? Are they helping you with a career
have
plan in 3 years from now?
have like a really high level of support from my mom and dad, even though they're like Trump supporters. It honestly like perplexes me too sometimes. They are really proud of me. Jarvis, thank you so much for the $11 over at Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Jarvis. Show some love to Jarvis down below, as well as Joseph with the $10 to fill my pocket some more. Thank you, Joseph. Giovanna with a $5 saying, "Cry me a river, Tim." John with a $5 saying, "Just to help pay those bills." Kelly with a media shower. I appreciate you so much for the love. Ray with a $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Kelly with a $10 for dealing with Tim. Lakin with a $5. Thank you so much for the love. Ray with a $5 as well. Then Mackenzie with the $10 for the fun. And then Tony with a $15. I hope Tim's wife has earplugs because he sounds incredibly annoying. Then also Manda. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo saying debating with MAGA is charity donations. Kelly with the $10 over on Venmo for dealing with Tim. Lydia with the $3 on Venmo. As well as Bryce with a $25 donation over on Venmo saying thank you for what you do. Lydia with a $3 and Amanda with a $10. Thank you guys so much for the love. Holy shit, you guys are going off right now. And then holy crap, Gretchen with a $100 donation over on Venmo. Oh my God, Gretchen. Gretchen says, just got paid today. Pretty sure everybody who's a supporter of the Big Orange Menace is either uneducated about the things he's done or is a horrible person. Appreciate you for the love. As well as seriously, Gretchen, thank you for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Gretchen W's down below. And then also Crystal with the $15 over on Venmo saying for the Dean Bank account charity. Aaron with the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, saying help to pay that rent. Appreciate you for the love. Alex with the $10 saying never stop. Appreciate you for that love. Alex, you guys are going absolutely crazy right now. Holy crap, y'all. Thank you, everybody, so much for the love and donations over on Venmo and PayPal. I literally love y'all so much. This is just absolutely
Dean,
insane.
can I say one more thing, please?
I'm sorry. I was just busy lining my bank account.
I know. You're lining up money. Lucky you. Hey, I want to end on a good note. Can my wife, who's a big fan of yours, say something real quick before we go? No, hey, it's no hard feelings. You called me a name. I called you a name. Okay, no hard feelings. Okay, young man.
For sure. Your wife.
Hey, young man.
Hey, Dean. I'm sorry that you had to deal with my ignorant husband. I am a huge fan of yours, and I just wanted to say that. And
but for what it's worth, Dean, we both do really like you and stuff. Okay, and you know, I was trolling a little bit because I'm against Trump. I was for Trump back in the day. I am a veteran, but you know, as being a father and having daughters and stuff, you know, I have to, you know, go with the truth and stuff. So, you know, thanks for letting me come on.
okay, I thought you were going to have an actual debate, not just troll the whole time. Okay, so I have a 20-year-old son myself, and I just want to say, as a mother, like, I would be so proud to have you as my son. So, you know,
that's
as a mother,
incredibly
like,
kind of you.
yeah, and I don't know if you've seen me on live, but my name's Killing Time. So if you've seen me up there, you know, that's me.
Well, thank you so much for letting me know, and thank you so much for your kind words as well. And no, I hope you have a good rest of the day. But I guess we're gonna move on to the next guest now. But no, seriously, Miss Wife, what's your name?
It's Killing Time.
Killing Time? Well, Killing Time. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Take care, you guys. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute here, y'all. What an interesting conversation. I honestly, I don't even know what the takeaway is from that. Like, what is the takeaway from that? I'm honestly left a little bit confused. You know, Killing Time, the wife was just a queen, though. I'll say that.
Put me down. I'm not friendly, so put me down.
No worries, Terry. No worries at all. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter up in the box. Make sure if you're in that queue, that means that you're mega. And then also Daisy, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Jeez, Daisy, thank you. Saying just for Dean's Bank. I love you, Dean. I love you too, Daisy. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Daisy down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so much for the for the $100 super chat. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, let's go to move on to the next guest, everybody. I appreciate everyone so much for the kindness and the love today. Yeah, you know, like off the lives, it's been a little bit of a struggle with like the mass targeted and misinformation campaign. But I really do enjoy the time that I spend online. That is a child. Let's go to move on to the next guest. You know, I really do enjoy you know, like the time that I spend on live because I'm surrounded by other people that are not insane. How about that? All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Trump. Everyone, just give us a minute. All right, let's see who's next. All right, we're going to get Kindle loaded into the live. Here we go, everybody. And then also, while Kindle's loading in, Sai, thank you for the $6 over on PayPal. Chase with a 3 and James with a 10. Thank you so much. What's up, Kindle? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I don't want to be in here. You guys suck.
Wow, why do I suck?
No, I mean, like, I was in here before and you guys were, like, really rude to me.
Oh, okay. What if we're nice to you this time?
No, it's not going to happen.
Okay, bye, Kindle. Have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Here we go, y'all. Everyone, just be patient. Let's go to see what that next guest, Rich, has to say. What's up, Rich? You support Trump?
Hey, Dean, I did. I was on the fence 3 days ago. I talked to you, and
Rich, I remember you.
How's it going, buddy? And after the Epstein debacle, I no longer support him, but I could argue why he still might be the president for us. But I would not. I could, because that's talent. Like you have, Dean. You're able to basically argue both sides if you wanted, and but I can make the argument. I can tell you that I wouldn't vote for him again. I am no longer supporting him, but I could mess with you. I could mess with you, and I could take on the content, the context of a right-wing conservative.
Unfortunately, Rich, we don't do devil's advocate here because I do just really want to talk to people that believe these things. But no, on a real note, man, I'm really happy to hear that after a conversation the other day, you've changed your mind. I remember that conversation with you. You were a very unique guest that I don't think I'll forget. Because you had reiterated QAnon conspiracy theories, but then were able to actually kind of use your brain and like have a good conversation with me. Now, a couple days later, you've changed your mind. That's awesome, Rich. You were definitely an interesting guest that I don't think I'll be forgetting anytime soon. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. As well as, let's see here, MJ, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying WWife, WD, and W stream and W chats. Absolutely, dude. MJ, I appreciate you so much for that love. MJ's a happy guy. That's cool. Appreciate you. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest. Let's get that next Trump supporter loaded into the live. We got Moneyman connecting. As well as Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo saying it's my sister's birthday today. Can you please say happy birthday, Macy, to the camera so I can send her the clip? Okay, Elizabeth, I'm going to do it right now. Start your screen recording. We're going to give it a couple seconds. Happy birthday, Maisie. I hope that you're having a... Sorry, it looks like we're getting interrupted here. Hey, man, got to kick you. Sorry. Okay, keep screen recording, Elizabeth. Happy birthday, Maisie. I hope that you are having a great birthday. In fact, I'm sending you this message and live in front of near 15,000 people. So the happy birthday is not just coming from me. It's coming from everybody. I hope that you live it up and you have a great day. Also, shout out to your sister, Elizabeth. I hope that was great. I hope that's great, Elizabeth. There you go. Let's go to get that next guest, Jenny, loaded up into this room. Here we go. Trinity, thank you for the $10 saying WWife. LMFAO, love you, Dean. You're doing the good work that nobody else wants to do. Appreciate you for that love, Trinity. Then Laura with the $6 and the 66 cents. And then Shannon with a $20 on Venmo saying thank you for the good work that you're doing. I appreciate how you take accountability when needed. Much love and respect from Santa Cruz, CA. Appreciate you for that love. And then this was 6 minutes ago. I don't know how I haven't seen this yet, but Matthew, thank you for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Jeez, Matthew. That is so much money. That is so kind of you. Matthew didn't leave a message. They just left a bunch of W's. Matthew, I really hope that you're still in here. Thank you so much for the love, bro. Can we get 1,000 Matthew W's in both of the live chats going right now? That'd be awesome. Thank you so much, Matthew. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Jenny, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
And why do you support Trump?
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk about abortion.
Okay. You're pro-life.
No, I'm pro-choice all 9 months, and I wanted to know why you're not all 9 months and only 22 weeks.
Okay. Well, when you say pro-choice all 9 months, I'm guessing that you mean like after a certain point, like you're okay with like abortions that are like life-saving? Because that's like the more like typical 9-month position, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to actually support Trump. I was just answering your question, but I do want to talk about abortion all 9 months.
If you're all 9 months view saying that like after like viability, you're okay with like life-saving abortions. Like that's like
I think
like technically my view too.
I think elective abortion should go all 9 months. It's never okay to violate a woman's bodily autonomy.
Okay. Well, I mean, my stance on abortions, just like seriously Roe v. Wade. Like truly, if you want to know my stance, it's just seriously Roe v. Wade.
Would you agree with having women having the access to abortion, if it's non-lethal, even after?
If it's non-lethal, yeah, duh.
Yeah.
I just disagree with like lethal elective abortions after that point. But we just don't see any lethal elective abortions after that point.
Yeah.
And legislatively speaking, I agree with Roe v. Wade. I don't know. Apparently I've seen like some people on the left like take issue with my stance. I don't really see any issue with my stance. Do you?
I mean, as long as you're okay with, non-lethal abortions after, viability, then I think it's okay.
Oh yeah, duh.
But if you're just completely
non-lethal abortions after viability are fine.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
life-saving.
as long as you're not only holding
Yeah,
the
it
stance
just
for like
doesn't die.
life saving, do you still agree with like elective non-lethal?
Elective non-lethal, yeah.
Okay, great. Then yeah, we agree.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, that's one.
Have a good one. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go and see what the next guest has to say. You know, I saw a comment about that on my TikTok. I don't know. Maybe like I had described my abortion view prior, and like people had misinterpreted it or something. I don't know. I saw a little bit of pushback from that.
Vape nays.
I don't even know what you're saying. Do you support Trump? I guess not. They left. Yo, Sam! Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. They say this is towards the new anxiety pin. Yo, let's go, Sam! $10 towards the anxiety pin. LFG, brother. Hell yes. What's up, C. Dot? Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up, Dean?
Age, please.
I'm 22. April 30th, 2003.
I don't know. I don't know. If you're
No,
22,
I'm serious. That picture's my cousin.
Okay, now I know that you're bullshitting. Get the hell out of here. That picture's my cousin. Okay, all right. Let's go to see what the next guest has to say. Everyone just give us a minute while we're trying to load up the next Trump supporter. Santana's in the queue. Let's bring Santana up for a little bit. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. Everybody just do be patient. Welcome in, Santana. It's good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
I can. Your mic is not connected, though. It's coming through.
Yeah.
Like,
Sorry, 1 second.
No worries, bro. No worries. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the live right now. Everybody, do be patient. Welcome in. How old are you? Okay. All right. It looks like Darian is not here. Bye, Darian. Goodbye, bye. All right. Let us know if you're MAGA down below in that comment section. We'll get you pulled up here. That's right. Okay. Everyone just, give us a minute here. We got Jay Bout that shit loading up in. As well as James. Thank you for the $15 over Venmo. Test. Echo. Me. Bye. Moving on to the next guest. James said, writing a book called 100 Poems Against Fascism. Let me know if you're interested. Oh, really, James? It's pretty cool, man. You should let me know how that book develops, bro. Thank you for the $15 donation. Welcome in. Ready to live.
Yo,
Do you
what's
support
up,
Trump?
man?
Do you support Trump? You left. Dude. Not cool, bro.
They've been interesting.
Why
today.
do you keep kicking me off?
I think that I just brought you up, but you're like leaving the app. I don't know. How old are you?
I'm 29.
29. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Oh,
my
man,
question is,
why?
I don't support a lot of what Trump is doing right now, right? Because of the whole Epstein list shit, whatever. We were promised the Epstein list, and we're not being given it. So as a Republican, I feel like we should call him out on that, right? But my question to you is what is next for you? Like, why do you sit up here and just bash Trump all the time? Like, why don't you come up with a plan for the Democratic Party to actually have success in the next election?
I think that it's important to do both. And honestly, I think that advocating for individuals to be more informed is a part of a larger plan for Democrats to have more success in future elections. But I literally drove 2 hours and stayed in Aspen for 3 days to speak on a panel about how Democrats can have success for their elections. So it is something.
All right. So can I hear that? Can I hear that from you? I want to hear how exactly.
Yeah, just go watch the hour-long panel discussion I had at the Aspen Ideas Institute.
Well, who do you think the next Democratic leader is going to be? Like, who do you think will fill that position?
I think that Pete Buttigieg is leading in the polls right now.
Okay, I don't even know who that is, honestly.
A really intelligent man that should be president.
A really intelligent man who should be president. Has he been governor of anywhere? Like, has he done any politics before?
Yeah, he served on the last administration as like the National Overseer of Transportation, SET, Secretary of Transportation.
And forgive my lack of knowledge on who that is and stuff, But I
don't know why you're asking that question, because wasn't Trump's whole thing that he's never been in any political position ever before?
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that is true. That he wasn't ever in any.
Dude, I should have let you answer the question. Why did you ask that question before I dropped that truth bomb on you? Unfortunate.
Yeah,
I just sold like a really good gotcha moment. Unfortunate.
No, not really, because I understand that and I admit that. I admit that Trump wasn't and that's one of the reasons why I voted for Trump, because he wasn't like into like politics before and stuff, and he came in and he was pointing at Hillary Clinton and Obama saying, "Hey, we have a messed up system." And they're saying, "Well, no, it's not." Well, we're like, "Well, yeah, it is messed up." Well, it's messed up because he used that same system that they claimed that was messed up, but they won't stop it. Why won't they stop it?
I'm honest, man. I wasn't even tracking what you just asked.
I got him. Well, by your claim, though, I mean, why hasn't Trump stopped it? I mean, it seems that he's not only made it worse, but is intent on burying it. I mean, i.e. the Epstein list, right? By your own admission, that's a problem.
And I'm with you on that. That is a problem. As a Republican, I feel that we should all, especially all Republicans, we should all be calling him out on that. Like, hey, I still support the man, and I don't think he's on that list. I think he's protecting a lot of powerful Democrats that are on that list because of the simple fact that Democrats made so much noise after every move he made. He bombed Iran. Dean was one of them. He quickly hopped on TikTok and said, "Oh, Trump is bombing Iran. Trump is a threat to national security. Trump is going to destroy the world. Blah blah blah." But I don't see
the first 2 points that you made, they were true.
Right. Okay. So I don't see much noise from the Democrats now. Like, hey, like, why aren't the Democrats being as loud right now? Like saying, hey, where is the Epstein files? You promised the Epstein files. Where are they?
Actually, good point. A great point. I think that Democrats should be significantly louder than they are being about the Epstein files.
Yes, I agree. And I think that they aren't because of the simple fact that they're protecting their own people.
No, I think that there's just so many shitty things that Donald Trump is doing. It is hard to collectively organize like tens or hundreds of millions of Americans to be able to demand one thing when they're already so tired demanding the other billion things that the Trump administration has been doing so bad. I don't think that Democrats have done enough organization around demanding the Epstein files, but they should.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean,
are you supporting the Democrats, or would you support the Democrats if they did go after Trump for the Epstein files?
By the way, Santana, you're a little bit quiet.
I wouldn't support the Democratic Party, but yes, I would support that. I would support that. Yeah, 100%. I would say, hey, yes, I would be behind the Democrats saying like, yeah, where are these files?
Okay, so why do you support Trump? I don't feel like
I support Trump. Well, we've had this discussion before. I support Trump because I don't like how
we've had this discussion before?
Yeah, we've had this discussion.
Sorry, man. I talked to one person one time. I actually think that I remember you now. You were pretty insufferable. I think he was another one of those people that were defending Trump walking into the changing rooms in nicotines. Like he was defending that it wasn't exploitation or perversion or anything.
That sounds like it. Is my mic any better?
Yeah. I'm actually ask the chat. Can you hear Santana all right? What's going on, Taylor? Do you support Trump? Taylor's not here. Goodbye, Taylor. Have a good rest of your day while we're moving on to the next guest. Okay. Yeah, no, the chat can hear you fine. That's all that's important. Moving on to the next guest here, everyone. Just give us a minute. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're mega. Moving on to Carissa. Carissa's loading up. While Carissa's loading up, Spencer, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Spencer says, on the topic of abortion, any guy should not have access to any decision about a woman's body. That should be between a woman and her doctor, a medical professional, so the woman can make informed decisions about her health. Yeah, I think that legislatively speaking, we ultimately should leave it up to the woman and her doctor all 9 months, but then just like place a preface on the doctor after a certain point for like lethal abortions only being for like medical necessity or like victims of rape or incest, like after like seriously like 25 or 30 weeks, some shit like that. And I still think that it should ultimately be up to the doctor to make that determination. So then doctors aren't like adverse to performing life-saving procedures. I think that we've seen so many doctors be adverse to performing life-saving procedures because of like legislation. Welcome in, Evan. Do you support Trump?
Not really. Like, kind of, I don't really care, but I got a question.
Goodbye. Yo, SLRM calls me a PDF file in that chat. SLRM, I invited you up. I'd love to have a chat. Why don't you blast the news to 15,000 people? Obviously, I know that's something you won't do because you're a manufactured rage baiter. I just don't know why you would choose to rage bait about that, bro. It really does erode the meaning of the word. Like the moment that you start calling me that is the moment that term literally just doesn't have a meaning anymore. And I feel like that is a term that we should give a meaning and that we should hold a meaning to. You know what I mean?
They're weird. They like being weird.
Yeah. What's going on? Welcome in, Thug. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you, bro. You got me into politics, bro.
Hey,
I actually love you.
Dude,
Damn, bro.
that's
Oh
awesome.
my god. Bro, this is crazy.
I'm kicking you because we are just looking to debate Trump supporters, but that is really cool, man. I'm really happy to hear that. That is phenomenal. And thank you so much for telling me that. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. Go to put a maggot down below in that chat with your age if you want to come up. Ellen, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal saying I'm a 51-year-old grandma who could not be prouder of you. And Parker, thank you for the love, Ellen. Austin with the $10 saying, sorry, not Austin. Azalea, thank you for the $10 saying, just wanted to say I'd love to get up and debate with you. As somebody who's debated competitively, well, I'd like to check that out. Maybe if you have any of your competitive debates on record, I'd love to check that out. Thank you, Azalea. And then Gretchen! Oh my God, Gretchen with another $50 donation over on PayPal. Can we get 500 Gretchen W's down below in that chat for another $50 donation? That is insane. And welcome into Workaholic. Do you support Trump?
Is that you?
It is you. Hi. Oh, they don't want to be here. So Gretchen with that $50 donation says, when I'm able to vote, I will know what to look for in candidates because of these debates. Thank you again, Dean. I really appreciate you for the good fight. Dude, thank you for the love, Gretchen. You're so kind. Guys, let's show some love to Gretchen down below. Seriously, thank you so much for your kindness while we're working on getting this next guest, Connor, up into the box. Thank you. Thank you, Gretchen. You are phenomenal. You are seriously fantastic. Great. All right, what's going on? Oh, Connor left. And then, of course, Ryan, Mag, Taylor, Bailey, all with a 5. Thank you guys so much for the love over on Venmo. Okay, we are all caught up. Thank you, everyone, so much for all the love with your donations today. You guys have been incredibly kind. If you're watching and you would like to support me, once again, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. They go straight to me. Nobody takes a cent outside of the tax man once a year. Welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
18, sir. Sorry.
Hey, why do you support Trump?
Multiple reasons, but there's some issues I want to talk to you about that I think you might be able to change my mind on, and some issues that I think I might be able to influence your opinion on.
Okay, so what specifically about
also,
Trump?
hold on. I hate to interrupt you, but I'm really nervous because I've been waiting and I have anxiety or something. But yeah,
that's a sign of higher intelligence. It's a sign of higher intelligence. Honestly, guests that come up here that don't experience anxiety, I definitely.
Okay.
Oh, why does your bio say that you hate Europeans?
It's a whole thing. Mostly the racist ones on Instagram. Yeah. But yeah, that's the extent
just because there's some racist Europeans doesn't mean that all Europeans are racist.
Yeah, but yeah, can I still go on though about my beliefs?
Yeah, I just like the red flags start going off in my head as soon as I hear somebody saying that they hate everybody in a particular demographic. But
right.
What are the particular reasons you possess that lead you to the conclusion that you support Trump?
I'd like to discuss abortion and gun control with you.
Dude, you have a repost calling me a grifter.
I'm sorry?
You have a repost explaining my grift? Why are you debating a grifter?
I just thought the post was interesting. That's all. It's not anything personal. I don't know. I'll also repost a lot of things.
Okay. All right. Just give us a reason. Why do you support Trump?
Okay. Would you like to discuss gun control or abortion first?
I want to discuss the reasons why you support Trump. I would hope that gun control isn't too relevant in that picture because, I mean, he's not super pro-gun. I think the one thing that he's done is he's removed a tax from silencers.
Do you think Trump is
your second
pro-gun or
statement,
anti-gun?
I mean, I think that he's kind of taken a moderate approach. He did implement anti-two-way policy his first term with a bump stock ban, and he's a pretty staunch advocate of red flag laws, like taking people's guns first, then giving them a due process second. I overwhelmingly just think he's a threat to the Constitution, which would include two-way. But I just don't know if gun control would be too relevant in conversation about Trump today. On a list of all political topics, gun control would probably be number 1,256 or some shit like that.
Okay. Can I really
you said that
really
abortion?
quickly,
So do you support Trump because of abortion?
I guess kind of, but the thing is, like, with me personally, with abortion, I was like, I wanted to share my input on it, just my personal belief on it, and see like whether or not you agree with it.
Well, I want to debate like why you support Trump.
Yeah, and I guess like part of it comes in because I do. Part of the reason. Let me phrase myself really quick. I do agree, according to I side with. I do agree with Trump on abortion, and I'll give you my 10 cents on it if you'd like. Can I give my 10 cents on it?
Well, yeah, if you could defend the view that abortion should be legislated on by the state compared to the federal government.
Okay. So from Trump's perspective, he believes that abortion is justified in cases of rape and incest, and I am in the same boat. I understand the belief that like Charlie Kirk has, where a life isn't like less valuable because a child is a result of rape or incest, but I don't think that's a healthy approach to have. Only because that's, I just think it's very problematic for that child growing up and kind of just, yeah, if you know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do. So why do you think elective abortions are wrong?
Can you define what that is really quick?
Like an abortion that's... Dude! What is your pin video?
Which one?
Oh my god! Okay. Alright, man. Like, I gotta draw a line at this shit. Okay? I fucking love cats. And your pin video is menacing as fuck. You're stitching a video that says I was thinking of wrapping my cats in foil, and then it's like you morphing into Shane Dawson. Dude, no, you can't.
I made that video when I was
make
like
jokes about like doing it to cats. Please don't do that.
Well,
no,
come
on, bro.
Well, I'm not a fan of pearl clutching, in my opinion.
What do you mean by that?
The idea of like, oh, you can't make fun of a tragedy, or you can't tease something that's like dark.
Oh, man, I think that's like way too dark. Dude, cats are awesome. I love cats so much.
I do as well. I
think it's pretty bad to like tease about like fucking cats.
Like I said, I'm not pearl clutching. I'm not going to be pearl clutching. But anyway, I also made that video long time ago, and it still gets views, and people seem to think it's funny.
Yeah.
So
well,
yeah.
Here's what I'll say. If like I feel like every guest I bring up, at least like 7 out of 10 of them, just have some like wild shit on their posts, some wild shit on their reposts.
Can I, such as
like not like you and like every guest before you. I'm just gonna make it clear. Like I don't think it's funny to joke about like raping cats. I love cats so much. I love some cats more than some
it's not
humans,
the punchline is making fun of Shane Dawson. Like, oh, that's something he would do.
Okay,
that's the whole point. But
well,
yeah,
I'm gonna give you like maybe a minute or two to have a conversation with me about abortion.
Can I have like a little bit more time, or not so much?
So, just why do you think that that abortions are wrong?
Like I said, I don't think they are, but I'm hoping you could change my mind on this.
Wait, you don't think that they're wrong, so then why do you think they should be banned if they're not wrong?
I don't. That's what I'm trying to get at right now. That's what I'm trying to convey to you.
So, do you or do you not think they should be banned?
I do not think they should be banned. I actually
so
think
then you don't agree with Donald Trump's approach to abortion?
His mentality to abortion, I agree with, but his approach, no, I do not agree with it.
Like, so his policy you disagree with. Okay, well, what has the impact? What he thinks or what he legislates on?
I think it's what he legislates on. That's
okay, so you disagree with what he legislates on, but you agree
yes,
with what
I
he
do,
thinks.
and I think that's
and you don't even agree. You don't even agree. But you don't even agree with what he thinks because he thinks that elective abortions are wrong.
Sorry, can you say that again?
You don't agree with his legislation, nor do you agree with his thoughts. So, like, I asked you, why do you support Trump? And you're giving me an example of something where you and Trump disagree. So, what is Trump doing that you
on
agree
how
with
he legislates and enforces abortion, I disagree on. But his mentality that in cases of rape and incest, I think that's something we agree on. But like the point I'm trying to get at,
you also agree with every pro-choicer ever on that. Every Democrat ever thinks that individuals that are raped or got impregnated through incest
yes,
should
but
have right to access abortion.
I'm not done trying to get my opinion across with.
But no, I just want to know what you agree with Trump on, like legislatively speaking. Like, what is he doing as president that you agree with? Because you could agree with the stance on abortion without him being president, right? So this obviously doesn't justify why you think he should be president. I just want to know why you think Trump should be president.
Can I give my opinion on abortion, like my full opinion?
Unfortunately not, because that's something that you disagree with Trump on, and we're here to debate why you think Trump should be president. If it was relevant to the reasons why you think that Donald Trump should be president, I would happily entertain that conversation with you. But it's not relevant to the reasons that you think Trump should be president, because you disagree what he's done with his presidency as it relates to abortion.
Okay. Okay, I think that's mostly fair, but is there something? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think like it's good to disagree with a politician and not even like particularly think they should be president.
So do you think Trump should be president?
As of right now, I don't think he should. No, but
I have no idea what was the point of that.
What a waste of time. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that you do think Trump should be president. Please. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, y'all. Holy shit, as well as Natasha. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Natasha with the $100 donation on Venmo says, I've been watching you for quite some time, and I just want to let you know that I've learned so much from you, and I appreciate all you do. Keep it going. Thank you for the love, Natasha. Can we all show some love to Natasha down below in those live chats? Thank you. Seriously, no. Seriously, thank you so much for the love, Natasha. 1,000 Natasha W's in all of the live chats. As well as Andrea, thank you for the $13 donation over on Venmo, saying for my son Culloden's 13th birthday today, heading towards GJ for camping and listening to you. Andrea, that's so awesome. Happy birthday to your son, and I hope you have a fun time camping out here. There is definitely a load of really good places to camp near Junction. I mean, you got the Mesa, you got the Monument, there's even some good campgrounds out in Utah. It's great. NASA, we talked like a billion times. See you later. But have fun. No, seriously, have fun. As well as Lola, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. You're phenomenal, Lola. Thank you so much. As well as Ellen. I don't know if I already thanked you or not, but once again, thank you for the $10 donation over on PayPal and your kind message to accompany the donation. If you're MAGA and you want to come up here and have a conversation with me and Santana, also Santana, I'm sorry that you haven't been able to get a word, and I feel like we've just not been able to get like one person positioned for a conversation.
Yeah. Bro, it's all good. We got to actually get someone worth talking to.
Right. So, I mean, if you're watching and you want to come up here and have a debate, meaning that you're a Trump supporter that's at least 18 and from America, let us know down below in that comment section. We'll get you pulled up right now. So, yeah. Ruffles, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
29.
That's great. Void, do you support Trump?
Because he's the GOAT.
Okay, I wasn't talking to you, Ruffles. I was talking to the other guest named Void.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Looks like Void isn't even here. It's just you, Ruffles. So take it away and try again, because just saying he's the GOAT is not only not an argument, it's quite silly. So try again, please.
I mean, what's there to not like about him?
He's a rapist.
I mean, those charges were dropped, though, so.
No, they weren't. I don't, like, that's just, like belligerently incorrect.
No, I mean, you can, like, look it up.
Trust me, I have. You can, like, give me a source that doesn't exist, so.
Anyways, I'm just going to say, Dean, you should be better. You should do better. If you want people to be Democrats, you should really check your attitude first, because I was actually a big supporter in you. And I feel like you're very manipulative towards people, and you're aggressive, and you don't take their opinions into consideration. And I just think that you have good intentions. I just think that you come off very rude.
I actually don't think
and you're super manipulative. Very educated, but I'm just saying, bro, you could do better.
My crystal ball tells me that you're going to say this and then leave the live. I hope you prove the crystal ball wrong by staying up here to entertain a conversation about what you just said before you leave. Now, you said that you used to be a supporter of me. I just don't believe that, because you said that Trump is the GOAT. I love him. And what's one wrong thing he's done? Anybody that has ever been a supporter of me would never utter such extremely incorrect statements.
That's the problem, bro. You can support both sides. I mean, Like, yeah, like I also disagree with a lot of things that Trump says and does, but like you don't have to be like one side or the other. And that's the biggest problem with this country is that's why we're so divided. You either have to be left or you have to be right.
Right now it's like humanity versus inhumanity. But I just want to say this. Like,
I feel like that's a little extreme.
I just want to say this like super duper quickly. You said that I'm aggressive and manipulative. Do you feel like I'm being aggressive to you right now?
No, absolutely not. I think you're actually being tolerable right now. I'm actually having a reasonable conversation with you.
Where's this? Oh, Dean, where's that shit coming from?
I'm just saying, based on the videos I've seen, just like the whole video about the guy from, I think it was yesterday or the day before, about the whole consent thing. Like, I felt like that you completely twisted that whole conversation, and the guy wasn't trying to say that he was consenting his kids to be like harmed in any way. He was just saying as an adult, he has the right to consent for his child, not to consent his child to be raped by older men, because that's crazy. Who actually believes that?
Both the husband and the wife reaffirmed like 10 times throughout a time span of 3 days that they think they retain the right to sexually exploit their child. As well as like the husband seemingly argued that like CP, child porn, is not exploitation of children.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't sit there and watch the whole thing. I just seen context of videos, but I'm just saying. Like,
every video you've seen has been out of context.
But I'm just saying.
Like,
You
just
also
allow me
take stuff out of context,
allow me to
that's
talk
all
real
I'm saying.
quick. Like the spin cycle in the media from like bad faith actors on the right, Asmongold, random people on TikTok. It has just been to take things out of context to create a false narrative that is just completely ridiculously false.
I mean, I agree with that. I think that's the biggest problem with this country. The media does it too. Everybody takes things out of context, and that's why we're so divided. But I'm just saying, my whole point of me coming up here is that like I'm neither like seriously MAGA or seriously Democratic, but I think that you and Parker's mission is to get people to convert to be Democrats, right? So I think that's the biggest problem between the left and the right. You guys take everything personal and you get aggressive and you get your feelings hurt and people disagree with you. And I think that if you want people to be more democratic and take your approach seriously and your views seriously,
oh, player, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you.
I think you're a good dude. You have good intentions and you're educated and you have the right views.
I don't think that I'm being aggressive with you right now. So let's have a non-aggressive conversation.
Yes, but this is just one situation between me and you. I'm just saying that
Player, thank you so much once again for the 50 gifted subs. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Player down below in the chat. That's a shit ton of gifted subs.
That's a lot.
Yeah, fucking for real. But seriously, man, just tell us why you support Trump. And I'll let Santana take it away first, but we just want to know why you support Trump.
Mainly because I'm very I wouldn't say anti-government, but I mean I just don't really trust the government and I don't trust their views, and I kind of maybe buy in a little bit too much into this whole idea of that he's for the American people, and that I don't buy into it completely, but I mean I feel like that because he's the only one out there that kind of takes that approach, that's why people kind of buy into the things that he says. And I used to buy into it a lot, but I wouldn't consider myself MAGA, but I used to definitely buy into it a lot. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I just think it's that who other politicians out there do you see taking that approach like he does? I feel like that's why he has so many hardcore supporters.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're doing a study of the electorate. We're asking you why you personally support him.
Because I kind of buy into his mission a little bit, that he's for the American people, and based on the stuff that I've seen.
What has he done, or what is he doing, or what will he do?
That's where he tends to lose me, because he comes off and conveys as this idea that he is this man, but when you actually look behind a lot of his policies, he's not really so much for that as much as he says he is. He's in the swamp just like every other politician.
So this means that you're actually not a Trump supporter.
And it's not the left or the right. I'm just saying that
it's a true dichotomy. You either want him to be president or you don't want him to be president. It's one or the other. That's not like a positioning of a two-party system. That's just a true
I guess I
dichotomy
would
of
say
logic.
not so much for his policies and stuff, but I just buy into the fact that I feel like he's actually going to lead America into the right direction.
Well, Ruffles, it sounds like you're saying you've been propagandized. Right. I mean, if you're sitting here saying that you,
maybe I have,
believe,
bro. But
right,
I mean,
but
you can say the same thing
you're
about the
saying
left
that
too.
Well, no, you can't, because when you talk about the left, we hold our politicians accountable, and you're sitting here saying that you listen to the stuff that he said, and it's stuff that no one else has said, and you know that he's not doing it, but at least he's saying it. right? That's propaganda. But then you talk about the divide and you say, oh, I'm not left or right. Well, Dean made a great point. When we are in a literal constitutional crisis, when we have someone who's stripping away rights of millions of Americans, taking away, food subsidies, Medicaid, doing harmful things. I mean, they're getting ready to lay off massive amounts of Americans as well. When you talk about the difference between having the ability to protect our country and someone who's actively destroying our country, it's not left and right. It's people who are trying to destroy the country versus the people who want to, preserve our republic. And that's the problem. And that's why there's an issue with you coming up here tone policing, saying, oh, you have to actually, speak to people better. Like, I think the people that are willing to take this position after everything, right? After everything that's happening, including after Donald Trump lied to people like you about the Epstein's file, like, if you're still willing to support him, and I'm sorry, like, you have no right to tell anyone about any type of tone. And he left.
Yeah, he did just leave. Awesome. That's how most of the conversations have been going today. Seriously, it's been rough. Spencer, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube, saying Democrats are aggressive. Then what was January 6th insurrection, according to you? A bunch of patriots. That's what they say, Spencer. Thank you for the 10. Lucas, thank you for the 10 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you so much. And then Christina, thank you for the $5 donation over on PayPal. Thank you, Christina. You're awesome. Guys, if you are watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I want to support what he does, you can support me through my Venmo and PayPal, which are located in the link tree in my bio on TikTok or in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, and you get a notification at the top of my phone screen where I could read off your name and any and all attached messages. Phenomenal.
Can I say thank you to two people real quick?
Yeah, go for it while we're
Amanda, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate you so much. And also, James, thank you for the 15. I love that you love my debates. I appreciate you.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to.
Oh, no worries, Trinity.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, fuck. Maybe Trinity actually was a Trump supporter. God.
Speaking of Trinity, did Parker tell you about Trinity?
No. I mean, the Trinity that stalks him.
Bro, I gotta send you the screenshots. She's turned over a new leaf.
Really?
She's a part of my community now. She comes in, she watches, she supports. Like, it's a whole thing. She has questions. She's genuine. Bro, it's like a new leaf.
Wow.
He's letting. Okay.
Trinity, are you MAGA?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Do you support Trump?
I do. I voted for him.
Oh, dude. Well, I mean, I was about to say awesome because we finally found a debate, but that's actually very bad, Trinity. You shouldn't have voted for him.
How's that? How is that bad?
Well, that's what we'll talk about in the debate. Now, quickly before we hop into that, I seriously, I gotta thank somebody real quick. Jay, with the $200 super chat over on YouTube. Jesus Christ, Jay. Jay says, Dean, mom here, mom here. I heard what you said about me on your show, and in front of millions of people on that TikTok thing you own. Now I understand why on every holiday you would only give me gift wrap boxes of Cheez-Its or Cheetos when you knew that I hated the color orange. Well, hey, Jay. Appreciate you for the love. Show some love to Jay down below in that chat. Let's get 2,000 JWs.
You do own TikTok.
Yep, that's right. That's right. Hell yes, we own TikTok out here. Thank you so much for the $200 donation, Jay. Now, Trinity, Mike is over to you. Why do you support Trump?
I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Why do you think it's a bad idea that I voted for him?
Yeah, for sure, because I think that he's really bad for the country.
And why is that?
I think that his economic policy sucks. It regresses the low and middle class, taking away their purchasing power and giving it to rich people. That's what the BBB did. It kicks millions of people off of health care, kicks millions of people, students off of free school lunches, kicks millions of people off of food stamps. And that's just on the economic policy side of things. Social policy, I mean, I think that he's incredibly regressive.
So with the food stamps thing, why do you think it's okay to give out free food, free this, when you can just go get a job?
Okay, Trinity. I'll give you an economic argument.
Aren't you the person that's literally begging for money right now?
Trinity, why are you getting I'm trying to have a good conversation with you. Can you have a good conversation with me back?
I'm just grabbing my baby.
Well, I'm not begging for money. That's
You
not what I'm
literally just
saying.
said you should send me money.
What? I didn't say
You're
that.
literally yes, you did. I have it on screen recording.
Oh, I said like if individuals like want to support me, here's how they can.
No, by saying you should send me money.
I said if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio.
So yeah, you're asking for money.
Trinity,
So-
are you upset that people are willing to support Dean? I'm a little confused
No, not at all.
as
But
far
it's
as
funny
why.
how you told me that, and then you're the one over here asking for money.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'd classify what I do as asking for money. If anything, I'd just say that this is a product that is for free, that you can support if you want to, but it's purely voluntarily. I'd say that's actually like more of an ethical product than others. I don't understand why you're stigmatizing this.
Do you?
Yeah, like I put my labor, my effort, and my energy into doing this. I don't charge
So, like, let's
anybody
say
a
for the
dime for it. I just
people
say like
who
if you
need
want to
money,
support me, you
why
can.
don't you share your money?
Well, I'm not going to tell you about any of the money that I donate because it's you don't have a right to know that information. Now, if you're asking me if I'm happy with the fact that the money that I'm taxed is like in part going to low-income Americans, I'm very happy about that.
Also,
Okay.
Trinity, are you a proponent of capitalism? Like, do you believe in the ability to actually generate income? Or do you think that we should be a socialist communist society?
No, I think everybody should get a job and stop living off government welfare.
Sure.
You guys
what's
are
your
just
job?
completely uneducated. If we didn't have social safety nets,
What proves that I'm uneducated? By that one statement?
Yeah,
That's
yes.
like me saying you're uneducated by.
I'm going to tell you why
You
that's
know what you
uneducated,
believe.
Trinity. So the reason why that is an incredibly ignorant statement to say that we shouldn't have social safety nets like food stamps, Medicaid, etc., and people should just get off their asses and start working
Exactly. Yes.
is because economically
100%.
speaking, when we have social safety nets designed to help low-income Americans, they actually remove barriers to scaling one's income. And countries with more of these social safety nets for low-income constituents, they have more economic mobility. Economic mobility defines how easy or hard it is for somebody to go from making no money to some money to an average income to an high income. It is literally easier for people to scale their income and work a job and generate money when we have these social safety nets. And I'll explain to you how with the use of an example. Think about it, Trinity. Let's assume there is a single mother of 5 making $35,000 per year. My response to that is to say, let's give them food stamps to pay for dinner, and let's give them health care to cover any medical expenses. Your response to that is to say that they shouldn't have any of those things. Under my view, where they do have those systems of support, that mother now doesn't have to work 80 hours a week to provide for her and her family for their immediate needs of food and health care. And she can rather dedicate more of her time to maybe going to school so she could become a high-skilled labor. Or she can dedicate some of her time to going to a trade school. She could dedicate more of her time to trying to get a job for a higher paying position where the interview process may take a couple of months to finally find and land a position, right? But if she didn't have those social safety nets, she would just be forced to perpetually focus on her immediate needs, meaning that she'll just claw out and grab any job that she can get, even if it's a very low-paying, high-intensive job. So see how social safety nets actually incentivize people to go from being low income to like median income, and how when we fund these social safety nets money to pay for those benefits, it has a ROI, or in other words, a return on investment for the economy, because more people are at the end of the day going to make more money because of these social safety nets.
Yeah, well, you're saying that like how people are supposed to use food stamps, but the vast majority who do abuse the system, I see all the time on TikTok, especially when Trump just got in office, that that their food stamps are getting removed and they only had kids just so they can support and live off food stamps. And now they're getting it taken away. Now they're complaining and moaning that they have to get a job now.
Okay, so the average person on food stamps, how long are they on food stamps for?
I couldn't tell you.
12 months. So your claim that vast majority of people are just abusing these food stamps, staying poor to be lazy to pay for their family?
It's a bigger margin than like people who actually need them.
Well,
what do you mean by people that actually need them?
Exactly.
People who actually need to support their kids off food stamps and not abusing their children.
Wait. Everybody that is low income probably needs food stamps to pay for their food.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the people who actually need them, not the people who don't want to work. I'm saying the people who don't want to work abuse the food stamps and like EBT and stuff like that.
How are you determining that people don't want to work? Like, I mean, what's your measure? Because it sounds like you're just going off of what you quote unquote think, but like,
Not what I quote
first of
unquote
all,
think.
That's what you say you see, but you haven't actually given us anything to validate what you quote unquote see.
I can't remember what website or whatever I've seen. I can't remember off the top of my head. Okay, I'm not a human supercomputer.
Or did you really see anything, Mel Trinity?
Wait.
I did, yes.
Food stamps have a work requirement.
They do.
Yeah, and people can lie about it.
They can lie about all the documentation that is required to prove their work. So it sounds like we have a little bit of a false dichotomy here, because your husband is suggesting that they're just all lazy shits that don't want to work. But then as soon as I bring up the fact that food stamps have a work requirement, you're like, oh, well, they're actually still just lazy shits that aren't working, that are lying and saying that they are working. Seems like you guys just hold some unjust prejudice against social safety nets that not only help low-income Americans and keep food in the bellies of kids, but also make our economy significantly better by advocating for individuals to have an easier time progressing from existing in a low-income bracket to medium income bracket to high-income bracket. You're like, oh, the horror in the system that ensures that kids have food in their stomachs and parents are able to put food in their stomachs and has a positive ROI for the American economy, meaning everybody is better off because the less fortunate among us have these social safety nets. I hope you guys aren't Christians. I want to ask you about that. You guys are like rabid atheists that don't believe in God, right? Because if you did believe in God, you would be in reverence of Psalms 32, and it says, providing to those that are more needy than yourself will be giving you great glory in the kingdom of heaven, or how Jesus actually made Matthew stop collecting taxes from low-income Jewish individuals in Galilee to become one of his followers. Like, you guys aren't Christians, right?
Did you unmute me yet or no?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, I am a Christian. I go to church every Sunday. What about
Jesus.
you?
Yeah, what would Jesus have to say about like this false dichotomy suggesting a dystopian worldview where children in poverty are starving to death and our economy is less off, is worse off?
Abuse it, and you're not listening.
Jesus never said
listening.
anything about feeding anyone or housing or clothing, but just a call out that Adorno pulled up.
Guys, it's not a turn off mic battle.
70% of people that receive SNAP benefits are actually work full time. So the notion that like people are just lazy, that's not true. Not only are there work requirements,
many people in my life.
Again, 70% work full-time jobs. And then you can, it's funny that you guys talk about how like you can, there's people who are submitting false information or whatever. Like you're not even talking about you're not talking about addressing the system of the people that are being taken advantage of, like people that work at Walmart who have to live off of these additional assistance because Walmart doesn't pay livable wages. You're just attacking the people. Sorry, go ahead, Dean.
Nobody pays livable. What?
I know, it's hard. Go ahead, Dean.
Trinity, question.
I have probably an answer.
What's a hobby that you like?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. What's a hobby that you
keep
like?
keep saying you keep muting me, so I just want to make sure.
No, we're not muting you. What's a hobby that you like?
Gymnastics. I love doing gymnastics. I did gymnastics for 15 years of my life.
Gymnastics. Let's see if I can make a relevant example for gymnastics. So imagine that you're a part of a gymnastics crew and you're looking for a new recruit. Okay, and this new recruit comes in and they're landing like 98% of their back handsprings, right? And them being on your gymnastics crew has made your crew perform better in competitions. But every so often, this new recruit maybe like doesn't land a back handspring. Once in a blue moon, 1 out of every 100 times, they fail. But overall, they're still making your team perform better in competitions. Would you say at the end of the day, considering all these facts, that was a good recruit to add to the team?
No.
Even though they made your team better?
It doesn't matter on what you make your team better.
It does when we're trying to determine if they're a good recruit to add to the team.
That's it. Thank you. No.
No? Oh, I made this example really relevant to you.
You really
what you do.
didn't though, because you didn't state anything right, but it's okay.
Okay, well, I
You can
feel like that was
always
just
land
a.
a backhand spring.
Okay, well, I feel like this was like. I feel like you're being bad faith. Let me ask you another question.
What'd you say? You feel like I'm being what?
Bad faith. Let me ask you another question. Okay, how about this? There's a fisherman, and this fisherman.
Are you the fisherman?
No, I don't fish. And this,
why?
because the nearest lake is like an hour away. I don't want to drive an hour to do that. Anyways, now this fisherman, okay, he's pretty good at what he does. And let's say on a daily average, he brings in 5 fish. Well, a salesman gives him some new bait to try out. Now, this bait, for whatever reason, is turning away 1 out of every 10 fish that it attracts. However, overall, even though it turns away some fish, he's still catching more fish than he did with his old bait. He went from catching 5 a day with no losses to catching 7 a day with 2 losses. Would we say that that new bait overall was a better bait than what we had before? Because even though it caused
maybe
him
you're
to
just
lose
a
2
bad
fish a
fisher.
day, he started collecting 7 overall.
Oh, I just think you're a bad fisher. Yeah, why are you giving me why are you talking to me like I'm a baby?
You think Trump supporters are uneducated?
Well, the sad thing is, if you guys think I'm talking to y'all like children, and
You
you
are-
guys
you're-
still can't comprehend or answer my question.
ROI, which means return on investment. Like,
Hey, bro, your mom's EBT just hit. Go to the store for her.
What did you say?
I said your mom's EBT just hit. Go to the store for her. Dead ass.
Okay, so as a tactic now, I'm a fucking idiot. I can't even comprehend what Dean is saying, even though I know he's talking on a third grade reading level. So I'm gonna start talking about his mother's EBT. Holy fucking shit! That was a good one, bro. You really landed that one.
I also have another question about your
Like literally, like you acknowledge that I'm talking on like the reading level of a third grader. You still can't understand the question, and then your husband's like, your mommy's EBT.
That's not,
go to
that's
the
not
grocery
my
store for her."
husband. That's not my husband.
Brother or both? Sorry. Continue.
Ew. That's disgusting.
Go ahead. Continue.
What are your views on abortion?
Yes. Oh, I was about to say something crazy, but that was going to be clipped out of context.
No, you could say it. You could say
No, I
it.
was about to make a joke saying that we need mandated abortions for all children under 3. That was a joke, though. Okay, my real view is that I think
Under 3 years old?
I was a joke, Trinity.
Yeah, I know. I know it's a joke. It's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm like pro-choice. I think that women should be able to have the right to
think-
choose. Duh.
Okay.
Here, I got to thank a couple donors real quick before you respond to that. Spencer, thank you for the $20 over
I
on.
agree in a way, and let me tell you. And I want to know if you agree with this.
Before you do that, I need to thank a
Oh,
couple
you
people.
have to go tell people thank you for giving me money.
Yes, because I just got a couple big donations. Spencer, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. And then this is crazy, everybody. I can't even fucking believe my eyes right now. Kathy, thank you for the $100 donation over on PayPal. And Alessandra with the $200 donation over on PayPal. Oh my God. So that's why I had to interrupt the combo. I don't usually do that, but I have to make an exception for this. Thank you so much, Kathy, for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's. Kathy with a K down below in that chat. Kathy says, I should have copied what I said yesterday when I freely tipped you the same amount. Kat, thank you so much for the love. You've been showing a lot of love recently. Thank you so much for the love, Kat. Everybody show some love to Kat down below. And then Alessandra with a $200 donation over on PayPal says, you are a good person, Dean. You deserve this. I thank you. Thank you, Alessandra, for the love. That is like seriously outrageous. I don't deserve that, but thank you for the $200 donation, Alessandra, and the $100 donation, Kathy, as well as Victoria for the $10 on PayPal, Catherine with the $10 on PayPal, Aaron with the $10 on Venmo, Trinity with the $10 on Venmo, Amy with a 5, Jamie with a 5, and Janice 2 minutes ago with the $25 on Venmo for dealing with magas like Trinity. I couldn't do it. It's okay, because I can. Monica with a 5, Aaliyah with a 5, Ariana with a 5, Arthur with a 15. Thank you so much. You guys are showing so much love today. I don't even know what to say. You guys have been so kind and generous. And then another one from Joshua with the $50 donation on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 Joshua W's. I'm not even going to read that message out loud. I don't want to be that rude, but Joshua, thank you. Thank you for the love. And once again, I apologize for pausing the conversation with you, Trinity. I want to
No,
be able to
you're
give you the mic to
good.
have a
You're
constructive
good. You gotta do your
conversation here.
thing. You gotta
But
do your thing.
guys, thank you seriously for all of the very kind donations. Now, take it away, Trinity.
Oh, I was just what were we talking about? Abortion? Do you believe that like so if somebody gets I don't know if I can say this on here. I don't want to get you like kicked off. R word. Let's say someone gets R worded. And gets pregnant, do you believe that they should get an abortion?
Duh.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Should? I think that they should have the right to get an abortion.
Yes. Okay,
Duh.
I agree. Okay. Do you think that okay, so let's say there's a 16-year-old. She's with her boyfriend, they're doing the thing, and she knows what she's doing, and she gets pregnant and wants to get an abortion. Do you think that she should get an abortion?
I think that she should have the right to get an abortion. Duh.
You don't think that they should take accountability and
I think that abortion is taking accountability for the
I don't
action.
think so. Do
Yeah.
you think a 37-week abortion is okay?
A 37-week abortion is birth.
That's not birth. They
That's-
go in,
that's literally birth.
they take apart the baby's limbs. So that's not giving birth. That's killing a 37-week-old baby.
If you could give me an example of a 37-week elective lethal abortion ever done in American history, I will respond to the question.
I will literally send you so many.
Or you can just tell us now.
So many.
Like we can pull it up.
I have videos like saved in my phone.
Yeah, how about you give us an actual documentation instead of the video saved in your phone?
Dude, a video saved in your phone of like a baby getting its limbs ripped off? What? Like
They're weird, Dean.
a 37-week like that's birth.
That's definitely birth.
You give birth at 37 weeks. I don't crazy work we're dealing with here. I don't think that there's a single facility in the country that would perform an elective lethal abortion at 37 weeks. I don't believe that. Oh my God, as well as Jocelyn! Thank you so much for the $40 donation over on PayPal, Jocelyn. Jocelyn, I didn't add a message or anything, just the love, but dude, that is so incredibly kind of you. Can we please get at least 400 Jocelyn W's down in that chat right now? Thank you for your kindness, Jocelyn. Seriously, thank you so much. Yeah, 37 weeks, like adoption is the only option for the mother. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true in like all 50 states.
She's definitely not gonna find whatever she's looking for.
I don't think so.
Can you guys not hear me?
Yeah.
Nope,
Do you,
not
do you,
worried
No,
so-
I've been talking to you this whole time. Has it been quiet?
Oh, yeah, we can't hear you when you go out of the app
How do you want me to send this to you?
by giving us like the title of an article. Sasha, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Oh, Sasha actually brings up a good question. Remember when she was talking about that 16-year-old taking accountability and being a mother?
Mm-hmm.
How could that 16-year-old take accountability and be a mother without social safety nets? She needs to go to high school. She can't work. She will
Well,
need food
what if they're
stamps
dropped out?
in
What if
order
they're
to
dropped
feed
out of
that
high
kid.
school?
Would you rather her drop out of high school to work to pay for food, or stay
Well,
in
I'm
high
just
school,
saying
get an
because
education,
I
and
know
have food
somebody
stamps
who
pay for
has a
food
drop
for
out of
them?
high school and is 16 and pregnant.
Answer my question. Would you rather her drop out of high school to work to pay for food, or have the government give her food stamps to pay for food so she could still get an education? Keep in mind, your answer to this question is going to expose your prejudice, because if you would opt for the option of her dropping out of high school, then you're saying that you want individuals to be less educated, meaning that our average consumer will have a lower skilled job, meaning that they'll be poorer, meaning that our economy will shrink, government will intake less revenue and be less productive. So do you want to give the 16-year-old food stamps and ensure that we have a more productive future economy with a more educated and skilled labor force? Or do you want to revoke her ability to have food stamps, causing her to drop out of high school and work, ensuring that we have a lower skilled, less
Sorry,
educated
can I
labor
interrupt
force?
you here? You don't have to drop out of high school to get a job and be pregnant. You can work, you can still get an education, and you can still have your child.
I have a question for you.
It's very, very easy.
Are you okay?
Happens
You
a
just said
lot.
very easy?
It is. It's hard, but it's easy to get. It's easy to do it.
I had a hard time focusing on getting my schoolwork done on time when I was playing Fortnite for like 3 hours a night.
Well, then maybe you should
Now imagine being like a pregnant 16-year-old that has.
Completely different.
I know it is. I would assume the baby's a little bit more of a time consumer, right?
I mean, I have a 5-month-old.
Then also, who's going to be watching that baby once it's born?
I'm in school. I have a full-time job, and I have a child, and I live on my own.
What did you do right after birth? Did you put them in like daycare?
No.
So
Absolutely not. I don't believe in putting my kid in daycare.
Wait, so why should you have to do that though? Like what? Just because you're doing that, why does anyone have to do that? What we live
Because
in the
I don't
richest,
think taking an innocent life.
I hear you,
is
but
the answer.
we live in the richest country on earth, and you guys are at the same time advocating to get rid of safety social nets, but at the same time saying people need to have kids. You're contradicting yourself. You're not doing anything to actually help these people or encourage people to have kids. It doesn't make sense.
I believe
also,
that if
do you
you
think
get
the only
R-worded
purpose of
or if there's a serious
also do you
reason,
think
you
do
should get one. But I
also,
don't
do you
think that if
think
you're laying down and you're
Trinity,
choosing to open
Trinity,
your legs,
Trinity,
you should deal with the responsibility.
Do you
I'm
think
going to respond to that argument.
Do you think the only purpose for having schmecks is to have babies? Yes or no?
Well, having SMECH does cause having babies. So.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. That's literally how you conceive a child.
Trinity, how often a month can a woman get pregnant?
How often a month can a woman get pregnant?
Yes.
Every month, every time you ovulate.
Exactly. How often during that 30-day period?
If I were to get pregnant.
No. Answer the question, Trinity. Out of 30 days a month, how often can a woman get pregnant? How many days out of those 30 days can a woman get pregnant?
It's like 4 or 5.
Less than that.
No.
It's about 3 to 4. There's
no,
one peak.
Women ovulate 4 to 5 days. So
yeah,
thank you.
There's one peak ovulation.
Didn't know you had a menstrual cycle.
There's one peak ovulation day. Oh. But the point is that if you have schmecks outside of that time period, you're not intending on getting pregnant.
There's two things I want to respond.
I just want to say this.
Can I add
a
on
woman
to it,
knows
please?
when she is ovulating. Yes, you can, Dean.
So you just corrected Santana. He was talking about your body, and your response was to say, Santana didn't know you had a menstrual cycle.
No, you have a menstrual cycle. Exactly. Those were my words. Yep, absolutely.
So do you feel like it's unfair for Santana to be talking about your body like this when he's a fucking man?
I mean, I feel like a woman should have more of a say in her body than a man should. Like, I feel like it's weird that you guys speak about it and think that you can just be like,
duh.
Ooh,
Do you know?
I know.
I'm playing bad faith real quick because I need to press and prod for a little bit more. No, men should have just as much as a say as women. In fact, men should have more of a say over the bodies of women than women. What are your thoughts on that?
Men should have more of a say over a woman's body.
What are your thoughts on that?
I believe that if you, do you mean like just in general, like baby?
Men should have more of a say on women's bodies than women. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, Jazzy, I am for abortion.
When you hear me say that, do you like cringe and reject it? You're like, no?
No,
Is that your
I
thoughts?
think that if you, I'm gonna say this to you. I think that if you get a girl pregnant and that is your child in her stomach, you have a say on what happens. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, you didn't respond to what I just said. I'm gonna go ahead and just rehash and explain why I just said what I said. So you basically you detail you think women should have a greater say over their body than men. Then I was trying to prod a conclusion out of you. So I was like, no, men should have more of a say over women's bodies than women. And you can ignore that. I know the reason why you ignored that is because that literally is what happens when we have our elected representatives have the ultimate legislative say over what legislation they pass on the bodies of women, because it is ultimately the fact that our Congress is disproportionately male. So yeah, and then also here you said stomach. No, they develop in the uterus.
No, I know.
And then third point here,
uterus is literally what I just said 5 times.
I want to go back to an argument that you made earlier. You said if you spread your legs and get pregnant, you should have to deal with the consequences of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is that the argument?
You know what you're doing when you go and lay down and you do not have any sort of protection. You know what you're doing.
Yep.
And you should have to deal with the consequences.
Because you knew what you're doing?
Yes.
And that's your argument?
Yes.
So if I engage in an action that runs a risk of an outcome, I have to deal with that outcome if I acknowledge the risk in the first place. So let me ask you a question. me ask you a question. Okay, here's my question. If I spread my lips and I huff and puff on a cigarette.
Why are you talking like that?
Because I'm like mocking like the old men that usually give me this argument. I can't believe it's coming from a young woman. I'm just mocking the old men that usually give me this argument. Just just cut me a break. Cut me some slack. Let me. Yes. So if I spread my lips and I huff and I puff on a cigarette all night long, all night long, I huff and puff on that cigarette all night long, and I know. And I know that smoking that cigarette runs the risk of giving me lung cancer. Now, if I get that lung cancer, should I have to deal with the natural consequences of that action because I knew that risk existed when I spread my lips in the first place?
That is completely different than laying down, having smex, getting pregnant, and then saying, oh, I don't really want to take care of my responsibility. I'm just going to get an abortion.
Really? In this relevant sense, what the fuck is the difference?
No, and then you go and do it again.
What the fuck is the difference? No, you're saying if you engage in action that runs the risk of a natural consequence, then you're obligated to deal with the natural consequence. Yeah, this would apply to pregnant women if they consented to engage in sex that knew it ran the risk of pregnancy, but it would just also apply to like a smoker that develops lung cancer or a drinker that needs to get a liver transplant. And for you to act like that's not analogous is just completely absurd. It demonstrates a lack of logical faculties inside of your brain. And quite frankly, if you want to try to argue that there's a difference between the scenarios because a fetus is valuable and the life of a lung cancer isn't, well, now you're just changing your argument. You're no longer giving me an argument for the pro-life worldview out of having an obligation to deal with the natural consequences of what you engage in, but rather out of the value of a fetus.
Okay. Can I tell you what I'm saying?
Yep, I'll close my lips now.
You're gonna close your lips? Do you think women should close their legs then?
Oh, so now you see them as analogous. Oh my God.
And actually, I think that we should start with the men. I think mandatory vasectomy is the way that we should go.
I think that if you continuously get abortions, deport all illegals. Yes, that too. Do you think we should deport all illegals?
Oh, yeah.
No.
What a relevant point to the debate. Congratulations.
Also, Alexis, thank you so much for the $50 donation saying keeping facts over feelings. Gracias. Thank you so much for that $50. You're awesome. And Amanda, thank you for the $5. You're amazing. Holy smokes.
Why do you never let people finish what they're talking about when you go live with somebody? Seriously, answer that. Yes, you, Dean. Why do you just yell over and over?
Listen,
I was literally in the middle of talking and you started going.
I agree. It's because
aren't you a full-grown adult?
No, obviously I'm an immature man-child. I need to let you finish. Go for it.
Thank you. I think that women who, so let's say you get pregnant and you're like, oh, I really want to get an abortion. I can't do this right now. Okay. Well, then you go and do it again. Oh, I'm going to just go get an abortion. I can go get an abortion. Oh, and then you do it again. Oh, I'm just going to get an abortion. That is how most women think of it, and it's annoying.
It's
not right.
Okay. That no one's doing that. No one's just going to get random abortions. That it doesn't work.
Literally, so many.
I have a question. I have a question, Trinity. Would you call those women that get multiple repeat abortions very reckless and irresponsible?
You know that you're hurting your body more by getting those.
Don't interrupt me after you call me out for interrupting you. Answer my question. Would you call those women that are just getting multiple abortions reckless and irresponsible? Is that something you'd say about them? You would?
No, I wouldn't say that they're reckless, but I would say that it's
incredibly irresponsible.
It's really gross.
Just not irresponsible?
It's horrible.
Do you think it's irresponsible?
It's irresponsible for them not to take.
Okay, so why do you want to force irresponsible people to be parents? In that circumstance, wouldn't the abortion be the saving grace there?
Okay, then don't listen
to me. Obviously, right, there's going to be some underlying issues that we need to examine there. We'll talk about those. But in that scenario, the abortion would be the saving grace, preventing this seemingly irresponsible person from being a parent. And now I even kind of want to challenge the notion of irresponsibility. I think if we want to prevent repeat abortions like that, what we need to do is ensure that sex ed is being taught to children in school. We need to ensure that there's free and available contraceptives Plan B, condoms, et cetera, et cetera. And the one political party to try to prevent prevent all of these things is literally the GOP. It's you create the scenario where we will ensure, statistically speaking, that we'll have a less informed young population of men and women who want to bang, and they'll have a restricted access to the contraceptives that will save them if they bang from possibly becoming pregnant or being a mom and dad. And then once they do that, once they're uneducated, once they don't have access to the contraceptives and they're getting all these abortions, you know what? Fuck them. Let's make them parents. And this doesn't only negatively impact them. This also negatively impacts the kids. I want you to listen to me. This also negatively impacts the kids because we're shifting the family dynamic away. One moment. We're shifting the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that want to start a family, that desire to have kids, into forcing these 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls, men and women into becoming moms and dads because they weren't educated on what sex is and don't have access to contraceptives. It is a draconian worldview where we will see lower levels of happiness, where we will see lower qualities of life, where we will see higher levels of poverty, where we will see lower levels of education, and where we will see lower levels of employment. And that's not speculation. That is literally what we see when we compare pro-choice areas to pro-life areas. You're not pro-family, you're anti-family. You're not pro-kids, you're anti-kids because you want to ensure that our kids have a lower quality of life with parents that weren't ready for them. And you're definitely not pro-women either. And you're not pro-life because at the end of the day, this virtue signaling shield of saying that you care about the unborn, in all reality, simply conceals you wanting to punish women that uphold different values in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex. And I mean this seriously. The one argument that you've given me so far is to say, well, they knew the risk, they're obligating to deal with them. But as soon as I apply that logic of having to deal with the natural consequences of your action to any other thing, like smoking a cigarette and developing lung cancer, drinking and needing a liver transplant, all of a sudden they should be able to go to a medical health practitioner and get the services that they require to right that wrong. But as soon as it's about the women, apparently they're irresponsible. I don't know. Sounds responsible for me to prevent the existence of a future family where you know the quality of life of the child would be subpar because you're not ready to be a mom or a dad, instead of forcing those families to exist.
Do you think it's responsible to give your baby up for adoption?
I think that's I think that's a responsible decision for anybody that wants to make it.
But why is it okay to kill an innocent life?
Yeah, for sure. Because I don't think that this quote unquote innocent life has any intrinsic moral value that would grant it the right to life.
Are you serious? Like,
yeah,
actually?
Absolutely serious. Yes, dead
So
ass.
you don't think that a full baby, moving around in your uterus,
A baby. Okay. Well, when does it become a baby?
the second you conceive?
Really?
I don't. It's a baby either way.
Wait, let me.
The second you get a positive pregnancy test, you are pregnant with a baby.
Okay, I want to.
Don't try and tell me it's a fetus because when you have a baby shower, do you call it a fetus shower? No, you don't.
I'm going to call you. Okay. Well, I want to talk about that last argument you just gave. Oh, it's called a baby shower, not a fetus shower. Therefore, it literally is a baby. Okay, well, therefore, literally, life starts at the moment that the fetus is born because that's when your birth date is suggested.
No, life starts at conception.
Oh, but does your birth date start at the moment of conception or birth? How old are you? How many years old are you? Oh,
Me?
is that going to be referencing the moment that you were born or the moment that you were conceived?
It's called a birth date, not when you're.
And what does your birth date denote? How many years old you are?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So this must mean because the calculation starts at the moment of birth, and you're 1 year old, and you're 1 year old, 1 year after birth. This meant that life started at the moment of conception, since the life is only 1 year old.
A human life when you are conceived.
See how we could use like general colloquialisms in the way that we treat these things in society to reference like false truths. Like no, like a birth, like a baby shower doesn't actually mean it's a baby. Just like how old you are doesn't actually denote how old your biological being is.
So okay.
Wait,
so when people say I'm pregnant with a baby,
should they start like child support at conception as well? Like, should men be responsible for child support starting at conception?
Absolutely, I think that they should pay for all the appointments. I think that they should pay for all the stuff that the mom needs. Absolutely, yes. Life starts at conception. Your baby's heartbeat has a heartbeat. At 5 weeks old.
No, it doesn't.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, it does. My baby literally had a heart rate.
That's
at
an
5
echo.
weeks old.
That's not an actual heartbeat. Sorry, go ahead, Dean.
Yes, it is.
I just want to ask you a question.
I'm in school for it. Yes, it is.
So you said that it's a baby the moment of conception, right?
Yes.
So I just want to clarify. You think that's a baby?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you actually just confused a bacteria cell that grows
It's
to
a
plaque
cell,
on your
yes,
teeth.
but it is a baby.
One moment. So you just called.
Oh, I'm expecting a baby. I just found out I'm pregnant with a baby.
Trinity, listen to me.
It's a baby.
Listen to me. This is a baby?
Yes.
No, this is bacteria that grows on your teeth plaque. Do you typically confuse bacteria that grows on your teeth plaque with babies?
You're calling a cell a bacteria.
No, it's actual bacteria, Trinity. It's actual bacteria.
Yeah,
it's not. It's a baby.
No, it's bacteria, Trinity.
Trinity. This isn't a picture of conception. Look at my.
But it's still a baby. What does it turn into?
It's not hyperbole.
This isn't hyperbole. My Google search to find that picture was bacteria cell unicellular.
Distinction there. He tricked you, Trinity. You got
He
bamboozled.
didn't. He didn't at all.
You got hoodwinked. Run them up.
What do those cells
Let us
turn
straight,
into?
Trinity.
What do those cells turn into?
Plymouth Rock you didn't land on Plymouth Rock.
Answer my
Plymouth
question.
Rock
What do
landed on
those
you,
cells
Trinity.
turn into? What do those cells turn into?
That is
at the end of the day.
More bacteria.
That cell just multiplies.
So you think a baby is bacteria?
No, he showed you a picture of bacteria, Trinity.
That's cool. It's not. It's a baby.
No, oh my God, we're not even debating a fetus anymore, Trinity. It's actual bacteria.
That was listen to me. That was literally a picture of the bacteria that grows in your teeth and on your teeth and in your stomach. I'm not making this up.
You think it's funny?
Yes, very. It's
so. I just want to clarify that you think teeth plaque are babies.
When we're talking about cells in babies.
Because you just called that a baby. So you think that tooth plaque is
called what? A baby?
Like the plaque that grows on your teeth.
What are you talking about?
The plaque that grows on your the cells of the plaque, the bacteria cells. I showed you a picture of a bacteria cell.
When?
You're so lost. You're so lost. This is incredible.
No, I'm honestly just not paying attention to my screen right now.
Trinity, he showed you one picture. One picture. It's bacteria. It's not a baby.
What is going on?
What does it turn into?
Nothing.
No,
more bacteria.
Apparently, he showed me a picture of bacteria, not a cell.
Show us the plaque on your teeth, Dean.
Holy smokes!
No, I wasn't. Can't believe your child is going to be raised by me. That's uncalled for.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the 10 saying, this girl is hurting my brain. Abortions aren't fun or cheap. We don't have them as hobbies. Keep up the good work.
Most of you
thank you so much for the 10. They don't. They're not cheap. And they're very painful and they're very mentally taxing.
And then the celebrating. Yeah, I just killed my baby. Gonna do it again. It's so much fun.
Yeah, base.
What the hell?
Do you mind if I ask you?
You guys were kind of sick in the head.
Do you mind if I ask you a quick question?
Do us a favor and leave. No, I'm okay.
I just want to ask you a quick question. Don't look at the chat. They'll be mean to you. I won't be mean to you. Though. I'll be nice to you.
I'll be nice to you too.
Have you ever watched the movie Idiocracy?
No.
You should.
I don't really watch movies.
Are you in the airport?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm in my house.
Okay, real quick. I got to thank a couple people. Kelly, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Ask her about vaccines. Those prevent death, but she'll just say, don't tread on me. Yeah, would you agree with mandated vaccines?
I give my babies vaccines, yes.
Do you agree with mandated vaccines?
I give my baby all vaccines, yes, 100%.
She doesn't even know what mandated are. Okay, all right, let's see here. Bodvar, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat saying, holy hell, this lady is unhinged. I agree. Yeah, she is. Serenity, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying that this has been the funniest debate since tic-tac-toe. Don't remind me of that. Jessica with the $10 saying I genuinely don't know how you deal with these things. Amanda with the $20 saying tell this girl my daughter was pregnant her senior year and graduated early from virtual school. She now has a successful job. Shut her pie hole because she was shitting on pregnant teens earlier. Of course, we want to prevent that, but we shouldn't be shitting on those that have to go through that. Trinity with a $10 saying that this girl's ruining my reputation as a Trinity. Let's see here.
Someone just said I've had 114 abortions this week and it was fun. That's what I'm talking about.
Trinity?
And you guys think it's funny.
Trinity, are you a real person?
Trinity, do you?
Are you a real person?
Trinity,
No.
what do you think the likelihood is that they're joking?
It's not a funny joke.
But do you think it's possible they're being serious?
Yes, it's very possible.
It's very possible that they're being serious about having. I just want to clarify.
Yes.
You think it's very possible that they're
No,
being
I'm saying
serious?
it's very possible
One
that
second.
they think it's fun to have an abortion.
It's very
Not
possible that they.
114.
I don't know what's going on. Eva, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Eva says, from somebody who had to have an abortion at 16, Trinity can go to hell.
Huh?
I'll repeat that. As somebody that had to have an abortion at 16, Trinity can go to hell. Signed, Eva. Thank you for the $50 donation, Eva.
Oh, I can go to
and then
hell
also,
because
Jessica,
I
thank you
have
for the
an
$10
opinion.
over on PayPal. And then Carissa, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal as well. And then Catherine with the $100 donation over on PayPal. Jesus Christ, Catherine. I thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Catherine. Catherine says, appreciate you, Dean. I appreciate you too, Catherine. That is seriously an insane donation. Everybody watching, show some love to Catherine down below in that chat, as well as Courtney with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Courtney. You were phenomenal. Thank you so much, Courtney. And then Azelle with the $10 over on PayPal as well. Okay, we're done reading those off.
Can I have two real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
Antonio, thank you for the dollars. That my farts are smarter than Trinity. And Sarah, thank you for the 5. Tell Trinity to delete her screen recording. Hopefully she does. Thank you both for those donations.
Okay, Trinity. I have a question. I don't even know where I want to start. Do you think you're a good Christian?
Yeah, why?
What are the first 4 books in the New Testament?
Why are we talking about this? I'm talking about abortion.
Well, I mean, ultimately, wouldn't the wrongness of abortion come from your faith in God? We can't hear you. You're on pause. Remember that. Joshua, thank you for the $20 over. Hi, Joshua, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Joshua. Show some love to Josh down below. As well as Tass and Moose, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Saying, please bring up a woman to chat with Trinity. You know what? I'm down. Let's see here.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. If Adorna is still in the request, if Adorna's still watching, I don't know if you've met Adorna, Dean, but like...
No, I'm down. I'm with it.
Adorna, if you're here, request up, please. Holy smokes, please request up.
And then if you see her in the queue, feel free to bring her up. Now, anyways, Trinity.
I'm not Googling. I'm sitting here.
You said that you're a Christian. So, ultimately, do you think that abortion is wrong because of your Christian faith? Trinity, come back. I can't hear you. Please remember. Would you say that?
Yeah, she's looking up the first 4
No,
books.
I'm not.
What were you doing?
Answering your question? Can you not hear me?
When you leave the app, I can't hear you. And
I'm not leaving the app.
Trinity, we know when you leave the app.
No, I'm not leaving the app.
Why are you lying?
I'm not lying.
We can see it. You turn into a teacup.
You're not in the app right now. You're not in the app right now, Trinity. Remember, I can't even hear you because you're not in the app. Now you're back in the app. Now you're out of the app again. Now you're back in the app.
Look now, I'm in the app.
Now you've left the app again.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So would you say that abortion's ultimately wrong because of your faith in Jesus Christ?
I think abortion is wrong either way, unless you get R-worded or it's medically necessary.
Okay, what about this? Geez, what do I want? What should we ask Trinity? What should we talk to Trinity about? I'm kind of at a loss for words now.
I have a question. So your premise along the lines as far as your religious belief is that you should not have abortions, but
yes,
Trinity,
all children are God's
Bible
children.
say? What does the Bible say about abortion?
She has no fucking clue.
Want to get one?
No. It not only does it says that you can get one, but it actually tells you how to do it, and it also tells you what type of consequences there are for having one. If you look in Numbers 5, 11 through 31, it talks about the bitter waters, where it actually describes not only how do you go about it, but hey, when you unalive someone, what is the penalty for that?
You go to jail?
No. In the Bible, what do they say? That's a sin, right?
Sin. Yes, it's a sin.
And what's the punishment for sin?
You go to hell.
Well, unaliving, yeah. But what happens when you have an abortion in the Bible?
It's a sin?
Nope. It's a property crime, and you pay a tax for it.
Yes, it's a sin.
No, it's a property crime, and you pay a tax for it.
Yeah. A sin.
No, it's a property crime, and you pay a tax for it. It's not a sin.
Talking about like the specifics of the Old Testament, about how person it is and assigned to fetuses. I just don't think that Trinity will be able to keep up that combo.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Trinity, would you say that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin?
I think that abortion should be illegal for anybody who just wants one unless you get R-worded or it's medically necessary and it's proven.
Because it's a sin, right?
I believe it's a sin, yes.
Okay, so things that are sin should be illegal?
Can you stop? I'm actually trying to talk to him.
So would you say that
Stop
things
being rude.
are you saying that things that are sins should be illegal?
Yes.
Okay. So
Well, not fully. No, sorry.
So then why should this one sin be illegal, but other sins shouldn't?
I think it doesn't matter on sin or why that doesn't matter. What matters to me is the fact that people are sitting down and thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna have schmecks," whatever Santana called it. What's your name, Santana?
Santana, TikTok friendly language. Yeah, I do that.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to do the same thing because I don't want to like get you guys in trouble. I just think that it's wrong to do it when you know what you're doing at the end of the day. Like if, let's say like a woman goes in and she's going to die. Yes, get one, 100%. Let's say a 16-year or a 12-year-old girl gets R-rated or R-worded and needs one. Yes, get one. But I feel like, what? I'm not being rude to him at all.
No, you're actually being quite kind. Quite kind.
I'm a very kind person.
Debatable.
I don't think.
No, I'm not even
I
gonna
still
lie.
like you, even though you support
I'm
the
not
other
even.
side. I think you're a nice person, and I think you're a great person deep down inside.
Trinity, I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. I don't feel any animosity or anger towards you. I feel
Me
bad
neither.
I feel bad for you.
That's okay. You can feel bad for me, but I feel bad for you just like how you feel bad for me.
Right.
I feel bad that you think the opposite of me, and that's okay. Everyone's gonna think the opposite, but these people in here, like, you guys are grown adults, and you're saying crazy things in the comments, and that's what I have a problem with.
Right.
And you're just proving my point.
How about this? So you seem pretty stuck up on the idea that.
Hey, Adorna's coming if you don't mind.
Please bring her up. I'd love that. Yeah. I'm gonna go and shut my mouth. We'll have her up here before she joins. Nike, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, saying I'm a 25-year-old man and I've had 300 abortions.
Oh.
That's funny as fuck, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That was a good one. That was a good. Given the context, that was funny as hell. Given the context, that was funny as hell. Sid, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. I appreciate you for the love, Sid. Sid says, "Hey guys, hope you're all doing okay. Happy to see you all. I'm happy to have you in here with us for the day, Sid. Welcome in, Sid. Welcome in, Sid. As well as Ryan. Thank you so much for the $2 over on PayPal. Hannah with a $15. Thank you so much. Angela with a $15 over on PayPal, saying thank you for sticking up for women. I appreciate you for that love, Angela.
I literally am not. I'm playing with her right now.
And then Emily, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And then also Brittany, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. Brittany says, because what in the actual fuck? Thanks for the entertainment on an otherwise boring Friday. Thank you for the love, Brittany. As well as Crystal with the $15. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, Crystal. Catherine with the $15 saying, tell Trinity to keep her opinions out of my uterus. Love
can my
supporting you in your
friend
work.
debate with you?
He's
here with me.
Actually, we want Adorna to talk to you. I just need 3 more seconds here.
Yeah, and I just have 2 right after that real quick.
Yeah, and then also Sarah, thank you for the $10 over at Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. And then Tass and Moose with a 5. Go ahead.
Sarah, you're weird. Why don't you help people on EBT?
Sure. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second, bud. Hold on. Lindsay, thank you for the 10, and Sarah, thank you for the 2. Hey, please, Trinity, speak to Adorna. I promise you will not only enjoy this, Dean, you definitely will, but I promise you, she will help you. I think. Please, can you actually tell Adorna about your premise as far as abortion and why you think it's wrong?
I think getting an abortion just because is wrong. I think when you know what you're doing and you're laying down and having schmecks and you get pregnant, I think you should take the responsibility and deal with it. But if you need it like medically, yes, have one. If you get R-worded, yes, have one. I think it should be available for the people who genuinely have a serious issue and need it. I don't think that if you're 20 years old and you're with your boyfriend and oops, you got pregnant because you knew what you were doing and you decided to lay down and have schmecks, you should deal with it.
what if you are 40 years old and
Sorry,
with
can
your
you say that again? You cut out.
sure, no problem. What if you're 40 years old and with your husband and on birth control?
What do you mean? Like if you get pregnant on birth control?
Yeah, well, yeah, 51% of pregnancies are abortions. Sorry, are people that have been on some sort of contraceptive. Yeah, so the
Well,
idea.
if you were
You can't guarantee that they took their birth control.
you can't guarantee that you took your birth control every day. Even if you have an IUD, it's always not.
What about people who are wearing condoms?
Oh wow.
You should still.
Yeah. So the thought process is, I think that the example you gave is the example most people give. A 20-year-old who was just
Nothing
being.
is. Can I say
Trinity,
something?
hold on.
Nothing
Why are you
is-
talking? Trinity, don't talk over Adorna. She's giving
Yeah.
you the floor.
Yeah,
Give her a second.
yeah. So Trinity, be respectful to Adorna's time here. You know, same.
I'm
goes
being
for-
respectful.
Same thing. I'll obviously say the same thing to Adorna. Obviously.
Yeah.
I obviously don't think I need to. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go pee.
I got you, Dean.
I'll be right back. You know, feel free to help kind of like moderate.
I got you.
Things. Satana. BRB, everybody. I'll be right back in 30 seconds.
No problem. Yeah, I think that the example you gave is what most people think of when they think of abortions. They think of a 20-year-old person who was being irresponsible and was just sleeping around. When there are people who are married, people who already have kids, older people, like it's not just a matter of irresponsibility. Do you understand that there are people, for example, who even if they aren't necessarily going to unalive, have serious health problems from being pregnant? So, for example, let's say you are 40 years old, you're married, you're taking preventative measures because your last pregnancy almost unalived you, and then you get pregnant again, and you won't necessarily unalive, but you'll have serious medical complications.
Get your tubes tied. Don't get pregnant.
Excuse me?
I said get your tubes tied. It's really easy not to get pregnant.
It's really easy.
It is. I got pregnant on purpose.
Even though he didn't propose? Damn. Yeah, so
Yes, I wanted a baby.
I know. Yeah, so the idea is, right, that people should have control over their own bodies. You wanted to get pregnant on purpose. That was your choice.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so all
I
that's being
wanted to,
stated
yeah.
is in the same way that you had a choice, other people should have a choice, right? No one's deciding
I'm saying
for
it
you,
should
but you
be
guys want to decide
available
for
for
other
the people who genuinely need it.
Yeah, so the
You
problem
can
is
get up and get a job and get the same education and raise a child. If you want to have SMEX, you can deal with the consequences of having it. It is
Yeah, so-
literally having SMEX is to have babies. It's to conceive. That's what it's literally meant for.
it's
and it's
not
also
true.
for enjoyable pleasure. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure who told you that's what it's meant for. But yeah, I mean the idea just being that you want to have a choice while also just because you can use something for a particular purpose doesn't mean that's what it was meant for.
It is.
But
it's literally meant.
It's called procreation.
Trinity, hold on. You're steamrolling. You can't hear Adorna if you keep talking every time she starts speaking. Go ahead, Adorna.
I mean, this is so Christ-like. Oh my God. I mean, this is definitely what Jesus would do. Yeah, so the idea that you can use something for a particular purpose does not mean that that's what it was meant for.
Mhm.
That's all that's being stated. But in addition to that, you have choices and you want to be able to have your own choice, but you also then want to be able to tell other people what they can and can't do.
Hey, what's your name? Adona? Adana?
Adorna. Be nice.
I mean, what did you buy a vehicle for? What do people buy vehicles for?
Some people buy vehicles to live in. Some people buy vehicles to drive around. Some people buy vehicles to keep in their garage as toys. There are plenty of reasons why people buy vehicles. That was a good try, though.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day,
that was
what
a
do
great
you-
attempt. That was a great attempt.
What do
though. I
people
liked
buy
that try.
gaming systems for?
That was a good attempt.
What do people
the
buy
point
Xboxes
is,
and
I'm
PlayStations
going to try to
for?
switch the example now. I know you're going to example now that you got dog walked on that
You
example.
cut out.
But the
Adorna,
point
you
is
cut
that
out.
just again, as I stated, because someone bought something.
He's cutting out. Adorna.
Yeah, I understand that now
She's
he's
good.
going to
You're
try to
good.
go through all. Yeah, I know I'm good. They're upset
hello?
because they had a bad example.
No. You're actually cutting out.
Most people to work.
Can you
Okay, yes.
can you repeat what you said?
To drive to the fucking.
Yeah, sure. I mean, his example just kind of backed up what I was stating. That just because things can be used for something does not mean that that's the purpose. But I think the main idea is I think, well, at least the reason why I would be pro-choice is that I don't think that anyone should have the ability to aggress on your already existing rights. So if I have a right to my body and someone enters my body without my permission, I should have the ability to remove them.
I don't think Trinity realizes she's muted now. She has not been this quiet at all.
Jesus Christ.
Hello?
See, she didn't realize it.
I muted myself because they wouldn't stop talking, and you guys are getting mad that she can't talk.
It's kind of you, Trinity. Feel free to respond to what she said.
Hold on.
Okay, while she's figuring that out, I'd like to thank Zach for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Zach says, I'm having an abortion right now, in all caps. thank you for the $50 donation, Zach. Let's get 500 Zach W's down below in that comment section. That is Z-E-K. As well as Laura, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, calling Trinity's friend, husband, whatever, a jerk. No, I agree. I hope that at the end of this convo, I can
My
talk to him.
husband or anybody. It's just somebody that's at my house.
And then
But you should also tell, I just actually also had a thought. You should also tell the person in regards to whether or not your body is meant to have children, or that's what procreation is meant for, that if that was the case, then your body wouldn't be trying to reject the fetus at literally every single point, even prior to the sperm meeting the egg. Like your body is literally immunologically disparate. Yeah. The fetus and your body are literally immunologically
No, it's because usually
disparate.
there's a genetic issue with the baby, so that's what happened. Yes, it is. So I'm in school for it, and that's a proven fact.
Well, you should get a refund. Because the idea is that your body is literally immunologically disparate to the fetus. So your body literally inflamed.
That's not how that works.
That is quite literally how it
rejecting it. There's something genetically wrong with the baby.
Yeah,
that is
that's
why a
not
baby
true.
miscarries. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so early on in pregnancy, there are inflammatory processes that happen, and your body is literally trying to expel. Even prior to that, however, even prior to actually getting pregnant, your V area. I don't want to get your life taken down, but that area is actually not compatible with sperm. Like quite literally, it's not. So it has to be coated, right? This is the same thing that happens in regards to the egg, because there are inflammatory processes that happen, and so specifically the egg coats itself in order to be able. I'm sorry, the marula actually is coated in order to be able to stay in the womb.
Okay.
Yeah, so that just the idea that it's meant to happen, but it's such an imperfect process. Your body from the beginning is actually rejecting it and doesn't consent.
Okay. I'm not gonna keep it.
All right, Trinity, do you have any more comments that you'd like to direct towards
president, baby.
Dorna here? Because honestly, the moment you run out of points, I would actually, as soon as you're done with your conversation with Dorna, W Dorna's in the chat, by the way. I would love to talk to that random person in your house.
Do you want to talk to him?
I'm sorry. Holy fuck. Massive W's in the chat for Christian, who sent a $300 PayPal donation. Your participation in the stream is amazing. Thank you. Holy fuck. I'm sorry. Wow.
Man, Christian's in the chat right now. Holy cow, Christian, that is incredibly kind of you, man.
I don't have any more questions for Adorna, but you can speak to him if you want.
I would Adorna, do you have anything else that you'd like to run by with Trinity?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for having me.
Thank you for coming in and explaining your side.
Yep, thank you, Trinity. And thank you, Kaylin. Kaylin just sent me a $5 Venmo. I appreciate you, Kaylin. Thank you so much.
Adorna, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up, Adorna.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Bye.
No, it's not that. If you're not nice, I'm not going to let you do it.
Are you
Okay. All right.
You better be nice.
Yeah, I want to talk to this guy. I do.
I'm here.
Hello, sir. What's your name?
I can't say that.
Okay. What would you like to refer to you by?
Mister.
I'll refer to you as Mr. Sir. How about that?
Perfect.
Well, Mr. Sir.
Actually, they, them, frying pan.
I'm going to call him Bob.
You're Bob. Yeah, man, that was a really funny joke. That was hilarious. No, we're all really laughing hard at that hilarious joke. Anyways, Mr. Sir. So, you've definitely had a couple comments throughout the totality of the conversation. we were earlier having a conversation with Trinity about abortion, and in the background you were like, deport all the illegals. Yeah, that was great.
Heck yeah.
And you know, then like even when we had Adorna up here, kind of going over the biological processes related to abortion and pregnancy, and the anatomy of women and females. I do have a little bit of a stutter. I apologize if it's it's drawing from the substance of what I'm communicating to you. In the background, when they were talking about that, you hopped in and you were like, Trump for president. So obviously, you're definitely MAGA. And Mr. Sir, I'd love to ask you some questions about that. So why do you think you consider yourself a supporter of Trump?
Well, with what I do for work, the conservative side definitely backs my career a lot more. They don't want to defund us.
Okay.
What
do you do
They
for
have our
work?
backs. Law enforcement.
You're a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Do you mind?
So-
that brings up a pressing question for me. Do you mind if I ask you a pressing question?
Go ahead.
So this was something that Biden did. He did this in 2021 after the BLM riots. And I mean, I didn't personally approve of this, but honestly, like this actually may give you motivation to be a Trump supporter. This is like the one time where like, okay, I get it. Like you should be a Trump supporter here because of, the disgrace that the Democrats have shown to law enforcement officers. So in 2021, after the BLM riots, Biden had actually pardoned, I think it was around 67 people that had violently assaulted police officers. Now, one of these people that Biden pardoned included DJ Rodriguez, who was caught on camera literally driving a stun gun into the neck of a cop, right, in 2020 during the BLM riots, trying to kill him. Then DJ Rodriguez pled guilty to trying to do that. The cop testified against him, and then he was sentenced to 12 years in jail. Well, Biden turned around. Biden actually labeled this guy a patriot and then gave him a full presidential pardon. Like, do you think that was like one of the really firm and strong red lines that you held against Biden?
Yeah, I mean, that was a big one. It's more just like when he was in office, we struggled with staffing a lot, because I don't know, people didn't want to do it because we didn't have that support. And same with the military side.
I know, because Biden was just pardoning them. Right?
People didn't want to go into the Army or Marines or Navy, whatever it was, to work under Biden because of his policies and how he ran the military. Nobody wanted to be there.
But
so
my big pressing question is, would you ever support a president like Biden that literally pardoned people that tried to kill cops and labeled them as patriots?
No.
Okay, all right. I just want to like ensure that you're not like partisan. If like Trump happened to do this, now he hasn't, but hypothetically if he did, you wouldn't support Trump either?
If it was that exact same situation, no, I would not support him at all.
Okay. Well, this whole time I've been lying to you.
Yeah, I know what you're
That
bringing up.
exact situation that I just described to you is literally something that Donald Trump has done, down to the name and details. So Donald Trump literally pardoned that same man by the name of DJ Rodriguez for the same crime that I just detailed, the exact same crime of driving a stun gun into the neck of a cop on January 6th. He pardoned him and labeled him as a patriot. So right now, you either drop your support for Trump and you're no longer MAGA, or you expose yourself as the largest hypocrite alive. Because you told us that if Donald Trump did exactly what I described, you would no longer support Trump. So what will it be? Will you drop your support for Trump or be a hypocrite?
Do you know the backstory to that? The original call comments that came in from the 911 call taker.
About DJ Rodriguez? No.
Okay, so you don't know the whole story.
Okay, what's the whole story?
So whether it was her brother, cousin, whatever it was getting violently attacked by a cop.
DJ Rodriguez is a him.
Okay, his cousin, her
I
cousin.
don't think you know
I know
the
there was
full
a family
backstory.
member there that was getting violently attacked by a cop. That cop should not have been doing what he did. And if I'm going to treat somebody like that and their family member wants to try to kill me, I don't think they should get in trouble for it. If I'm violating law and policy, they should not get in trouble for defending their family.
I don't think that you're going to be referencing the cop that DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of. Because when you watch the video camera, the cop is just standing there doing ground control. So I don't think that you're referencing the same cop.
At that point, yes. But before, that cop violently attacked one of his family members.
Do you have any evidence for that? Because you just called DJ a her. So I don't really know if you know what we're talking about.
You never said that.
Never said that, yeah.
He absolutely said her.
So, like, do you have any evidence that this is what the cop that DJ Rodriguez tried to kill did?
I mean, we talked about it in briefing when it happened with commanders and chiefs, people that run the police departments, and gave us firsthand information from there. What you see on the news is not true, ever.
The cop that DJ Rodriguez shocked. Okay, his name was Officer Michael Fanone. Let's look up Officer Michael Fanone to see if we can find any specifics here. Okay. So let's see here. Early life and dedication. Let's see.
I need to text her back.
Early career. He joined the U.S.
I'm
Capitol
texting a friend
Police
back. 1 second.
He joined the U.S. Capitol Police during the aftermath of 9/11. A few years later, he joined the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia, remaining a member for approximately 20 years. He worked primarily as a plainclothes and undercover officer. I'm not seeing anything about this. So this cop, who was not scheduled to go on duty until the afternoon, self-deployed in response to radio calls for assistance. He was assaulted by rioters, dragged down the Capitol steps, beaten with pipes and stunned with a taser, sprayed with chemical irritants, and threatened with his own gun after an overt verbal abuse and physical assault from many attendees. He suffered burns, a heart attack, a concussion, a traumatic brain injury, and was diagnosed with PTSD as a result of the attack. So this is the cop that we're referring to, and nowhere in here do I see anything about how this cop tried to assault one of DJ's family member. The only thing that I see is that this dude was literally fucking attacked by a mob, burned, beaten, tased, and sprayed, and threatened with his own gun, and Donald Trump pardoned the people that did this to him. He lives with PTSD because of MAGA. He lives with a traumatic brain injury because of MAGA. He suffered burns, a heart attack, and a concussion because of MAGA. And the MAGA that did this to Officer Falone here, they were called patriots and pardoned and let out of jail by Trump.
So if I was to deploy my taser at somebody for something and it hit them in the neck, is that considered attempted murder? Or assault?
As you as a cop do this?
Yeah, as assault. Is it assault or attempted murder?
If you do it without any reason, I'm sure that's legally classified as assault.
Okay, well, it could be classified as assault even if I have probable cause to do it.
Okay.
Because it is a weapon. So getting sentenced to 12 years, one, is unconstitutional because you have a right to defend yourself. So whatever the circumstances are to that.
His defense was an admission of guilt. He pled guilty.
Which everybody pleads guilty. Coming from the law enforcement side of court proceedings, everybody pleads guilty because the sentence is less than going to trial and getting proven guilty.
He pled guilty because there's a video of him doing it.
That doesn't matter. He pled guilty to take a reduced sentence. Where we live, so that's classified as assault, not attempted murder, not attempted homicide. That's assault. Okay. Here, I'm pretty sure 49 of the 50 states, assault is only a 1 to 3 year sentence.
Okay, so
not 12.
So obviously, you're not super pro law and order. You definitely don't support mass deportation if you do support pardoning somebody that tried to assault and kill a cop, right?
I do support mass deportation because that's where a lot of our tax dollars go.
Ooh, well, now we're going into murky waters. Convince me that you have some justified understanding or foundation here that entails the conclusion that you care about the misdemeanor of undocumented entry into this country so much that we need to destroy our economy over it, ruin families over it, and sentence people to be beaten, tortured in a prison in El Salvador over it, but you don't care about assault on a cop during an insurrection enough that you support a pardon over it and calling those people patriots over it.
So since you don't agree with the pardon from the assault on a cop, you think that is a crime and they should have stayed in prison?
Absolutely. They should have served out the totality of their term. Because it was a crime that included a victim, malintent, et cetera, during an active insurrection, an attempt to rig and steal an election. Absolutely.
So crimes don't have to have victims, just so you know.
Yeah, there's victimless crimes, right? But that's not what this crime was.
No. I'm just saying, but they committed a crime. Just like someone that gets a DUI, right? They're just swerving. They haven't hit anybody. They haven't killed anybody. They committed a victimless crime.
I don't know. We disagree on that.
explain your disagreement on that.
Because the risk of there being a victim would at least be in my mind the suggestion of a mental state similar to a crime of a victim.
So what about someone shoplifting from a store?
Yeah, it's victimless.
But that's a crime?
Yeah.
Okay, so coming to America illegally is already a crime.
It can be a crime, yeah.
It is a crime. Illegally entering the United States is a crime. And then them using our tax dollars for housing, food, all of that stuff is theft.
Do you think that our federal government gives them our tax dollars?
They do.
Okay.
And so does state government.
And an ICE agent like yourself should know that's a lie.
Well, I'm not an ICE agent.
Okay.
My law enforcement, we're not allowed to partner. City law enforcement is not allowed to partner with ICE.
Okay. I thought that you might have been. Well, I feel like you as a city official, I mean, you're a public servant. You should know that our federal government doesn't spend any money on social safety nets for undocumented immigrants.
They give money to state governments, and the state governments then, in turn, give it to the illegals.
So the funding from state governments that is used to fund programs like Medi-Cal in California, for instance, are purely syndicated from state taxes. That it's a part of why they're legal. And then B, a lot of the states that offer those safety social nets are going to be net providers into the federal government. Like, for instance, every year California gives the federal government $80 billion more than what the federal government gives them. And they are the state with the largest, most comprehensive social safety nets for undocumented immigrants.
And the reason they have the most undocumented people is because their government does not control that.
No, it's because their government treats them like humans and gives them the same social safety nets that should be offered to any person in this country, unlike the governments of many other countries, many other states. And you also said that they're a net drain on the economy. I have a question. How? They left. I'm surprised it took that long.
Did you notice there was a third guy in the back?
Yeah, I mean, that guy, got his attitude in shape when he hopped on the mic. I guess I appreciate that. Well, I mean, I'll say this now. What an belligerent police officer. And I'm not referring to his attitude, on live. He kind of he got in shape pretty quickly. Right. But, when he was hanging off there behind the phone before when Trinity was talking, he was just being a belligerent as all hell. That was honestly really cringy to see coming from a member of law enforcement.
It was wild.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. Let's see here. Caitlin, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Pam with the $5 saying law enforcement equals Paul Blart Mall Cop. I feel like he was an actual police officer. I do believe that. Morgan, thank you so much for the $5 saying I get so many abortions. They gave me a punch card. One more and I get the sixth one for free. Yo, let's go, Morgan. Molly with the $5. Lakin with the $5 saying sending you all the love from Mississippi. First liberal in my family. Feels so good to break the chain. Thank you for giving me all the ammo I need to shut down my family MAGA's bigotry. Hell yeah, Lakin. Have fun, but stay safe. Sydney with the $10 and I just got back from my third abortion this week. LFG Sydney. Brianna with a 5 and Sage with a 5. And then Tass and Moose with another $5. Thank you. Then Connor with a $5 saying goat. Appreciate that, Connor. Andrew with a 3. And then Tass and Moose with another 5. You guys have been incredibly kind over there on Venmo. I'd also like to quickly thank Haley with a $15 donation on PayPal saying ACAB. Appreciate you for the love. Mackenzie with a $10 donation over on PayPal saying ACAB. Appreciate you for the love. Then Sharita, thank you for the $30 over on PayPal. Saying abortion is a sin, but you purposely had a child outside of marriage. Pick up a lane when you're Bible thumping. Sharita, that's actually a very fair point. That's a very fair point. She was talking about how abortion was a sin.
Adorna called her out on that.
Really? Okay. No,
when you were going to the bathroom.
That's a very fair point to call her out on, because the whole time it was like a conversation about the morality as related to the Christian faith. That is absolutely immoral in accordance with Christianity. As well as Lucid with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Lydia, thank you so much for the $10 as well, saying you're diabolical, bro. Sending you much love. Appreciate that. Thank you. As well as Bo with the 10, Michael with the 10, Piss with the 10. What a name. Buzzsaw with the 20, saying, of all fetuses are God's children, give that father full custody. That's a
That's wicked.
It's funny as fuck. Okay. All right.
I got a couple if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Darlene, thank you for the 5. Apparently his name was Colin. Okay. Allison, thank you for the 2. Can you ask who watches their child? It sounds like privilege. It definitely was. I mentioned Sarah and also Alicia. Thank you for the 20. Yeah. Oh, she wanted to find out about the baby versus zygotes position where she stood. But Alicia, thank you for the 20. And James, thank you for the 15. Send another 15 for fighting fascism is goated. You're absolutely right about that. Thank you so much, James. And Dean, thank you. I appreciate you having me up, and even more having Adorna up. She sent me a message saying, "Oh, thank you so much. Dean is so awesome." Da 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 da. I was like, "Yeah, he is."
Dude, she was cooking.
Listen, Adorna is.
I've known her name, but I don't think I've spoken to her before.
Well, you know how I found her.
How?
Athena.
Really? Oh, well, of course she's awesome then.
Dean, if you ever hear both of them together, I bet that's scary. Anyway, listen, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta grab some food and connect with the wife. So I appreciate you having me up.
Hey, Dan, I really appreciate you for joining up for a coast. It has been a while. Mine Esther, thank you for the sports guy. I appreciate you. It's been a while since I've done a co-host with any other creators apart from maybe Parker.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, it was a whole lot of fun. It was a whole lot of fun. I enjoy the co-host. It takes a little bit of the mental stress off me.
Oh yeah.
Etc.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you, man. Have a good rest of your day, bro.
I appreciate you, bro. See you later.
See ya. All right, chat. We are at it. It is that time of the day. We've been on for 4 hours. So this is typically when I'd get off. Natalie, thank you for the galaxy. But. You guys are saying one more in the chat. I'm down with doing one more. Let's get one more guest up here before we end for the day. William with the $5 saying came for the vibes, left with very useful and much needed knowledge. Thanks to Dean and Co. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you for the love, William. I'm happy that you've left with some information. Welcome in, Bethany. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I just love watching you, and I don't know how I ended up here.
No worries at all, Bethany. You have a good rest of your day. All right. Let's try to find one last shorter debate. To end the day. Life at the liquor stores loading into the box. Here we go, everybody. What a name. Truly, what a name. Hey, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
All right, 100%. I just got to ask you a question, Dean. I don't know if that's puberty or that's herpes, but from getting spit on, you can get HSV. So I would definitely check that out because I know you get spit on a lot, bub. So please go check that out.
My crystal ball says you're about to leave and run away.
From that.
I muted you because I want to overspeak you, because I think if I don't overspeak you and I allow you to finish your statement, you're ultimately just going to leave and run away. Point number 1, if you decide to leave after your statement, you're a beta male. Point number 2, you're scared. Point number 3, you know that I'm more intelligent than you, and that's why you don't want to talk to me. And point number 4, if you do ultimately leave, because I'm predicting your actions, I'm a fucking god. So go ahead and unmute. You're positioned as one of those people that's going to leave pretty quickly. But let's have a conversation about it. I see that you're very upset.
Herpes simplex virus. Herpes simplex virus is not only transmitted through sexually. You can get it through saliva.
Are you talking about the pimple on my face?
Yes, it's huge. It's humongous.
It's humongous. So you know that you could develop acne from stress, and I'm so fucking stressed talking to you tools all day.
Why? Because Trump is always winning? Is that why? That's what's stressing you out, is all the winning going on, right?
Oh, we won when he
wins after wins.
Were we winning when he kicked the 17 million people off of healthcare, when he raped the woman, or he passed an EO that explicitly violated the Constitution? Were those all wins?
None of that happened, literally. None of that actually happened.
Oh, really? So what was my first point? The 17 million people being took off of Medicare? Well, that's true, because the federal government is imposing a new maximum cap to qualify for Medicaid in all 50 states, as well as they're imposing a work requirement. So that is true. Second point was about him passing an EO that violates the Constitution. Yeah, I'm talking about his ban on birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants. Explicitly contradicts the text of the 14th Amendment. And my third point, that he's raped somebody, he was only held civilly liable for it by unanimous jury of 9.
Hold on, but you know E. Jean Carroll wrote for Elle magazine. We know this. I wrote for magazines too. She was a journalist, and she wrote about great fantasy in the 1980s.
Go look it up. Great fantasy?
Yes, great fantasy. I can't say that. I'll say it. The rape fantasy. I don't care. Fuck it. Rape fantasy. She wrote about it, damn near to the T of how she explained it about Trump. That's why she wasn't allowed to get the deposition in. Go look it up. She wrote about this, dude. I knew about Elle magazine for a long time. I had wrote in journalism op-eds. So I know about her. She's a very talented writer.
She was actually a fashion journalist in the 1980s.
She did it. Hold on. she also did an Ask Gene. It was called Ask Gene, and people would ask her, say, hey, what do you think about this, A, B, and C? And somebody had asked her about a certain position, about if a guy was coming on to her, would she lead him on? How would she handle that situation? And it's very interesting. I actually read some of her memoirs too. If you go and you pay attention to E. Jean Carroll, because if I'm not mistaken, didn't you date her niece? Didn't you date her niece, if I'm not mistaken?
No. I was
Yeah,
friends,
you did.
I didn't,
Yes, you did.
No, I was friends
You
with
dated
her, niece,
her.
but I didn't date her.
That's, and I see where the bias comes from.
Wait, where's that? I was friends with her niece. No, you're right. She used to come up all the time. I didn't date her niece though. Where's that coming from?
Well, from what we heard on the Reddit community is that you were dating her. We could be wrong, but from a little deep
fuck?
dive.
What are you talking about?
Just the stuff you say about her. I mean, have you actually did a deep dive into her?
What is this yap, bro? What kind of fucking incel Reddit community is saying that I dated E. Jean Carroll's niece? You
Like
understand that
everybody
she's
over
like
there.
you understand that she's like 2 times my age, right? She's like in her 40s or late 30s. I'm 20.
That doesn't matter. What does age have anything to do with it?
Oh,
when you love
geez,
somebody, right?
What does age have anything to do with it when you love somebody? Oh,
If
Jesus
aging
Christ.
consenting adults when it's over the age of 18. No, you're a consenting adult. Don't try to manipulate this and try to say that I'm
That was
talking
just a
about
crazy.
children.
That was just a crazy fucking statement. Then even about
Adulting
that,
consent.
yeah, I think that there's something wrong with an 18-year-old being with a 4-year-old. Yeah, how about you?
Yes, I would say so. I mean, that's a pretty significant age gap if you ask me.
Age does matter. Let's be frank, okay? Like, age does matter.
I just don't get how you just bash Trump on a daily basis.
Because
I
he
don't
sucks,
get it.
bro.
Like,
Because he's terrible. That's why.
and he's getting stuff done at the same time. He's actually furthering the American agenda. Right?
Really?
So
Like
what?
what?
he is
By
doing-
what? Tell me what he's doing that's furthering the American agenda. Be specific.
We can start with the MAGA Baby Fund. You know about the MAGA Baby Fund, right?
Is that putting $1,000 into the stock
Yes.
market for every newborn?
Correct.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
what's wrong with that?
You know, these families would have had more children, more money for their children if we elected Kamala Harris and we saw her increases in the child tax credit. Unironically, they would have made over $15,000 or more from the age that child was born to the time that child turned 18, which would have generated a significantly higher ROI than any ROI that could be generated on top of this like MAGA baby fund over its lifespan.
I disagree with that, but
Do the
that's
math.
how you feel.
Wait, do the math. I mean, like what?
Well, you're
like
you're
how
taking
how
like
long?
a certain percentage
how
of
long would it
something.
take that $1,000 to turn into $10,000?
How fast is the market moving? Have you seen Trump is the reason why the market
Like
is even where
how
it's at
like how
today.
long does it take? Like let's see. How long?
Look at 2017
does it
when the
take
market exploded.
1,000 in
The
the
market-
stock market to turn into 10,000. Let's just get let's get an approximation here. Let's see here. Let's see. Like, what do you think? Like a realistic.
That's very nuanced.
What do you think?
That's
Like a
very
realistic
nuanced,
rate
though.
of what do you think? What do you think a realistic rate of return per year would be like in the stock market? Like 7%?
You could say do 7. I'd say 7% would be about right. Even you could do 10 just to make it easy.
Well, 10. I don't think that they're putting it in the S&P. The S&P would get 10 on average. I think the general market gets 7. So let's see. If we take $1,000 with a $0 monthly contribution, and we're saving this for 30 years, and you get a 7% interest rate, and this compounds annually. In 30 years, that $1,000 would be $7,600. So by the time these babies are 30, they will have approximately $8,000 because of this MACA baby fund. You understand that Kamala Harris's child tax credit would be giving these families an additional $8,000 on top of what Donald Trump wants to increase the child tax credit to in literally 3 years, right?
You're going off of 7%, right? What if there's an exponential, the market goes exponentially high, like it just takes off, like it did in 2017, for instance?
Well,
if you look at when the years of Trump was in
we're not
office,
looking at like 1 year on a micro scale. This is going to be a long-term investment. I don't like your what ifs. That's going to be an average rate of return for the general market historically.
And you proposed that what Kamala had was a lot better.
Kamala, yeah. If we want to talk about giving money to babies, it would have raised more money faster.
I just don't get how somebody who gentrified San Francisco, California, and ruined our state to the ground. It's $1.6 trillion in debt.
Oh yeah,
that she was a good candidate.
The DA of San Francisco put the state of California in debt.
Not just the DA, she was also a senator. She was also an attorney general.
The senator that passed how many pieces of legislation in her 3 years?
So you know about True Love. I know you know about Jamal True Love.
Yeah, the senator that literally passed no more debt for California caused California
she couldn't even
to be in
get
debt.
Hold on. When she was a junior senator, how many articles of legislation did she even bring to the table? Let's start there.
Oh yeah, she brought a handful. I mean, I can name one, a piece of legislation that she co-signed on to end the war on drugs that was shot down by the GOP. Now, I like your pivot here because you were telling me that one piece of legislation that Donald Trump is using to push America forward was a MAGA baby fund. I point out a policy that Kamala Harris ran on would be significantly better for that same purpose. Now you pivot? Dude, go back to the main prompt. What's something that Trump is doing that will be good for furthering this country?
Everything he's doing across seas is
everything. You don't want to make that claim. You don't want to make that claim that everything he's doing is furthering this country. Like, for example, at least we could agree on one thing that he's doing that's not furthering this country was his unconstitutional executive order to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants, right?
And the Supreme Court already fixed that. They said you can't do that. So he's been called out.
Actually, no, the Supreme Court didn't do that. The Supreme Court ruled that the nationwide injunctions imposed by federal judges can only be regional. So they actually only helped him further his agenda while not ruling on the unconstitutionality of the EO. Until 2 days ago when we had federal courts find a workaround to re-implement nationwide bans. But Donald Trump still has this illegal EO in effect. It's just finally been reblocked once again by federal judges. Obviously, right, you don't support a president that is passing unironic, very clear, unconstitutional EOs, right?
No, I support him, but I'm not supporting some of the things he's doing.
Okay, so then your claim that everything he's doing is furthering this country was false. Thanks.
Everything going across the seas, being a strong internationalist.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
He's a strong internationalist.
He's such a strong internationalist that the war waged on Ukraine has only gotten worse. He's such a strong internationalist that he's let our allies like Israel literally break ceasefire agreements that we've set forth. He's such a strong internationalist that he claimed he ended the genocide in the Congo, even though he's only extracting more. Okay, what did he do?
He ended a 30-year war. What are you talking
between
about?
who?
Like, everybody knows this.
Between who?
Between in the Congo, it was a civil war that had been going on for over 3 decades.
It's not a civil war.
Technically, it could be considered a civil war. It could be.
No, because it's two different countries. What are the countries?
The Congo and I don't know the other one
Rwanda
off the top of my head.
Rwanda. And what did he do for the Congo and Rwanda?
He ended the war. He basically ended the war.
Listen,
is the war ended? The war ended?
No, absolutely not. See, I don't expect like people in like Western society to know this because it's censored heavily, but that's actually not true at all. So he basically set forth an agreement to get some Rwandan troops out of the Congo while also having a mineral deal from the Congo, just exploiting them the same way Rwanda is. However, for the most part, it's not been the Rwandan troops committing the genocide on the Congo. It's been the M23 gang that is paid for and funded by Rwanda, as well as Ugandan troops that are also paid for and funded by Rwanda. Right? The genocide is still ongoing. Their land is still occupied, and their people are still dying. And Rwanda is still
lithium. That's in lithium. The lithium
taking
mines.
away their minerals.
That's the
by
UK.
proxy
The
through
UK
M23,
is doing that. The UK
and Uganda.
The UK is the one solely responsible for exploiting those lithium mines. The UK has been doing this for like how long?
So the UK, Rwanda, M23, Uganda, but all of these people.
Do you know what a Tyrian pick is?
Why are you
know
not?
what a Tyrian
wait.
pick is?
I'm explaining.
No,
stop talking. No.
PLC,
I just gave you an explanation on how he didn't do shit for the Congo, and you're completely ignoring it. Why are you completely ignoring that? I just gave you an explanation on how he didn't do shit for the Congo. Congo still has M23 gang members genociding innocent Congolese individuals, and they're funded by Rwanda. They're paid for by Rwanda.
Congo is the Democratic Republic of Congo, correct?
Yeah, that's Dr. Congo. Yeah.
The DRC, and the UK has been there for a long time. They actually have a freaking company that, if you know who Atarian PLC is, they've been there for a long
Okay,
time.
why aren't you
This is
responding to my
nothing
claim
new.
about Rwanda? Why are you not answering to my statement that you were wrong
I'm
and that
getting
he
there.
didn't
I'm
end
trying
shit?
to segue.
Yeah,
He is
just
trying
make sure
to
you're staying on
stop
topic.
the Atarian PLC. That's what I'm exactly what I'm getting to.
Wait, you're saying that he's trying to stop people from the UK?
He's trying to stop the UK lithium, the lithium mines that they have there. They're not supposed to be there.
This is
they are
wait,
not
wait,
supposed to
This
be there.
isn't true. The deal was between Rwanda. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The deal had nothing to do with the UK. It had to do with Rwanda.
Are you serious?
Yes,
Are you
I am
serious right now?
serious. Yes, I am dead serious.
That has a lot to do with it. If you look up Atarian, Aterian PLC, place holdings. If you look them up,
The deal
they're
that
very
Donald
much-
Trump achieved was with Rwanda and the Congo.
Yes.
And it's cobalt, by the way.
And lithium. It's lithium as
Cobalt
well
and
too.
lithium.
There's lithium mines.
So now respond to the fact that that deal did nothing. It only gave the West more extraction of their minerals because it included a mineral deal with America.
Well, we're helping them out. Yes. If we help somebody out, don't we get a mineral deal?
We're not helping
How
them.
could we just help somebody out and not get a one-sided
The
deal?
one
That doesn't
argument
make
that I've
any
been giving
sense.
you this whole time proves that we're not helping them, and you've completely ignored it. The reason why this does not help the Congo is because they only pulled some of the Rwandan troops, and for the most part, it's not even the Rwandan troops committing the genocide. It's the M23 gang members that are funded by Rwanda that are still there and have not gone out, as well as some Ugandan troops.
Did you
also
see the
funded by
signing?
Rwanda.
Hold on. I know you've been online for a long time, but did you see the signing just now that happened not too long ago? Trump administration officials on Friday oversaw the signing of U.S. brokered peace agreement between the DRC and Congo and Rwanda. A deal
feel like I'm
President
going
Trump
crazy.
said would end one worst wars anyone's ever seen.
This
just happened.
It didn't end anything. M23 gang members are still genociding the innocent Congolese individuals, and they're funded by Rwanda. Do you
It's
know
still
anything
gonna
about?
go on.
Do you know
Like, we
anything about
stopped-
M23?
Not too much. I would lie if I said I did.
M23. They are the ones that are slaughtering the innocent Congolese people. They're the ones that are committing the genocide. They're funded by Rwanda, right? I mean, this is so.
So this goes into
this knowledge.
conspiracy theory. Now we're kind of delving into conspiracy theory.
This
when you
isn't
start- when you start
conspiracy
throwing
theory.
them-
This is the reality of real people like you and me, boots on the ground, living in the Congo.
Well, I mean, they say they're fighting to protect the rights of the Congolese Tutsi community and other ethnic minorities, right? Is that what their mission is?
So that's the claim that they have made. But what are they really doing? They're systemically
See,
starving.
that's conspiracy. Hold on. If somebody claims something and you say that they're making something up or there's some other ulterior motive, then that's a conspiracy right there because they've already came out with their mission statement.
Define conspiracy theory.
A conspiracy theory, right, is when you have something that you don't know of, right? Like two or three more conspirators.
Something that you don't have evidence for. All right. Well,
Of
we do have evidence
evidence,
of
yes.
this. Yeah, we do have evidence that Rwandan troops in N23 have been genociding innocent Congolese individuals.
So when I talk about the Rockefellers and I talk about the 13 bloodline families, it's automatically, oh, you're into conspiracy theory. I can't talk to you. Oh, you read the protocols. I can't talk to you. That's a conspiracy book. Like, I don't get that. So when the left does it, it's not conspiracy theory. But if the right says it, then it's definitely conspiracy theory. Same thing with Reagan.
There's been millions of innocent Congolese people that have died. Millions. Millions of innocent Congolese people that have died. Millions with an M. With a fucking M. Like that's not enough evidence of a genocide?
Well, didn't the refugees flee, right? They fled to neighboring countries like Uganda
There's been people.
and Rwanda.
There's been people from the Congo that have fled, and there's been people that have stayed in the Congo have been genocided. Million with an M.
And you also have AFC, which is another group that backs them as well too, and they're trying to overthrow the Congolese government.
They're trying to overthrow their government and genocide their people to extract their resources. Yes, genocide. That's not a conspiracy
No,
theory.
because the government that's there is not a good government. The people don't want that government there. They want that government out.
The people that they're also killing,
The Tutsi
the
people do not want
the millions of innocent Congolese individuals that they're genociding.
Like I said, you're getting into conspiracy theory.
Yeah, this guy's denying a genocide in the Congo, saying that Rwanda's in the right, defending the Tutsis.
No. So since 1998, over 10 million people have already been unalived in the Congo. So I don't know why you would think the unaliving of over 10 million people, which is literally the population of all of Sweden,
I don't believe
is
those
not a
numbers at
genocide.
all. That's a hoax. I don't
That
believe
that's
that
not a
at all.
hoax at all. That's like
You would
actually a
you would be
fact.
insane to believe that number. You would
No,
have
no,
to
no.
like
It's
not
an
have any type
actual
of
fact. There are
reasonable
there
thinking.
are reports and humanitarian organization reports as well that show that this number is actually a fact. And not only that, Rwanda. It's very interesting that Rwanda has been exporting a lot of cobalt lately. So has China. Where
What's
has
wrong
it
with that?
gotten
They're trying to
all
get
of
their
these
natural resources.
Dude, by the
They're
way,
trying to better their country.
I have a
What's wrong with
source. I have a source from the NIH that claims that 5.4 million people have died in Congo since 1998, and because of that conflict. That's the title. And
There are
this
10
article,
million out.
this
Look for it.
article was published in 2008.
2008.
Well,
Oh, okay. So from 1998 up until 2008, it was 5.5 million, and then in 2005, it has become 10 million. Right. So I can show you that source, by the way. But also, it's very interesting that Rwanda is really just pumping out all these exports of resources that don't exist in Rwanda. I understand that Kagame is pretending as if he is protecting the Tutsi population in Congo, but it's very interesting that the areas that the M23 actively like take over are areas that are resource rich, areas with a lot of mines, and they're sending the resources to not only China but also to Rwanda, and it's benefiting off of them. So what is happening in Congo is actually a genocide. That's the official terminology for it, which is basically a genocide that is based on economical reasons, so like for resource extraction and land grab.
No, and some of that is tyrannical and due from colonization. I get that, but to say all of like the Tutsi people, the Tutsi people are bad, that's not. I mean, how could you say that? There's people that have lived
Nobody
there.
said that.
Nobody said that. We've just been
Who
simply
said
giving
Tutsi
you.
people are bad?
Yeah, we've just been simply giving you an evidence of genocide in the Congo since 1998 until today.
Well, you
Actually,
well, I
it
heard
wasn't
about
even
it.
since
I'm almost 40. I heard
1998.
1994.
Bless you.
She's talking about 94.
It wasn't since 1998. Actually, it was Congolese people have been G-sided consistently for like over a century, because when you look at
And who
King
hasn't?
Leopold
What
of
group of
how
people
he
haven't been
unalived.
G-sided? What group of people haven't been G-sided?
Did anybody say that? Did anybody say that G-sided was
Well,
just unique
that's
to
the whole
Congo?
point. That's what you guys are trying to do right now. It's trying to act like this only happens there, and it doesn't happen anywhere else in the world.
Whoa! You are shifting.
Did you say that, Dean?
No, he's shifting the goalposts like a motherfucker. You were trying to defend the claim that Rwanda's in the right, their government's doing something good, and they haven't been genociding the Congo. Now we've given you demonstrable
I never
evidence that
said
the claim
the
is
government.
true. And now, yes, you said their
I
forces.
said the government is
You
bad.
read
They need
no.
to be thrown out.
You read off the mission statement of the Rwandan forces, and when I disagreed with you and I said no, they're not just trying to protect the Tutsi population, they're actively committing a genocide. You called me a conspiracy theorist. You cannot walk that back. You said that explicitly. And now we've given you demonstrable and undeniable evidence of genocide in the Congo at the hand
No,
of...
that's not irrefutable. It's not irrefutable. Don't even try that. It's not irrefutable.
Then refute it.
Like I said, this dips into conspiracy theory. Do you want to go into conspiracy
refute the evidence?
It's conspiracy theory, Dean. You're literally talking about
Just
conspiracy
labeling
theory,
it as a
something that when
conspiracy
you
theory
get
is
into an
not refuting
argument,
the
you just
evidence.
throw it off.
I didn't
You
know that just
always do
labeling
this.
things. I didn't know that figures released by the International Rescue Committee and in conjunct with the UN Rights Board amounted to
The
conspiratorial
UN Rights Board.
nonsense.
Wow. You believe the UN? You actually believe the UN?
Yeah. Also, I believe that their UN High Commissioner for Refugees. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't believe half of that.
So you know that when they invaded Goma in the beginning of this year, they displaced about 4 million or 5 million people into neighboring villages. Those people are in those villages without like an adequate water resource. One of those villages is going to be Kibumba, which has a population of 50,000 now who were displaced from Goma, and they're sitting there surviving off of swamp water because they were displaced by the M23 rebels. So it is a genocide, right? And a substantial amount of people are being unalived in Congo for resource extraction. under the guise of protecting the Tutsi population there and going after the Hutu population that had fled from Rwanda during the Rwandan genocide and went into Congo. But under the guise of those supposed quote unquote statements, Congolese people are being unalived.
Okay. And your point? What's the whole point? Back to what Dean was saying. Is it Trump didn't, so he never ended no war, is what you guys believe. There's no signing, nothing. People didn't come to an agreement, right? That never happened.
No, so the agreement was with the Rwandan government to remove their troops, and not the M23, which is very much funded by the Rwandan government, and not the Ugandan forces, who are also on the ground engaging in the G side. Also, in connection to that supposed quote unquote peace agreement, Trump wants to sign another agreement with the Congolese government in which he would be allowed to extract resources from Congo. So this wasn't necessarily like a thing that he cared about when he's sitting there spreading misinformation, talking about, oh, they're just unaliving one another with machetes, which was a prominent symbol of the Rwandan G-side, by the way. So he just used a completely different G-side to talk about the Congolese G-side. But also, he just wants extraction of resources. Do you know how many resources are in Congo?
That's the cradle of civilization. I would imagine most of them.
No, Congo is not the cradle of civilization. The cradle of civilization is in like Mesopotamia. The cradle of humanity is in East Africa. But Congo has a lot of resources.
Lithium,
actually,
cobalt.
Yeah, Dean, did you say something?
No. I'm just listening to you cook this guy. By the way, he didn't even know that it was Rwanda who was genociding the Congo when he joined.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, so, I feel like he's just making shit up as he goes at this point.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me. Give me a second. I had it here.
So you know who the Kagame was?
Paul Kagame. You mean the leader, the president of Rwanda?
Mm-hmm.
What's up with him?
I was saying this goes back to Belgium too. It doesn't just necessarily with the UK, but also Belgium as well.
Yes. The Belgians created a lot of ethnic tensions. So in Congo alone, right? So Congo has ivory for piano keys, crucifixes, false teeth, and carvings, rubber for car and bicycle tires, palm oil for soap, copper, tin, zinc, silver, and nickel for that was used during the industrialization period, diamonds for gold and riches, uranium for nukes that were also used. It has tantalum and tungsten for microprocessors, cobalt for rechargeable batteries. And not only that, one thing I also wanted to say that's very, very important is the largest lithium battery manufacturers in the world are CATL and BYD in China, LE Energy Solution in Samsung, SDI and SK Innovation in South Korea, and Panasonic in Japan. And in 2021, these 6 companies produced 86% of the world's lithium-ion rechargeable batteries. And most of the cobalt within these batteries originated in Congo. And in 2021, China produced 75% of the world's refined cobalt. The largest single refiner was Huayo Cobalt with a market share of 22%. And Huayo owns the Congo Dongfang Mining, which is one of the largest copper cobalt mining companies that is currently operating in the Congo too. So yes, this is actively for resource extraction. And when we also talk about environmentally friendly options for electric cars, we also have to understand that this is coming at the expense of Congolese people, because we are using also resources from the Congo to build these solar panels, to build these rechargeable batteries, to build electric cars and all these things as well, that these factors also have to come into the conversation, because we can be environmentally friendly and eco-conscious without supporting the G side of a whole group of people. He left.
He left
Crazy.
5 minutes ago.
Oh.
Yeah, you've been cooking. No.
Yeah.
He was obviously just out of his depth. You started dropping random facts on you, asking you about the president for Rwanda, just saying his name randomly. No, man. By the way, I'm gonna end the stream here. send everybody on a right over to Parker. But like I DM'd you. So yesterday we actually had somebody that I was talking about, like the fundraiser that we're going to host here soon for clean water in the Congo.
Period.
And somebody said that they'd donate $360 if I could debate them. And they actually did. So yeah, I sent you texts about that. We're already halfway there for the 1 month goal, and I mean, we haven't even figured out the day that we're going to do the fundraiser on. So that's really promising. I think that we'll be able to do a lot of good. But just know that I have that, and we'll talk through that. Thank
you so much. I appreciate you.
Of course.
I was going to say something after you're done.
Okay. The reason why we haven't gotten around to it yet this week was because of all the manufactured drama by the right. Oh my goodness gracious. It has been crazy to deal with, but I will be in touch with you. Anyways, take it away.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much. I appreciate you genuinely. The fact that you even did that. Literally, I love you. Like genuinely love you. You're amazing. Proud of you as well. And I appreciate you that when I sent you that message and I asked if you could help, the fact that you literally like, yeah, sure. Let's hop on a call. And you called me immediately that day. So you're awesome, legitimately. I appreciate you. I did want to plug something, if that's okay. In the link tree in my bio, there is an initiative for Congo that specifically helps Congolese women who have been victims and girls who are victims of SA. It was an initiative that was started after a victim called Alliance was unalived. Unfortunately, she ended up succumbing to her injuries after getting SA'd. So it's an initiative. It's very trusted. It is run by Congolese people. MZ Elvis Kototo is his name. He's on the ground. There's also another initiative that specifically offers period care to Sudanese displaced women, right? So if you go to the link tree in my bio, there are tons of initiatives that specifically support Congo and Sudan. So please, that's all I wanted to say. And to anybody who wants to learn more about the situation in Congo, there's an amazing book on it called Cobalt Red. Amazing book, gives you a detailed explanation of how it started to what's happening today as well. It's called Cobalt Red. So that's all I'm going to say. And there are 8.1K people here. There's slave trade in Libya. I want to say that too. I keep screaming this every panel I go to. There's a full-blown slave trade in Libya where black people are being sold into slavery. Look that up, the Libyan slave trade, the Egyptian slave trade, and how Tunisians are selling black people for $13 per person. $13. And how Western taxpayer dollars are going to fund these slave trades in Libya and Egypt and also in Tunisia. So just wanted to say that. Thank you very much, Dean. I appreciate you and I hope you have a good evening.
I always appreciate having you up on my stream. Every single time you join my panel, I always learn something I didn't know before. So hey, I appreciate you so much for joining, and I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye. No, I love Athena, guys. We are like hyper focused on domestic politics and like very specific foreign, very specific conflicts overseas as it relates to our government and whatnot. And in this space and this stream, I love having Athena up because she is so knowledgeable on global conflicts that I'm pretty sure every single person watching this live could use more of an myself included, by the way. I'm included in that. Me and everybody watching this live could use a little bit more of an education about. So I always love having her up. Now, we are going to go and end the stream for the day. If you haven't scratched that itch for debates for the night and you want to listen to some more conversations, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok and on YouTube. Right now, he has 2.3K live viewers over on TikTok. Let's try to get him up to 5 or 6K. But yeah, I'm going to go to end now. I love you all @ParkerGetAJob. That's going to be a social. I'll see you all tomorrow. And then maybe just like one last update here. We seem to be coming out of the cloud of crazy right-wingers taking shit out of context and accusing me of the worst. We seem to be coming out of it, everybody. We didn't hear about it from one guest today. which in my mind was pretty significant. But Asmongold, he actually dropped like a 2-minute clip over on YouTube. Dude, it's like ridiculous. Actually, we're not going to end yet because I want to look into that real quick. I want to see how many views this video has. It has like millions of views, seriously. Asmongold clips. Let's see how many clips it has. Yep. Asmongold clips. Yeah, it has 1.6 million views. Oh my God. 1.6 million views. It is 2 minutes long, and it's him literally playing a 10-second clip out of context. And then at the end, he references literally AI fake reporting from the Times of India, completely made up, saying that in response, I just called it a prank. And then he plays like another 10-second clip, completely out of context, which, by the way, really bad faith. He should have included the context because it's literally about me talking about all of these false allegations being lobbed at me. I'm like, these things are false. Here's why they're false. Here's why they're not true. But the fact people are calling me like a pedophile and saying that it was just a prank, bro, like can literally ruin my life in the future. Then like the last 10 seconds is me literally saying, people are calling me a pedophile, how I just called it a prank, and this will ruin my... So just creating that... Like, dude, oh my God. It is ridiculous. It is absolutely so ridiculous. But anyway, so I mean, that 1.6 million views in a day, completely outrageous. Literally just the right wing spin. Honestly, at this point, I'm pretty sure these people are just trying to get me to quit. I think that's just like what they're doing because it's just so abundantly false. Like same thing with like the older millennial. So, I mean, I don't know if you guys have like seen the video on my TikTok page. It's 4 minutes long. It goes over how like the husband and wife that I was talking to literally think they have the right to exploit their kids, think parents have the right to exploit their kids, et cetera, et cetera. Like somebody else on the panel called CP Art too. And then fucking the OM comes around and OM stitches the first 3 seconds where I'm like, people are calling me a predator. And it's like, that's because you are. Why did you make that hypothetical? And you doxed an innocent father for saying that kids can't consent, even though the contents of the video he stitched like just abundantly disproved that narrative. Completely unreal. But I will say, it seems like OM is getting karma right now. It seems like OM is getting karma for that shit because somebody made a video and it's at like over 1 million views. And if you ask me, I just think they were lying. I don't find any reason to believe this to be true. I'll be honest. But the video says that OM was in jail for the 3 weeks he was because he sucked a man off, one of the guards. And somebody made a video just making that claim, and it has like a couple million views. I don't think the claim is true, but he's like getting so much shit for it in the comment section of all of his videos now, which just so happens to be the same thing he's doing to me. Just saying, right? But I don't think that claim is true. Like if you guys have seen that claim, I think whoever made the video saying that he like OM did that, I think that they were lying. And obviously we shouldn't entertain like political misinformation related to people just to tarnish their character. Obviously I'm going to say that, especially after it's been happening to me. Blake, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube saying that this guy's listening to Rage Against the Machine, but he's raging for Trump's regime. Throw on Kid Rock. I appreciate you for the love, Blake. That's actually a pretty good quote. Thank you, Blake. Yeah, anyways, we seem to be we seem to be on like the upside of kind of coming out of all of this shit. We really do. We really do. You know, truth seems to be prevailing to an extent. And then to like the people who truth isn't prevailing to, like, I don't think they're a part of my fan base at all. You know what I mean? Like, I think that you could probably like count the amount of people that were like, oh, I was a fan of Dean, but after this, I'm no longer a fan of Dean. I feel like you could count the amount of people that have made that switch on like one hand. You know what I mean? Like for the most part, this is just completely manufactured hate and outrage from the right. But what I will say is that it is so totally gross to diminish the value of the word predator or PDF. You know, you shouldn't throw those on to anybody who they don't apply to. It completely waters down the meaning of the term, etc. I think actually we're not going to end the stream yet. I think this guy was calling me a PDF in the chat, and he wants to come up. So you were calling me a PDF in the chat, and you want to come up? Why?
What's going on, Dean? How are you, bro?
How old are you?
How old am I? That has nothing to do with anything.
Just want to make sure that you're over 18. That's all.
Brother, does it sound like I'm over 18?
Well, if I'm being honest, sure, but the sound of somebody's voice isn't always like indicative of their age, which is why I still ask.
By the way, so Dean, before we get started, okay? Before we get started, first off, I just want to say that you lie through your ass, 1,000%. Okay.
Can you repeat that? Your mic is like literally a potato, so I didn't even catch that. You said something about my ass. These are the people calling me a pedophile, by the way. Fucking hell. Okay, why did you call me a pedophile?
Hang on, brother. My microphone's acting weird. Give me a second.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I appreciate this guy for being willing to join. Let's get some insight into these people.
Oh, no, here's the thing, man. I'm not calling you a pedophile. I literally did it to get on your live. So,
dude,
here's what I will
So
say.
you agree that you falsely were accusing me of being a pedo?
Shut up. Shut up, bro. For once. Shut up once.
You can't just do that.
I have one question for
you can't just falsely accuse people of being a pedo.
How much are you paid by the Democratic National Committee to spread propaganda on TikTok? How much are you paid? How much is Harry System paid? How much is everyone paid?
These are the people.
And don't lie. Tell the truth, bro. Now's your chance.
Yeah, I paid $0 by the DNC.
You are lying. You're signed through Pelotalent.
How do you know that I'm lying?
Because it's public information,
do you have evidence?
Bro.
Do you have evidence that I'm paid by the DNC?
Bro, it is a simple search, okay?
It's a simple search for what?
How much are you paid by the Democratic National Committee to lie on TikTok? How much are you paid?
I'm paid $0 by the DNC.
You're lying through your teeth, bro. You signed a $10,000 check that was sent by the DNC on November 27th, 2024.
So now you think because I've collected payments from individuals for services, etc., that therefore I'm paid by the DNC? How much
you paid by the DNC to lie on TikTok and...
What are you even talking about, bro?
How much are you paid, bro? Tell us, man. A lot of us want to go, man. A lot of us want to genuinely know.
Wait.
Well, a lot of us want to know, bro. How much are you paid? How much are you paid by the DNC to lie on TikTok?
I'm not paid anything by the DNC.
You're lying through your teeth, bro. You're
my
signed
God.
by Pelotalent. You've been signed by Pelotalent since January of 2021. It's public information,
January
bro.
of 2021?
You've been signed a 4-year contract by the DNC through Pelotalent, and you have received payments of anywhere between $5,000 to $20,000.
Yeah, I think he thinks I'm Harry or something.
It's been proven, man. It is public information. So how much are you paid?
I have a question. If you go back to my very first post on TikTok, now anybody could do this.
You're so full of shit, bro. You're not answering. How much are you paid? It's a simple question.
Because I need to ask you a question. I've already answered the question and said nothing. I need to ask you a question, though. Please
No,
listen.
you haven't, bro. How much are you paid?
Can you listen to me without interruption? So you claim that I've been signed with Pallet since January of 2021.
It's been proven, bro.
If you go to my TikTok account, you could scroll down to my first post.
Oh, Dean, man.
That's
you
not
are
even
so
about
full of
politics.
crap, bro.
It is literally labeled October of 2022.
You're full of shit, bro. You are absolutely full of freaking shit.
Anybody could fact check this. It's right here.
Sure,
Don't
you
ask
can
what the
fact
post
check it
is.
all you want, bro, but here's what we want to know. How much are you paid to spread fake propaganda on TikTok?
Well, I mean, doesn't this refute like the quote unquote evidence you just tried to provide?
Doesn't matter, bro. We just want to know how much you're paid to spread fake freaking news. How much are you paid?
It
How much
doesn't
are you
matter.
paid?
It doesn't
How
matter
much
that
are
I
you
just
paid?
contradicted the quote unquote
How
evidence
much
that you
are
gave.
you paid?
Oh,
How
I paid $50 by Elysia over on PayPal from the DNC. Elysia, thank you so much for the love. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Elysia. Show some love to Elysia down below in the comment
much
section
you
for the
paid,
$50.
brother?
Apparently $50. Elysia just sent me $50 from the DNC.
You're full of shit.
No,
dude.
I'm not kidding. I just got a $50 donation from Elysia from the DNC.
I don't care, bro. I genuinely don't. How
Wait,
much
but
are
then
you
why
paid
is it
on
the only thing that you want to
TikTok
talk to me
on TikTok?
about?
How much are you paid on TikTok to lie?
I just told you,
How much
$50
are you paid?
$50
How much are you paid?
$50. I just got $50. No, I just got $50.
Here's what I'll say about you, okay?
I just got it. I just got it on PayPal. What the fuck are you talking about? I obviously just got $50 from the DNC.
Bye-bye.
Oh,
Take
now
it easy,
you're gonna
bro.
run away. Now you're gonna run away. Yeah, this is the same guy that said I was signed with a talent agency. 2 years before I started making any content, not even content related to politics, any content. The same guy that literally admitted he falsely accused me of being a predator just to get on the live. Now somebody's in the chat is saying you muted him because he's right. Dude, I don't have him muted. He teacupped. He left the app. Now we have other people saying in the chat, this is staged so Dean can make money. Honestly, listen, like, you're wrong. That was a real person, but I don't fault you for thinking that, because how the fuck are people actually like that? To accept that humans actually act like that last guess is to, like, significantly reduce your view on humanity. So whoever said that I was faking that conversation, it was staged for money. You know what? You have a significantly better view on humanity than I do. Yeah, nutty people like that actually exist. Okay. All right. Now we're going to get off. Everybody, I was just curious to investigate the people that were calling me a PDF. Investigation over. Oh, then also, yeah, in January of 2021, I wasn't even old enough to sign a contract. I was 17. Good point, Jesse. Great point. Okay. We're going to go to an end. Everybody, head over and raid Parker. You could find Parker on @Parker Get a Job on TikTok and @Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Go show him some love. Spam Dean Raid in his chat. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. Bye.